Hello everyone, Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to a complete Flutter app building tutorial. Here you will learn how to build an e-commerce app for food delivery, and this app would be both for iOS and Android. And this app would also come with a complete backend. And why build this app? Because you want to master Flutter framework, because you want to master Dart programming language and backend framework, and you also want to get a job. Well, after doing this course, you'll get much better or master Flutter framework and Dart programming language. If you're new to Flutter, or if you're coming from another background or another programming language, or if you are a fresh college graduate, this is the right place for you, because this would be a complete app. And if you're looking for a job, right after finishing this tutorial, you will have something heavy to write on your CV. Here we'll cover some major features. Well, first we'll learn how to show products based on category. Then you will learn how to build shopping carts, place your order, track order. And after that, you'll also learn how to build user profile and pages like sign in and sign up pages. And we'll also see how to build user address location from Google Map. And you can also build zone-based order for users. And the whole app would keep track of user authentication. Some other major features will cover Firebase notification, and we'll see how to do payment and payment SDK like PayPal. And then from the backend, you'll also learn how to upload new products and see order details and update order, and as well as you'll also see user profile on the backend. Well, in tutorial part 1, we'll have 12 hours, and in 12 hours, we'll cover a lot of useful ideas. First, we'll start off by building 4 complex UI screens, and for building those screens, we will be using stack and positioned widget as well as different slivers. We'll cover sliver app burst and sliver box to adapter. And one of the complex UI would be animated page view, where we'll see how to scale up, scale down, and animate the position. And right after that, we will learn about our app architecture, which would be very useful further down the road when you are going to build a new app. And here we'll cover API client repository and controllers, and we'll also learn what are they and how to build them, and we'll see their connection with each other. And after learning this concept, we'll see how to load them in the dependencies, and we make sure that our dependencies will be loaded when our app starts. And then we'll go ahead and start working with building models, classes, with the JSON map and a list. And I know that this is a very scary concept for Flutter beginners, so here we'll take it slowly and cover things in detail step by step. And once we are equipped with these ideas, then we'll go ahead and build our first product controller, cart controller, and we'll learn how to process the related data. And throughout this first part, we'll also cover about responsive layout. So that also means that when we run our app on iOS or Android, different devices, they would look exactly the same, but at the same time they will have proportional size. So right after this tutorial part 1, you'll definitely get better at Flutter and Dart programming language. Well, in part 2, we'll have 12 hours, and by 12 hours you will finish 8 complex UI screen, and after this you'll really become a hero in Flutter front-end development. And over here you'll learn how to build complex models, classes, and working with JSON map and list. Another major feature would be working with Google Map and how to interact with Google Map and save user data. And then you'll learn how to build location, user, and auth controllers and how to process the related data. So we'll learn and we'll focus on how to pick up user location based on user tab. And then you'll learn how to keep track of user orders and show the user related notification from Firebase. And you will also learn how to set up PayPal payment using PayPal SDK, and all of them would be also covered in the backend for user management. Another major feature would be zone-based user location and service. So by the end of part 2, you will really master Dart programming language. And in tutorial part 3, we'll have 3 hours, and here we'll take care of some of the platform specific issues like notification for both Android and iOS, and we'll also see how to turn this mobile app into web app. And this is where the Flutter shines, okay? Because Flutter, once you write code in one platform, pretty much you can run it everywhere. So you just need to know how to build a responsive app. And at the end, we'll see how to publish this app in the App Store. Well, previously, this is where we have finished, and now it's time to take care of this routing. Definitely, this is not how we do routing. Well, for routing, first we'll go to our routing page over here and project folder, and over here we have let's see, route helper. Okay, so here first we'll define a new route variable for this cart page. So here we would do static const string cart page. Now here we'll call it cart page. Okay, and we'll create a related method for this. So here we do static string get cart page. For now it won't take any parameter, but soon it will. So here we do cart page. Yeah, for now that's all. Okay, and over here we'll define the page. Okay, so let's do it. Let's see, right after this you would do get page. Now name is cart page, and over here we would do return cart page. Okay, all right, and we could let's see if we can assign another transition property to it, and here we do transition and transition dot fade in. Let's see, oh, this should be transition. Okay, cool. Now we'll come over here to recommended page detail over here. So instead of this one, we'll use get the to named, and here we do route helper dot get cart page. Okay, all right, and here we'll save it, and as well as we'll come to our another dart UI screen, which is popular food detail over here, and from here we do the same thing. So we'll just simply copy this one and put it right over here. Okay, all right, and I guess we need to import the library, and that's what we did. So this is a popular food detail. Okay, and we'd also need to come back to this page over here, cart page, like for this one, and over here at the top, let's see, so this one for main food page. Okay, so we want to go back to the main page. Well, let me close this one and dimensions. Now come over here and let's see, yes, we have a route for this one. That's the initial route, so we'll just go ahead and use it. So whatever I copied just now, I'll put it here, and here we do get initial. Let's see, initial, it should get recognized. It didn't, but I think we need to import the file, and now it's great. So over here I'll click on this, and now it looks like it's working. If I'm over here now, I click on this one. Well, now this is the problem, because the icon is too small, so sometimes it doesn't work. Okay, so let's see, would come to our popular food detail, I think, which is this one, and we'll put a log over here. We'll do print, and we'll do tapped here, and we'll save it. Okay, now let's see, looks like it doesn't take that touch event, so we do have problem over here. So let's restore it. Now we'll see why it doesn't work. So here we'll add this 2. Now we'll confirm, and now let's go over there, and it works. Now come back, it works. Now of course if you tap over here, it won't work. This was only for this icon circle, and it works just fine. Okay, so next we'll take care why this button doesn't work. Well, now the button over here, if we go back and come over here, it works just fine. Well, it's still very small, and if we tap outside, it doesn't work. And if we add more stuff, say more than, well, add one more, okay, 10. Now if you click, it doesn't work because over here the size is too small, and once you add more stuff, most probably displacement happens. So that's why it doesn't work. Now to make sure that it always works, I'll first we'll come over here and remove this gesture detector from here. Okay, so I'll simply first remove this one over here. Okay, and over here I'll simply remove this. Now this is a child inside the position widget. Now over here we have inside the stack widget, we have all these things. Okay, so now we want to make this whole stack widget clickable. Okay, that's what we want to do. So we'll just collapse it and then wrap it around gesture detector. Okay, now over here we'll have this on tap event. So here we'll do get dot to named. Now here we do route helper dot get cart page. Okay, all right, now it should work. Okay, so now you click wherever you click, it will take you there. Okay, well, now if we go ahead and remove everything from the item, now let's see. Okay, so now it's gone, but you're still able to go there, and which doesn't make sense, right? If you don't have anything over here, you shouldn't go there. Well, we can do it easily. Well, we can do a conditional check. So based on this one, now I find this is too long, and I find this is quite annoying, this syntax. So what I'll do, I'll just copy this one because this is an instance of this controller. So we can just simply replace that one and would achieve the same result. Now we'll save it and make sure that it works. Yes, it does. And if you add more stuff, we see it immediately over here. We can go back and come back. All right, so it works because this is just simply an instance of popularProduct controller. Anyway, so now over here we just do a conditional check just using this one. Over here we'll copy this one and we do if. All right, if this is, then we'll go, otherwise we don't do anything. Okay, so now let's save it. Well, first remove this and submit it. Okay, so now nothing is there. Now if you click on this, it shouldn't work. Okay, and it didn't. But if you add one, confirm, you click anywhere and it goes. All right, so it works. Now we'll use the same logic for our recommended food detail. So I'll just simply copy this one first, and I'll come over here, and over here the same thing. So I'll remove this one, and over here I'll remove this section. Okay, now over here we do have this stack widget, so I'll wrap it around gesture detector, and here we'll do gesture detector, and over here we'll just copy what we had early, and I think we need a comma. Okay, and now the error should be gone. Now once again, this is also popularProduct controller, and I'll save it. Now I'll come over here and I can see that I can still go back to this page. Okay, yes, and let's see. Yeah, okay, so I'll click over here and I'll add more stuff, and we should have total 4. We have, and we can go back. Okay, all right, so looks like it's working as we expected. All right, Now let's click on this. Next we'll see how to show the items over here. Now we'll see how to show the quantity over here, and we can do it pretty easily. First we'll go to cart page over here, and over here we have this get items, and if we on Mac, if we hit Command B, it will take us to this definition, and over here we do get a list of cart model, and this items in the list are all over here, and this cart model is also about all of this. Okay, and we are already returning a model. Remember, earlier we saw that we have this map, and map, the value is the cart model. Anyway, so here we do have already the value. So as we have the value, now we can reach or find the quantity inside this. Okay, so I'll come over here. Now one thing I would do, I'll simplify this one a little bit. Okay, so over here I would do var cart list, and instead of doing it like this, I'll cut this and put it over here. Okay, and now over here I would do cart list dot length. Okay, so later in our app we can, in this page we can use this one to access everything about this cart list. Okay, so now we need to find this section and replace this item, which is 0. So over here, now over here we'll do cart list. Okay, let me put underscore, because that means a private variable. So over here, okay, now, okay, so over here we would access each of the element by index. Okay, and then we do dot, and now here we do have the quantity. Okay, all right, and most probably you need to put this bang operator, because well, now here not bang operator, so int optional can't be assigned to string, so that's why I would convert it to string. Okay, now what we'll do, we'll save it, and let's see, and we can already see the quantity. Okay, so it's working. Now if we go back to our home page and add a new item over here, and we come over here, we added, we come over here and we see the new item that we added 3. Now add 1 from over here. So anyway, so let's add a lot of more item. Now we are here. Now we can say it's perfect. So this section is also working as we expected. Well, next we'll see how to click on these buttons and increase or decrease from here. Now we want to click on them and able to increase or decrease the amount from here, as well as if it reaches 0, it would be automatically gone from here. That's what we want. Okay, well, now if we come over to our cart controller over here, and we do see that we have an add item, this method over here, and it has 2 sections, one for updating the model or the map actually, so because we are updating the map, or adding new items in the map. So this is what we want. So we want to be able to call this add item method from here, and then we'd be passing a product model and a number, the quantity that we want to increase or decrease. Well, previously when we were in popular food detail or popular recommended food detail, things like that, like this one and this one, so it was easy to access the product model because I could access them from here using this controller. Okay, but from cart page, because everything is wrapped here around this cart controller, not product controller, so we can't really access the product from here. Do remember that once again earlier from other pages, like for example if we wanted to add 1 item or decrease 1 item, so from certain page from here we would pass this product model and quantity, right? Now once again, those pages we were able to access this model somehow, but from cart page we can't. But now if we are going to do the same operation over here, then we need to be able to access the product model. Okay, now how can we do that? Well, now one thing definitely we could do, we would come over here and save the product model inside the cart model. Okay, inside this, and then because we can access the items using like this or from here like this. Okay, if we have this one, we can access the certain cart model, and inside the cart model, if we have this product model, then we'd be able to access that product model using dot operator. Okay, because after all, my add item already takes the product model. Okay, so inside this, I could save the product model inside the cart model, and then from this page we'll use dot operator from this list. Okay, and then we'll be able to access that product model, and that one will pass over here like once we remove our add item. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. Now all we need to do, we need to come to our cart model first. So we'll go there, and over here we'll increase a new field and we'll call it product model. Okay, and we'll instantiate an object, declare a variable from this one, and over here in the constructor we want to be able to receive that. Okay, now over here we'll do the same thing for product. We'll do JSON product. Okay, over here we can write like this, but it won't work. Well, now we are passing JSON, right? But over here we want to save an object like this one. Okay, but when it comes down to this path, it comes as a JSON. Okay, so we need to convert it. So we do product model dot from JSON, and we already have a method over here. If we go to product model, we see we already have a method for that one, which we created early. From JSON we make it to a product, we make it to an object. Okay, so we can use this method that's already defined, and all we need to do, we're gonna pass this JSON. Okay, because it takes a JSON, and JSON is string and dynamic, things like that we learned very early. Anyway, so now with this we have a little modification in our cart model. So inside we have this product object, just like quantity we accessed earlier using dot operator. Now we'll be able to access the product object using the dot operator. That's what I said early. Anyway, now when we create this cart object using this cart model, we also need to save it. Okay, so over here, well, this is for updating, it doesn't matter. So here we'll do product. Okay, now this is the product we are sending to our variable over here, or this one. Okay, and this product is being this one. Now we need to do the same thing when you first time put items in our map. So we'll just simply put it there. Okay, now we'll restart it, hot reload, and hopefully no error. Now we'll come to our cart page. Now over here we'll access, first we'll be accessing this method which is called add item. So over here we'll use this instance cart controller to access that one. Okay, so let's come over here. We'll do cart controller dot add items. Now it takes product as an object. How can we access that? We already have a list of objects. Now over here we'll get an object based on the index, and we'll get the product, the object we wanted. All right, and let's see. Okay, because this is optional, so we need to say that this is not going to be optional. Now over here, because we are going to remove, so we'll simply pass -1. Okay. All right. So here it's always whenever you click on this button, it'd be always 0. Okay. I mean, sorry, not 0. It will always reduce. Okay. Anyway, so now we'll copy this one. Now we'll simply put it over here. All right. Yeah. And in this case, instead of minus, we'll do plus. All right. Now we'll save it. And it looks like we do have a bit of error. Okay, so we don't need this plus, sorry. Okay, we are good. Now I'll go to home page. I'll come back here. Now I will see if I can reduce. Okay, well, now we do have an error over here. Let's see what it is. So null checker operator used on a null value. So let's see. Okay, so let's restart it because we created this model long ago, and at that time, I mean, we created this cart long ago. At that time, the product model was not inserted inside this. Okay, so that's why it's find product as a null, because they don't have this model inside. Remember, we are following this one from tutorial 1, and over there at that time we didn't have this one, right? We just inserted early, so we need to restart our app. And now we'll come over here, we'll add items. Okay, and I'll add another 2 or 3 items from here. Okay, now I'll come over there. Now I'll see if I can increase. Now let's see. Okay, well, I click, nothing happens. Well, that's first good news. If I reduce, nothing happens either. Well, that's because over here most probably we are not let's see, well, we are inside Getbuilder, so we are supposed to see the update immediately, which we did not. Okay, so first let's go ahead and print a log over here and we see what happens. So we do print, and let's see if we are being tapped or not. So here, being tapped. Okay, and then I'll restart it, and I'll try to click on this while it's being saved. Now restart it again. Now yes, after restarting we can see that it works. Now let's come back to our method over here, which is add item. Now add item, it doesn't have one thing that tells the Flutter framework that the content has been updated. So over here we can just simply call update. Okay, now previously it worked with product controller. Let me show you why it worked. Would be simply just say this one. Now for add item, after adding the item, we automatically over here, you see, from add item we first call this one and then we call this one at the end, so we got the updated value immediately. But now inside this cart controller we are calling this method directly. Okay, so here we don't have any update, so that's why it's not being updated. Well, it means that node is telling the UI that there is a new content. Okay, now anyway, let's restart it. Now go ahead, you can do, now you can increase, you can decrease, you can do whatever you want. Okay, all right, now let's come over here. Would be here, and sorry for the noise because I'm in China and it's their festival, so people are playing fireworks outside. Now I'll add some stuffs from here. Now I come over here, I see my item is still here. Now I want to do minus. Okay, now it's gone automatically. Okay, so, and let's remove this one and see. Okay, so it's gone automatically. Next, we want to be able to click on this and go back to the previous page, but of course if we click on this, nothing happens. And let's add a few more items. Now here I'll add another 2. I'll go back, to this cart. Now what we want to click on this and go back to the page we had early, and then we want to be able to come back again. And then if we click over here, then we will go back to this product food detail, and then once again come back. That's what we want to do. Okay. Well, now to do that, we need to do a bit of coding. Well, first thing you need to know that how we are going to do that. Now this is a cart page, and this cart page has to do with this cart controller, and whatever item we see over here, everything is saved inside this items. And this items over here, I'm using this property, and this property, all it does, makes a list of the cart items over here, and it returns as a list. Okay, so that's all it does, and it returns everything from this map but as a list. Okay, so this has the list of the items that's added in the cart, right? Okay, that's one thing. And this one previously we have accessed over here in cart page. Let's see, inside cart page, where was it? Over here. Okay, so now this is a list. This is a list of items that we have over here. Now do remember that if we see once again this items over here, this also has a product inside that we added early, a product object. Okay, so this is a cart, and inside this cart, each of the item also has a product model as an object. Okay, now if we go back to our earlier one of the page over here, say recommended food detail, so we come to this recommended food detail takes a page ID. Well, now this is coming from here, main food page body. Let me show you. So over here, whenever you click any of them, whenever the click happens, as we can see from here, that it takes an index, right? And this index has been passed to this one over here. The same is true for this popular food detail. Okay, so every time a click happens, we pass the index or a page ID, and then from the list over here we find that product based on this ID from this list. So we get an object, right? Product object, because this list stores product object. If we want to see over here, regardless, it's a popular recommended food controller, the mechanism is same. So over here, so this has been taken as a product object, as you can see. So this product is coming from over here, and this is over here. So over here, using from JSON and product model, which is over here, so we turn JSON to a product model, and product model is our object. Okay, so that's what we do. Sorry for this. So anyway, so this list also has objects inside. Okay, now why I'm talking about this one, so as I said earlier, whenever we are here, so we do have objects from our recommended food detail or popular food detail, I mean from those controllers from this list. Okay, so we do have objects from here, but we don't know, once we click on this, Flutter doesn't know which one is being tapped, so we have to know it. To know this, we need to know the index. Okay, now do remember, each of the list stores objects, and they store the object in index manner, which means that the list could be iterable using index like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we'll come back to this cart page, which is this one, and over here we do have a container, which is this one. This container is the image container, which is showing either this or this. Okay, so I'll wrap this around gesture detector. So what I would do, I'll write the gesture detector, and we'll have onTap event, and over here we'll do child, and we'll pass the container, okay, as a child. Now over here, once I click on this, I have to find first the list, which list they are in, but that's easy to do. And from that list, we need to be able to find their index, okay? So, but definitely, once I click on this, I really don't know which list they are coming from, okay? So I have to find it manually. So, well, two controllers, they have two different lists, right? So I can use any of them first, and then try to find the list, okay? Now, to find them in the list, we need to pass an object from this list, product object, okay? And it'll find it and give us the index, whatever the index is we can find. And once we find the index, we'll pass that index to a router, and that router will either find the recommended food detail or popular food detail page, okay? So let's go ahead and do it, then we'll understand what's going on. So first I'll create a variable over here. So we'll call it var popular index, okay? Now this will hold the index from the list. So over here I would do get.find. Now here we would do popular food popular product. Now we can access that list. So our list is popular product list, okay? Now once we do that, we need to find the index of certain product, okay? So we do index of let's see, there's a property which is called index of this one. So this one takes a item, and if that item could be found in this list, then it returns, okay, and saves it in this variable. Now what item we want to send? We want to send one of the items from this cart list, okay? So now here we do cart list, okay, and we'll go through the index. And we remember in the cart list, we have saved a product or product model. Okay, make sure we are telling the compiler that it's not going to be null. Okay, and then we just return. So what I will do, I'll put it like this so that it makes more sense and understandable what's going on. So I'm taking this list, and in this list I'm passing an object, okay, and this object is coming from the stored item here in this list, which in this case stored over here, which in this case stored in the list, okay? Hopefully it makes sense. So we take any of them. Of course we are taking it based on index, okay? So if we click the first one, it will take the first index, which is 0, and for the 0 index, it will find the product object, and if it can find, it will return the index from this list and save it over here, okay? Well, I know there's a lot of index, but that's how it has to work over here. Or if you click on this one, which in this case, the index would be 1. So for index 1, it will find that, first it will find that object from the cart list, and then it will pass that object to this index of, okay? Now if index of can find that object from this list, it will return the related index from here, okay? Hopefully it makes sense. All right, well, now if it can find, the result would be 0 or greater than 0. If it can't find, the result is less than 0. So we do a conditional check over here. If popular index equal or greater than 0, that means it found it, okay? So over here we would do one thing, otherwise we would do another thing. If it couldn't find, that means it's not in this list, okay? Well, in that case, we'll just copy this one, over here, and we'll put it right there. And over here we'll call it recommended. Okay, recommended. All right, and I will copy this. I'll put it over here, and I'll put it over here and big R. Okay, and make sure that you import it. I think it's auto imported for me. So now we are taking this controller, and from that controller we find recommended product list, which is this one. Okay, and then we try to find it, but we know that if we can't find over here, it must be here, because for now we just have 2 categories. Well, if you have more categories, of course you need to do more check over here, more conditional check. Okay, anyway, so if it can find, this belongs to popular product list, okay, or popular food detail. So right now it found in this list, so we'll navigate it to popular food detail page. Okay, to do that, here we just simply do get dot toNamed. Now over here we'll call route helper, and here we want to call a function which is called get popular food, and over here all we need to do, pass this on this index. Okay, and that's all. Now the same over here, so we do get dot toNamed. Okay, now route helper, get recommended food. Now over here we want to pass this index, and we'll pass this, and that's all. Okay, now let's go ahead and restart our app, because a lot of changes. So, and here we do have a bit of Dart code. Okay, now let's go ahead and add a stuff. So now I'll go back over here, I'll add 3 steps, and then maybe I'll come over here and add more. Okay, now I'll go over here. Now I want to click on this, I should go back to this page. Okay, and it happens. Okay, and of course over here you can go back to the cart. Yes, now over here you click on this, it takes you this page, and you click on this, it takes you this page, click on this, it takes you this page. Now here's the problem. Once you click on this, where do you want to go? Of course you want to go back to the cart page, right? But you don't. Now we go back to the main page. This is the problem that we need to solve. Look at this. So once you click on this, I'm going to see this thing, right? But now close it. You want to go back to the cart page where you have everything, not the main page, but it takes us to the main page. Okay, so next we'll see how to go back to the related cart page. To do that, we need to pass more arguments to this route over here, because we need to keep track of where we are going and from what page we are going back. Okay, well, let's go ahead and do it. Now over here, because I'm in cart page, so when I click on this button, so I want to, well, here once again, so I click on this, I confirm, I come over here. So now once I click on this will take me to the popular page, right? So okay, but on this page I came from cart page. Okay, so here I want to put a tag over here. Okay, so just a simple, I would say cart page. Okay, because now I'm from here, I'm being redirected from earlier cart page. Okay, so that's why we had. Now of course this would throw an error because we don't have anything like this over here, so we are passing more parameters, so argument. So now here I have to take it as a parameter. So here I would do page. Now I need to receive it over here, so here we would do ampersand page equal page. So if you have multiple parameters, you pass like this in the route, using basically the first one starts with the question mark, and the next one you go ahead and do this ampersand to pass more parameters. Now this one is this one, which is related to this one, the first route parameter. Now eventually gets called this one, right? So over here we also need to catch and pass it to this one. So here we would do page equal get dot parameters. Now here we would do page. Okay, so whatever being passed to this variable over here, I think, which is this one later on. Okay, and this one gets from this one, which is dynamic. But anyway, so now we need to pass it to this one over here. So you do page and make sure that it's not empty. Now we need to come to a popular page, otherwise we'll still have an error. So over here we do final string page. So now here we do required this dot page. Okay, now the error should be gone, and after that we need to come to this section over here. I'll just simply remove it. Now here we do conditional check. Here we do page equal cart page. Okay, if it's from cart page, now let me redirect to you to cart page. Okay, so here we do route helper dot get cart page. Okay, otherwise we can just simply go ahead and go to our initial route page. Okay, so here we do initial page. So we don't need this section. All right, so let's go ahead and save it. Now if I click on this, well, looks like we do have a bit of issue. So let's come over here. Here it's fine, I guess. Now this file, okay, here we need to pass more parameters, because here we do have get popular, and here this is our home page. So this is going from home page, which is over here. Okay, now let's save it. Okay, now let's go over there and let's restart everything. Now here we'll go ahead and click. Okay, now we added 4 items. Now here we are going to go back to the previous page, and once I go back, I should go back to the cart page. Now I'm in the cart page. This is correct. Okay, click on this once again. Here I'm on the cart page. Now here I do go back to home page, but this time if I click on this, I should go back to home page, because that's the earlier page, right? Perfect. So that's what we wanted, and that's why we need to keep track of the page where we are going from. But of course this is just a string, you can name it anything you want. All right, so that's why now over here we need to make changes in some other places as well. Okay, well, so we'll come over here and we do the same for recommended page, and the approach is actually exactly same. Okay, and over here we need to do the same thing. Var page equal get parameters page. Now let's pass it down to this one over here, page. Now we need to go over there, click on this, and you want to receive it over here. Okay, so string page. So here we do required this dot page. Okay, now the error should be gone. Now we would come down over here. Now what you could do, you can simply go ahead and copy part of it and change them quickly. So here I will be here, and here if it's from cart page, go to cart page, otherwise go to initial page. Okay, that's as simple as that one. And let's recompile it. I think we'll have an error, and that's okay, because we forgot to update part of the thing. Now here we are also going from cart page, so we need to do cart page. And what else? Route helper, homepage body, and over here. So because this is from homepage. Okay, now let's go ahead and restart. Let's see if it works or not. It should work. Okay, now let's add more stuff to this. So definitely we can go back to homepage. Now here let's add stuff to it. This is homepage once again. Now let's go ahead and add from desert, sorry. Now we'll go back to our cart page. Now let's click on this. I can view. Definitely I can go back to our cart page. I can view. I can go back to the cart page, and I can once again go back to the cart page. And once you go to the home page, you click on this and you just go to the home page. Okay, well, definitely that part is working pretty well. Now we'll see how to show our icon over here, sorry, the menu bar or the bottom navigation bar over here. Well, now this is for cart page, right? Now we have laid out this logic before, so we can go ahead and simply copy part of the code from here. And here we do know that, well, I think that should be popular page. So here we do have a bottom navigation bar. So we'll just simply go ahead and copy this section, and I will come over here. Now here we do have stack, right? So stack, and right below it we can put this section, because scaffold has body and bottom navigation together, right? So that's how it works, and we might have a couple of errors. Let's take care of them quickly. Over here we don't need this section. I'll just simply go ahead and remove this one. We also don't need this. And where else? Okay, let's go ahead and save it. Let's see, what do we see here? Yes, so this is what we see. And definitely we also don't need this. Actually, we don't need this plus minus button over here, so we can just simply go ahead and delete them. So now here with the sized box, and also the same for this one, we also don't need the remove button. Let's save it. Perfect. Now of course here we want to see the summation of all of this. Okay, now for this one we need to come to our cart controller, which is over here, and over here at the bottom we'll create a property, and it would be int type, and it will return as total amount. Now over here it wants us to return something, so first we'll return 0. Now over here we'll declare a variable, and we'll call it total equals 0. Now do remember, this is our item. An item is a map, and it has int and cart model. Cart model is the things that being added, and we saw early that cart model also has a price and quantity, right? So we need to get the total price. Now here, what is the total price of this one? 36, right? 12 multiplied by 3. Now what should be the total price of this one now? 24. 12 multiplied by 2. So we'll do basic math over here, very basic math. So here we do items, and we'll go through a for each loop. Now over here, now this for each loop is for map itself, and let's see over here. Well, this is another type, but we use entries, and we also had the other one over here for each previously we did. Anyway, so now we'll come over here. Let's get organized. Now over here we'll have total equal the quantity, the price multiplied by quantity, right? So that's what we want. So over here we do value, because value is the actual cart model, which has quantity and which also has price. Okay, now the error should be gone. Error should be gone here as well. We are saying that they are not going to be null. Let's see the thing. Okay, it's gone. Now of course this is just for one item, right? 24. But if you go to the next item, you need to add it to the previous total. So that's why here we do this one, and after that, instead of returning 0, we would return total. Okay, now the error over here, it looks good. So this returns us the total amount, and here is the basic math. For each item you multiplied and you add it to the next round. Okay, so this is more like a for each loop. Now we would come to the cart page over here. I guess this is our cart page, and now over here, instead of saying add to cart, we'll say checkout. Now at the top, I believe we do have this one in cart items, but definitely we don't need this. Okay, now look at this one. Here we have popular product controller, but actually we want to access to cart controller. Okay, so here we write cart controller. Now because it's wrapped around Getbuilder, so if there is change in the cart controller, so this cart controller would be updated automatically, and so as our view, right? So here we'll remove this one. We would call a cart controller cart. Let's see what do we have here. Sorry, I made a mistake. It should be cart controller. Okay, we'll copy this one. Now we'll put it right here, and then we'll call total amount. Okay, and let's convert it to string. Now let's save it. Okay, and we see it immediately. Now if you reduce one item, $5 would be gone, so it makes sense. Now $12 would be gone, so it's working. But all we need to do, we need to add it to another string. So over here we'll do this one. For now it's a dollar icon. You can put it to whatever you want. Okay, so it makes sense. Now if you remove one item completely, it's gone. Okay, it's gone. If you go back, come back to our cart page, it's still there. If you remove, yeah. Okay, now next thing we want to do is over here we want to put a bottom navigation bar so that we can go back to our cart page immediately, not from here. Okay, so here of course we need to go back from this page, that's okay, but what if the user wants to go back to the cart page from the main page? Okay, well, for that reason we need to add a bottom navigation bar over here, and in next section that's what we'll be doing. First we need to come to our main page over here, main.dart, and one thing that we can comment this out because we already defined initial route and it should still work. Okay, and if we go to the route file, and we'll see that initial route gets called by, well, either this or this or this. Actually it's the same thing, because here we're directly calling let's see which one, over here route helper.initial, which is this one. Okay, but we can actually also call this one and it would be the same. Okay, no changes at all. Okay, all right, and that's how we should call, because we are trying to be consistent how we build the app. But now we want to build a bottom navigation bar over here, so that's why we need to change some of the logic. And first we'll go ahead over here and create a new Dart file, and we'll call it homepage.dart. Okay, and we'll create it as a stateful class over here, and we'll call it homepage. Okay, and we'll import the necessary packages and the libraries, and over here we'll return scaffold. The reason is because we want to have bottom navigation bar, and it takes a body. Now with the body we'll have this one, main foot page. Okay, so we'll come over here and we'll just simply go ahead and call this one. Okay, but of course if you go and run it, no changes yet. because main dot is referring to initial, and the initial is referring to main food. Okay, but now we don't want to call it from main food, we want to call it from main page. Okay, so now let's see our home page actually. So this is our home page. So main page, which is this one, calling this, and this in returns calls this one. Okay, now let's restart it. Of course, no change yet, just some logical change. Now here we want to have bottom navigation bar, and we want to have I think things like let's see, well, not really this one, but anyway. So here we want to create a list of variables or pages. Okay, so we do list pages, and over here list is more like an array if you are coming from PHP or Java, things like that. So here it would take list of items or objects. Okay, so here first we can define this pages. Okay, which is this one. Well, for now we only define this page. Then we can do a container, just a dummy data, and it will have a child would take text, it would say next page, and we'll wrap it around the center widget. Okay, all right, and I'll copy it another 2 times, and next page, and next page. Okay, so we'll have 4 pages. Now having this list over here, the benefit is you can access it using index. Okay, now this is a list, I'm accessing the list in the body. Okay, now the list gets me the first item in the list using the index. Okay, so this is a widget. Okay, main food page is a widget. We can confirm that it is a widget because we are returning here build it, return type is build over here, which is widget. Okay, so build method returns widget type, so this is what makes this a widget. So here we are returning a widget. This is a widget too, these are all widgets. So we have widgets, but of course if you restart, no changes, but if you change the index, you will see there is change immediately. So which is this one, which is the last one. So if we have a list variable, we can toggle through the indexes, okay, and change the pages. That's what we learned. Now of course we want to change this index dynamically, so that's why we need to declare a variable, and we'll call it selected index equals 0. Now this one would be here. Okay, so now if we change the value of selected index, we'll see the related page. Okay, like that. So hopefully it makes sense. Let's see, we need to restore it to get it affected. Okay, now we need to find a way to toggle this selected index, and we'll be able to do that very soon. Now you do it in the bottom navigation bar. Okay, so here bottom navigation bar takes bottom navigation bar, and within it takes a list which is called items. Now items is a list. Over here, if you hover over on it, you'll see it takes a list of children. The type is bottom navigation bar, so it takes item takes list of children and their type is bottom navigation bar. So I'll just simply go ahead and copy them. Now here it would ask you to have at least one of them, which is called icon. Okay, so here we need to do, I think it's icon, yes, and over here we do icons dot home. Okay, home outline, and it also takes title. Let's see, it should be outside here title is home as well. Okay, now we can add const modifier. The error should be gone. It's not an error, it's just annoying stuff. Now we'll have 4 items in the bottom navigation bar, so we copy it 4 times. Now if you save it, you can already see them, but it's hard to see, right, what's going on. So first thing, we can change some of the properties. While the items are still there, and just the color is not very obvious. So here we do selected label, which is the one you select or tap. So here we do appColors.mainColor. Okay, now if you save it, before we save it, I think we need to okay, we got the wrong property. So here we need to do selected item color, actually. Selected item color, this one, appColors.mainColor. Now save it. You can already see our stuff. Now over here, unselected item color, the one are not selected, would call it over here, use colors.ember accent. So these are the unselected ones. Okay, now here we don't want to show the text. Okay, so we want to hide the text. Okay, well, so for that one we do selected labels false, so the text should be gone, and unselected labels, unselected labels false as well. Okay, before we go ahead further, let's go ahead and be able to tap on them. Okay, because now we can't tap, so this is boring. Well, now bottom navigation bar takes a function which is called onTap. Okay, now this onTap function, okay, should have a function, and we should take index in their parameter. Okay, so first over here we'll go ahead and create a function, and we'll call it onTapNav. Okay, so here we do int index. So this function, we would call it from here, and now they're connected. This function is bound to this one. Now as they're same, it tells you that okay, you should have an int as a parameter, which we already have. So once we click on them, index should be over here. So for the first one, the index should be 0. The third one, index should be 2. For the second one, index should be 1. So it makes sense, right? So now once we tap on them, it will happen automatically. So the tapping thing, you don't need to care. So Flutter will do it for us automatically. Okay, so we'll come over here. All we need to do, we need to save this index till selected index. Okay, so here we do this one, but what do we want? As we click on them, our UI should change, right? Now this value also changes. Now if we want to trigger UI change, we can use set state. Okay, so now based on this, Flutter would know, okay, there is a change in the variable and value, so that could mean that Flutter should redraw the UI, and if it does, then we'd be able to see. Okay, now let's save it, click on them, and we see that we are already tappable. Okay, we can tap on them, but of course the icon color is, and icons, they are all same. So let's change some icons. Here we do archive, and we'll call it history. The name doesn't really matter anymore. So here we do shopping cart, and here we do cart, and here just me, and here the icon should be person. Okay, now they change automatically. Now we do see that we do have other issues. Now let's see where it happens. You click on this, it's fine. You go to another page, now it happens. So we are going from this page to this page, and it tells you that, well, you are leaving this page, but you are not disposing something in this page. So let's go ahead and find this page. This page is this one, okay? Now it tells you, so whenever you leave this page, go ahead and call super dispose. So, well, we already overrode our dispose function last time, but we forgot to do this one. Well, at that time, actually, we just had only one page, and it had some nested pages, okay? So these pages were nested inside the main page. But now we have more pages, and they're independent. So when you go from here to here, literally you are leaving the earlier page. So it should be garbage collected or removed from memory as you leave, okay? This is the idea though. Anyway, so you should call this one. So now the error is gone. Now let's see. Okay, so we are pretty good. So yeah. Okay, now there's another problem. As you tap, you see the content changed, but the button doesn't change. To change the button, we also need to change the index over here, and for that one we have another property which is called current index. This index is same as this one, so as we are changing the index from this onTap function over here, we also need to pass it to this one, okay? This function is just responsible for changing but not assigning to this one, okay? So now we'd be able to assign it. Okay, now as you see, you can tap on them and go ahead and change as you want. Now here we do have another issue. It says that you need a layout. Now it's a complex process over here for the bottom navigation bar, okay? Because we are hiding this one, this labels, and they're still there, but I think it doesn't get any layout because it's being hidden. One way to solve this, you can do selected font size 0.0 and unselected font size 0.0, okay? Now this solve the issue. All right, yeah, now however you tap, the error should be gone. Well, now this is a basic bottom navigation bar. Next, we'll see how to turn this one into an amazing, beautiful bottom navigation bar using a plugin. All right, so this app bar is pretty simple. Sorry, the bottom bar or bottom navigation bar. So here's one thing we are going to do. Well, we'll go to this website. Okay, so pub.dev, and over here we have this popular bottom navigation bar. Looks like it does have quite a bit of liking and popularity. Unfortunately, because I'm in China, a lot of the images could not be downloaded. But this plugin is for bottom navigation bar, and it does come with a lot of styles. So we'll go ahead and install it and see how we can use it in our project, okay? Well, to install it, you'd come over here and you'd copy this section over here, okay? And if you're following along with me, so now we'll come to our pubspec.yml file. And over here, let's see, where is our dependencies? So right below it, okay, dots indicator, we'll install it, okay? And once you put it there, make sure that you have this alignment, otherwise you'll get error, and click on pubget. So it will download the dependencies necessary, okay? All right, I'm pretty much done almost. Now, just now we worked over here for building this bottom navigation bar. And personally, actually, I would go ahead with this one because this is coming right out from Flutter framework. It's not a plugin, and this code would be persistent. It doesn't matter what Flutter version we use. Okay, so but this one over here, it does come with a lot of styles, so some of you or most of you might be interested in using this kind of styles. Okay, so once we go ahead and install, we'll see. Well, it comes with almost 20 styles. Okay, you see over here, but the one currently we have over here, this is only one style. Of course, we can go ahead and style it, but different style needs different type of coding, so we'll see how to use that one. So I want to keep both of them, and it's your choice which one you go ahead and use. But this idea, what we learned here, we'll use pretty much there. Over there, we'll see how we are using items, which takes a list of children, and we'll also see how we are going to use this body. Okay, and from body we switch the pages. Anyway, so I'll come over here and I'll select this 2 lines over here, and I'm on Mac Android Studio, so I will hit Command Shift and backslash. Okay, now with this line has been commented out because we don't need this now, but of course we'll get an error. Now what we'll do, we'll come over here. Remember that we are using persistent bottom navbar. So the first thing we'd do, we'd go ahead and initialize a persistent tab bar controller. So we'll copy this one and come to this part. Well, definitely we need to initialize variables, so here part of it, but this should go inside our init state method. Okay, so we'll go ahead and create init state, override and void init state. Okay, and we have to write super.initState, just like we did before for super.dispose method. So for init state, we have to override it. Now, init state method is the method that we use to initialize the variables before your class really gets into action, the related variables or dependencies. Okay, now here the second line I just cut, so I'll put it here. Okay, now make sure that you go ahead and import this library that's coming from the plugin itself. And over here the problem is that we are using a new Flutter version. With old Flutter version it works, so if your Flutter version is old, it should work. If it's not, just add this late modifier, and you are telling that you're telling Flutter that we'll initialize it later before we use it. Okay, and over here we just initialized it. Okay, now next section is right here, so we'll copy from here. Okay, and we'll put below it, because eventually for me I might stick with this one. Okay, well, now it has 2 sections that we need to work on. So build a screen in items, but item is the same as this one over here that we worked with, so that one. And build screen should be this one. Okay, so you need a list of pages, but of course this idea is same, but this plugin doesn't work like that. It's a little differently. So here these are the list of pages, so just copy it and put it right below it, and copy this one. So these are the items, which has bottom navigation bar item, but in this case of course this is persistent bottom navbar. So copy it and put it right there. Okay, now these 2 pages we don't have, we have this 4, so we'll go ahead and copy and put it right there. Okay, now of course here we have 4 screens you should have for bar items as well. So we'll just go ahead and copy them. Okay. Now we'll use some of these icons over here. Well, the second one in our case is archive. Okay, and here we'll write archive, every box filled, and the third one is let's see if we have cart. Okay, we can go ahead with the cart fill, and here we'd write cart, and here we would do me. So here we do person. Okay, and let's go ahead and restart our app. Here we are. It's already there. Of course, it's very different the one we worked with. Okay, yeah. So this is also good. I think this one is, let's see, style 1. Now if you want a different style, just change the number here, use style 2, so you will see it's different. Okay, it changes immediately. Style 3, okay, it's different, it is a bar at the top. Style 4, 5, I'll go ahead and show you 5, so this is cleaner. Okay, yeah. And style 6 is also good, I think. All right, so there are different styles up to, I think, 19. All right, so this is style 1, and this looks okay. But in this case, we could do a change inside this thing. Okay, now the color match is really important. So you could go ahead and do the color match on your own, so it's up to your choice. Okay, now if you want to change the color, you have to come over here and change the color. But why I showed you how to use this one, because a lot of you might use different styles. Okay, and I think this plugin is useful because it comes with different style. Okay, but just change the color over here. Okay, now for me, I'll not use this one, okay, for now. So I'll keep the code here. Okay, I'll keep all this code and just I'll comment this out. That's all I would do. Okay, all right, and I think this is the one we had early, so we'll uncomment this. So on Mac Android Studio, Command Shift \. So this should uncomment what we had early. Okay, all right, and we also don't need this one, as well as this part. Okay, but in future, if you want to use them, just go ahead and uncomment them. Okay, now of course, if you don't want to use this plugin at all, so don't forget to come over here and remove this. Okay, and do pubget one more time. Okay, so I'll go ahead and delete it, but I'll put the code there. Okay, the code I had early. Okay, so it'll take care of rest of the things. All right, now we'll go ahead and build a splash screen, the screen that pop up when you first load the app. But this screen is quite important because first thing is animation and your branding or logo, but most importantly, you want to load resources. Currently, if you come to main Dart over here, this file, you'll see that we are loading over here like this, but this is not the correct way to load. As we progress, we'll change a lot over here. So before that, we have to go ahead and build a splash screen, and from there we'll load resources and we'll have a function over there. Anyway, now we'll come to our project folder over here, and let's collapse them. Now over here inside pages, we'll make a new folder and we'll call it splash. Okay, now over here inside splash, we'll create a new file and we'll call it splash page.dart. Okay, now this page would show or load at first at the beginning before this one gets loaded, and this would also do animation. Now for animation we need to use stateful widget, but of course we can go ahead and do the animation with Getx, but I think we can also learn some of the things that's directly inside Flutter framework. So this time we would be using stateful widget, just like we did earlier for our home page. Okay, over here we also used stateful widget. Now if you come to this page, this one here, we'll create a new class. We do st, and then I'll choose the option stateful widget, and here I would write splash page. I think let me go ahead and change the name. Actually the convention is splash screen. Okay, so that's where we'll stick, but our pages, we do have name with page, so we'll stick to that one. All right, but if you want, you can also go ahead with home screen or whatever. Okay, so here we'll call it splash screen. Now over here, let me show you that how it would work. Now this is the app that I built before. Now this is the screen that we want to load first. Okay, but here this one would be animated and this one would be animated as well. Okay, and it would become from small to big. Okay, things like that. Well, now this too would be driven by animation. Okay, so that's why we need to go ahead and create some variables for animation. So first here we'll create animation variable, and while this class is inside Flutter package, so all we need to do, maybe just import it, and animation will take value. So the value is a double type, and here we'll initialize it later. So here we would do late animation, and it's inside this Cupertino library, so it's imported automatically. So this is the first variable we want, and just like over here earlier we had this tab bar for animation, tab controller. For animation we also need a similar controller, and that's called animation controller. Okay, and once again here we'll call it controller. Now we want to initialize it later. Now this, I think, also incites this Flutter source package, and we don't need to import it separately. It's already inside Flutter framework. Now, so these two variables would control our animation. Well, this is the one that we would apply this one to later over here, and this controller, just like we saw early over here. So we need to initialize this controller variable inside init state method. Okay, so we'll come over here, and here we'll create a method. So we do @override void init state. Okay, now here first thing always we need to do super.init state, override it, and then we'll go ahead and initialize the controller variable. Now here we'll copy this one, put it right there, and then we would do new animation controller, this one. Okay, now vsync is in general set to this. Okay, and it also takes other parameters if you hover over on it, like duration, and well, the vsync is a required one and duration is optional, so we'll go ahead and use duration. Now here we'll do duration, okay, and if you hover over on it, so it takes optional parameters. Here it says seconds, so we'll use seconds. Okay, seconds, 2 seconds. All right, and let's see, we need to come to this end. Okay, now we still have an error over here. Now it says that if you're going to use vsync, which we have, and then your screens splash screen state should implement something with, it's called ticker provider. So here we need to go ahead and use this class, which is called sticker provider state mixin. Okay, now the error is gone, and here let's see. Okay, so it doesn't take double, it takes int. So if you want to do an animation in general, the one inside a Flutter framework, then your stateful class should have this class as well. Okay, then after that you can do animation. Okay, so well, that's the initialization for animation controller. This animation controller, yes. And then once you're done with this, then we can use this one for this one to be initialized. So how you do that? Here's like this. So we do animation equal new curved animation, the type of animation we want. Okay, now it takes a parent, and parent is the animation controller. Okay, and over here within carve, you need to mention that what kind of animation you want, how you want it to go, like how fast, how slow, things like that. Okay, so it comes with curves over here, and here we do have some option. We'll simply go ahead and use the linear one. Okay, all right, so well, let me put it like this so that we know what's going on. Okay, let's see, it asks us to use unnecessary new keyword, and over here same, and most probably it wants you to use constant keyword, but this is I think Flutter this Android SDK version. Okay, in general older version you don't get this thing. Okay, so if you're following along with me, so your SDK version should be, I think, over here between this. Okay, and then you should have this warnings that I get, but if you don't use them because they're just warnings, so that's okay, fine. So once again, so we created these two variables. Okay, so they depend on each other, especially this one, animation. Using this one, you do actual animation. For animation, you should realize a controller variable, which is called animation controller, and over here you tell Flutter that how long the animation should continue for 2 seconds, and the animations, the power, the juice comes from this class, ticker provider state mixin. Okay, and then you create the type of animation you want. Okay, so, and you mentioned here is the type, like linear, bounce in. So there are a lot of options that you could go ahead and check here. You can try one by one, but we'll stick with the simplest one over here. Okay, now being said that, we're almost done with this page, but now here, look at this structure over here. So here we want them to be in column format. Okay, so first thing here, definitely we don't want a container, we want a scaffold. Okay, scaffold. Okay, because if you have controller, container, you'll have black background, but with the scaffold the default color is white. Anyway, so it takes body. All right, now over here within body, because we are going to do it in column, so here we would do column, and the children. So the first one would be this image. Okay, all right, now here we'll see we'll use the image. So for this one, simply we would go ahead and do image.asset. Now here you mention your image name. So our images are in the assets folder, I guess. Assets image logo part 1 .png. Okay, now let me check over here. So here we do have this assets image, and here we should have an image which is called logo part 1, which is this one. Okay, exactly this one. All right, so this is the first image we are going to use. All right, and now being said that, let's come over here. First we'll do a very simple test and we'll see whether it's working or not. So here I'll remove initial route, and here I'll just do simple home route just for testing, and here we would do splash screen. We'll call this one. Okay, now I'm over here. I'll restart my app, and actually I'll also start from here. Okay, so this is what we see right now. Okay, now it's way too big, so let's limit some of its size. Here do width, say 250. All right, okay, now it's a little smaller, and I want it to be centered. Okay, now it's not centered, so here I'll wrap it around center widget. Okay, now so this is centered horizontally but not vertically. Okay, so here we want it to come down. So for this reason, we'll over here use main axis alignment, and we do main axis alignment dot center. Okay, now it came down. Of course, now I do have white background. This is not a PNG image, just a JPG, even though it is said here PNG. Well, to overcome these issues, here we can work on the background color. So we do colors.white. Okay, now it just looks like your background color. Well, now what we do, we'll just go ahead and copy this one and put it right there on Mac. So I did Command D, so it copied and pasted. Now this one over here, we want it to have 2, so which is image 2. Okay, now this image is also once again this one, which is this one, the best food. So if you download it, the starter file should have this one. Okay, all right, so now this is good. Of course, we did a lot of work about animation, but we didn't apply any of them, so we want to apply the animation. Okay, well, to do that, all we need to do over here, we need to simply wrap this thing around transition animation or scale transition. Okay, so we want to do the animation just for this one, not for this one. Okay, so I'll wrap it around transition, but in this case I will do scale transition. From small it would become bigger. Okay, so here once again widget, and widget name is scale transition, this one. Okay, now it shows error because it has a required argument scale. Now if you hover over on it, scale takes animation, okay, which is double, and we already created animation, which is this one. Okay, based on this controller. So here I'll just put animation and the problem should be gone. So now let's go ahead and run it. Okay, so we were supposed to see that, but we didn't see it. Let's see why. Do you have any error over here? Let's see. No. are we missing anything? Okay, well, now here's the thing. Actually, we are missing another property over here. We need to start the animation, which we didn't. So we'll just simply go ahead and take an object from this and start. Okay, if you don't want to do like this, let me go ahead and show you how to do it another way. So here we do controller equal controller dot forward. Okay, this one. But this takes more properties, so it's a bit annoying. So just we can go ahead and apply more properties to it and it gets the job done, but there is an easy way to do it. So over here we have two dots, and here we'll just simply call forward. Okay, now it would work. So that means create an object of this, which is controller, which we already have, and from that controller use a dot operator and then call forward. Okay, so it might be new to a lot of you. For example, here, let me give you an example. So a lot of time, if you have var x and it's coming from any class. Okay, now say your class has say I'll write the class over here, and say your class has a method, for example. The method name is new object, and it just does interesting thing. Okay, and maybe after that it returns something. Okay, return xyz whatever. Okay, certain value. Now traditionally we could do like this, and then we would do another variable or another x. We don't need to redeclare. So now we could do like this, x equal x dot new object. Okay, like this. So obj. Okay, now x will have a value what is returned from here. Of course, originally it was just an instance of this class, but now it would be covered by the new value. But if you don't want to do like this one shortly is done like this, new object. Okay, and that's what we did here. But of course, it's not that simple for here, but the idea is similar. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. And this is a new operator that's in Flutter Dart framework, so it's very convenient. You should know that. So next time you see these two dots, don't freak out. It's just creating an instance first, and from that instance doing something different based on that instance. Anyway, I'll remove that. So here forward, which is coming from this animation controller class, it starts the animation. Okay, so here we'll go ahead and restart it. Now we see that it started. Okay, well, that's getting interesting. Now the animation does start, but after starting we want to do something. We don't want to get stuck over here. Okay, we want to go ahead and do something different, and for this one here we'll initialize a new class which is called a timer. Now timer over here takes duration and a function. Duration is more like, okay, well, after being initialized here, how long you should wait. So that's the duration. So we'd go ahead and pass it a time. I do seconds, say 3 seconds, and 3 seconds later do something. Do what? Go to a new page. So we'll use get.auth. Okay, named. Make sure that you import get package library at the top, which you should have this one. Okay, and then at the same time you call route helper. Okay, and then you do something. You will go to the initial page, so we do get initial. Okay, yeah, that's what you want to do. And I think it wants to put as a const modifier. Okay, all right, so that's what we are doing. So here once again I'm initializing stuff over here, and after that we'll wait 3 seconds, and 3 seconds later we'll go to our get initialized page, which means our home page, right? Now let's go ahead and restart it and see what happens. And of course it's been 3 seconds, but it doesn't take us anywhere. Now for going there, from here we need to make some changes, and as well as we need to set up new route. Okay, well, first thing here, we'll set up a route for our splash page. So here we'll declare a variable static const string splash page. Here we'll do splash page. Okay, and we'll create a get method for this. So here we'll do static string get splash page. Okay, and over here we'll pass this one as a variable. Okay, all right, now in the list of pages, in the routes over here, we also need to mention it. So here we do get.page. Now what do we want to get called? We want to get called of this one. So splash page, we'll put it here, and over here eventually we'll call splash page. Okay, or splash screen, the file name. Okay, so in route class, in main class over here, so we don't need this one, we'll have this one. So now here we would call get splash. So this one would call this this one over here. Okay, and this has a variable. Okay, now this one would relate to this and get called from here, the splash screen. Okay, so now here we can go ahead and start it. Okay, yes, beautiful. So that's what we wanted. Okay, so 3 seconds has been gone and we came to our home page, and this is what we wanted. All right, yeah, so let's do it one more time. Beautiful. Okay, all right, now after being said that, we can also move some of this to another file, which is a splash page over here. We don't want them to be here, so when we load, we do the animation, within that time we can load some resources. Well, to do that, over here first we'll create called load resources. Okay, and of course we need to create the load resources. Okay, and what we want to, well, let's see, we had this one right over here, so we want to cut this one and put it right there. Okay, but we need to import the related libraries. Okay, all right, and actually until we load, we also want to await. Okay, so let's put await keyword and async modifier. Okay, now from here we are not doing that. Once we call this class over here, and at that time we start loading, and in general splash screen or splash page, they do the loading resources from the internet. Okay, all right, now let's go ahead and restart it one more time. All right, okay, and over here we can also define a type. We will call it future void. Okay, yeah, pretty much like that. So let's make sure that we try to load and wait. Okay, So now, yes, and hopefully we can do this thing. No, we can't. That's a problem. Now let's restore it. Okay, once again they're being deleted from memory. Okay, product controller, as you see. Okay, yeah. Now to solve this problem, we want to keep them in the memory, and it's actually pretty easy. Now one thing, the whites get removed. The reason is, well, when you call certain controllers, Getx controllers, before getMaterialApp, they generally stay in the memory. But now here, in our splash page, so this is getting called after getMaterialApp, this resources. Okay, so they get deleted. Okay, so it looks like you are not using them, so it just get deleted, but we want to use them, so we need to keep them in the memory. After the drawing is done, what I mean by this, okay, now the UI drawing is done, so you click on them. After drawing the UI, when it is done, this controllers get deleted from memory, okay, to save memory or phone resources, but we want to keep them in the memory. Well, for this one, here we'll come over here, getMaterialApp, we'll wrap it around product controller. Okay, but of course we need Getbuilder. Here we do Getbuilder, we do popularProduct controller. Okay, and here we'll have builder. And within builder, we don't want to create any instance here because we are not going to use any instance. Okay, that's the first one. And then we would also do return. Now we'll use another get builder, nested get builder. Now here we would do this one. Okay, and we'll return here. But of course, this time we need recommended product controller. Recommended product controller. Okay, now let's see here, we need this one. Now here we need to return getMaterialApp. Okay, and of course we need another return here, so we'll have 3 returns. Now the first return, because build wants to return something, that's why. Getbuilder also wants to return something. The second one also wants to return something. Now let's go ahead and try to use them. Okay, and we are here and everything is perfect. You can add stuff to it. Go to there, come back to home page, add more. Okay, get over here, come over here, click on this on different pages, and we still stay in the memory. Okay, now there are many different ways to keep your controllers in memories. I'm talking about Flutter Getx, not other state management packages. So this is one of the ways. Of course, you can go ahead and also do another solution, which I don't do. Over here, if you have this helper class, dependencies, over here you can also set things like that, permanent true, things like that, permanent true, things like this. Okay, so but in our architecture this doesn't work, so but most time it should work if you go ahead like this. But anyway, so in Flutter Getx, if you want to keep things in memory, this is one of the ways. But this get builder should be called before getMaterialApp. Okay, and now actually we can take care of another issue. Well, it's not an issue though, like the size over here. So if we see that right now the size is hard coded, so we want to make it dynamic, the width, right? So for that reason, we'll come to our utils over here, and in the app constants over here, we'll declare, oh, it's sorry, not this one. Over here in dimensions, we would declare a new variable. Okay, let's do it right there, right below it, splash screen dimensions. Okay, well, it could be anything, but for now we'll just do it for image. Okay, so splash image or img. Now screen height, well, now the image width was 250, so if you divide it by 250, then the proportion is 3.375. okay, or we can just stick to 3.8. all right, and over here we would do double. Okay, now we'll come to this splash screen over here, this one, sorry, and we'll import here dimensions dot splash img. Make sure that you import it. So now let's go ahead and run it. Okay, and let's restore it. Yes, now this should work as well. Yeah. Okay, so that's being dynamic, no problem. And now the next thing we want to do regarding this page over here, we want to show the history of this shopping cart we have right now. Okay, so once user confirm on the checkout, so we'll show the history over here, and but of course that history would be coming from our phone, because once user say click over here on the checkout, we'll save it locally in the phone, but of course as well as we'll also save it in the database. But first we are taking care of our local device. So once user click information over here, then confirm it over here, then we'll save it in the local device, and then if we tap on this we'd be able to see that. Okay, and another thing though, right now while the cart is empty, right, so instead of showing this, we'll show another page saying that your cart is empty. Well, that would be for another episode. I'll skip that for that thing right now. Anyway, so I want to focus on like if you have items over here, and if the user click on this checkout button, of course it doesn't work for us yet, and then we'll see them as a history over here. Okay, so that's what we want to do. Well, now for this reason we have to first install local storage, which is shared preferences. We'll go ahead and do it first. To follow along with me, you should come over here in your popspec YAML file. Okay, and right here we'll install a package. Okay, so this one, so I'm using version 2.0.11, and then we'll get the pubget, so it will install the necessary dependencies. Well, once the dependencies has been installed, I mean the packages, now we need to come over here in our dependencies, this one. Okay, so here we need to load it. Okay, now it should be at the top very beginning, because whenever user interacts with this app, we would retrieve the information locally. Okay, so it should be initialized first. So here we'll create a variable and we'll call it shared preferences, and here we do shared preferences. Okay, dot get instance. All right, and in general we want to await for this if it takes time to get initialized. Now with this, we would be able to get an instance of shared preferences, and we can use this instance later on for storing and retrieving data. But of course, we also need to initialize as part of our controller. Okay. Now we want to, the data is here, but you can't use it until you initialize in your state management system. So our state management system is Getx. So here we need to load it. So we need to merge it with Getx. So over here, we'll just simply do shared preferences. Okay. Yeah. All right. So this would be loaded now for the app. Okay. So in our controllers, we'd be able to use that. Now over here in the cart repo, you have to pass it. Share references, and we need to get and find it. Okay, now if we go to cart repo, we don't have any instance like this, so it'll throw an error. If you see, it was empty for a long time. So in the cart repo over here, we'll declare variable, we'll call it final, and shared preferences, and here we'll create an instance. Okay, now let's see, hover over on it. So well, here it says either you do it late or you can initialize it through constructor, and we would do using constructor cart repo. Now here we would do required this dot shared preferences. Okay, now whenever the dependencies get loaded over here, we create the instance and we load it with our overall dependencies inside Getx state management, and then we pass it to the cart repo, and cart repo this time should be automatically initialize it, and that also means that after that we should be able to use it. Okay, now you have to know one thing, that shared preferences, they store data in string format. Okay, that's the only way they do. Let's go through this idea one more time. So here we'll have this cart, and we'll add items to it. We'll come back to home page, and maybe we'll add more items, so we'll have total 6. Now we'll come to this checkout page, and on the checkout page, if we click on this button, of course it doesn't work now. After clicking on this, if we come back to our home page, and if we click on this, we'll be able to see the history. Now this would be also true if you restart your app, okay, because it would be stored locally. So this is what we want to do. Okay, and as I said earlier, that shared preference stores data as string. So first we'll go ahead and declare a string, and we'll have a list of string, and we'll call it cart, and first we'll initialize it to empty string of arrays or list. Okay, because we'll have a lot of information saved in this shared preference, and they all would be saved as string. Okay, all right, now over here, when we pass the data to this cart, we have to pass the data from our controller, from our cart controller. So let's go ahead and check. So here is our cart controller. So from here, actually we'll send data to this cart repo. Okay, just like previously we saw that product controller works with product controller repo. Okay, so these two would work together. Now we can close this dependencies, we don't need this. So here we'll create a method. Okay, so we'll call it addToCartList. Okay, and over here it will take a list. So the list is cart objects or cart model. Okay, so here we do cart model, and right here we'll create a variable. We'll say cart list. Now we need to import it, the model we created. Now here we'll have, when we call this function, okay, we'll pass an argument, and that would be a list, and over here we'll receive them the parameters as the list. Okay, now from here we want to pass the argument, and from where exactly? From after adding or removing. Okay, so this whole function does adding or removing or updating, right, including the removing, as you see. Right after that, over here we want to update our list, which is over here, and as well as we want to add. So here we'll call this method, which is this one, addToCartList. Okay, now here simply we can go ahead and call it. And how do you call it? So you already see we have a cart repo object. So now we'll use this one over here, cart repo dot addToCartList. Okay, now here we need to send a list. Okay, as we said that we want to receive a list in the parameter. So when you send argument, it has to be a list, and we already have the list. Actually, this is the list, but of course this list we used other places, and this is the list that gets updated automatically all the time, because this list eventually connected with our map. Okay, and we know that whatever we do, map also gets updated all the time because we have this update method. So what we'll do, we'll go ahead and simply just pass this one over here. Okay, and that's all. Now addToCartList would be able to get it over here, and we can save it in the shared preferences. Well, now what happens once again, every time you add, remove, things like that, and confirm to this add button, that also means that we are saving data in shared preferences. Okay, all right. So now how to save data in shared preferences? Well, first I said that shared preference only accepts string. Okay, it is some methods, like if you tap on this using this dot, I think, well, we'll see that later, maybe not yet. Well, we'll see them later, no worries. So here we want to take this list and save it in shared preferences. Okay, well, once again, shared preference just takes string, but here I'm sending a list of objects. Do remember, cart model is not a string, it's an object, right? So we need to convert this one to a string. Well, first we'll come over here and we'll make sure that it's empty if it's not, and we'll make it empty, because this would be get called a lot of time from here, from this function. Okay, so every time we come over here, we'll make sure that it's empty, and after that we'll take this one. Okay, now this one is a list, and list has a method which is called for each. We can use that one. Okay, now over here, this is the list, and in the list we have this objects. Now we want to convert this objects to string. Well, for that reason, here we would do cart.add. Now cart.add once again accepts string, but I have this one, so I need to convert this one to string and add it to this cart. Okay, so here I would do JSON encode, and I'll pass this element over here. Okay, whatever the element I have over here, so I'll pass this one. Sorry, let me copy it and pass this one. All right, and using this, now I'm able to convert this object to a string, and then I add it to the cart. Okay, this cart list, which is also string type. Okay, now after that I'm able to add this cart in the shared preferences. So here I'll copy this one, shared preferences, then I would do dot, and here we'll have a method called setStringList. Okay, Well, we also have a set string, but we are using set string list because we are passing a list to it. Okay, because this is a list. Okay, now over here we can put a key, so we'll call it cart list. Okay, and the value is this one. Okay, and that's all. Now here the interesting part is once again this one. Okay, so here we can put a simple comment, convert objects to string, because shared preference only accepts string. Okay, that's all. So BCAU. All right. Anyway, so each time we call this method from here, we are passing a list, and first we'll empty the global list we have here, and we'll use this one to convert and store. Well, I mean, we are storing the object that we pass, but before that we make sure that we are converting it to a string. Okay, and once it's done, here we save it as a list, and if it is saved, actually here we can print the data. Okay, print shared preference, let's see, dot, I think it's called get string list. Okay, this is for retrieving, and all it does, it takes the key, and this is our key. So here I'll just simply go ahead and save it, and but of course need to save it as give it as cart list. Okay, now let's restart our app. Okay, now let's come over here, let's add some stuff on it. Okay, now I click on this button, immediately this method would get called, and eventually this one would get called, and we are expecting to see a list of string. Okay, so now let's go ahead and click on this, and after clicking on this we get this error now where it says that it couldn't convert the cart model to encodable object. Well, if it is not possible by shared preference over here on its own, then we need to come to this cart model and provide a method to convert this object to an encodable object. Okay, now here would come to our project, and we'll come to cart model, which is this one, and inside the cart model we have a method for converting JSON to an object. Okay, yeah, so from JSON we convert it to object. Now from object we want to convert it to JSON, and now we are going to do it for shared preference over here. Okay, so before it goes ahead and encode it, it will try to look for a method in our model, and if there is, then it will use it. Okay, so here I would do map and string dynamic. Okay, and the method name is toJson. Okay, and here we are returning type of map object. Okay, and we'll get, well, I mean, here we are returning map, and map is more like JSON. That's what we saw. And before we return like this, we can simply grab this one and then assign it to the string key. Okay, in our case the key is a string and the value is dynamic. Okay, so here simply we would do ID, well, that's the product ID, and we do this dot ID, and then we have title, or actually name in our case, name. All right, and we do this dot name, and then we'll have price. So we're just doing these things over here. Now we do price, this dot price, img, this dot img, and quantity, this dot quantity, and what else? I'll just go ahead, all of this is exist and time, like that. Okay, so here is exist, this dot is exist. Okay, and this dot time, this dot time. Now this one will do a little later. Now I'll cut this one, and from here we'll just return. Okay, return like this. Okay, now the error should be gone, and let's see. Okay, so now we do have a method that converts the object to a map, and a map is encodable. It's more like JSON, as we saw earlier. Okay, so now we'll come over here, and nothing really changes over here in terms of this repo. So we'll just go ahead and simply save it. Okay, restore it over here, and now let's see. I think we can restart our whole app. It would be better. Okay, so now let's go ahead and add stuff to it. Now let's add it to cart. Now as you see, we can see the information that's been saved in shared preferences. Okay, now this has been coming from cart repo, which is this one. Okay, all right, now we know how to save and retrieve, but of course this is just printing to confirm that we are doing stuff. Now over here you can add more stuff to it. Okay, all right, another 3. So you will confirm. Now you see, so previously you added one, that one, as well as this is the new one. Okay, you can add more stuff from here. Okay, confirm. Okay, here we have 8, and here we see this first item, and I think the quantity was 3. The second item quantity is 3. Now over here the third item quantity is 8, total 8 over here. Okay, so now all of this here coming from our shared preferences. Okay, now the key shouldn't be hard-coded over here, so we can put a key in our app constants. Okay, so here we would do a new variable. We'll call it static const string. It's a cart list. Okay, and here we do cart list. Let's see. Okay, all right, now we'd come to cart repo, and here we'll just simply replace it app constants dot cart list. Okay, and here we are printing this one as well. Okay, all right, now we'll go ahead and make the opposite method, opposite of this one. Over here we are taking the object and then converting it to JSON, and then we are putting in this list of string. So over here we would write a method, and the method would return something. The method would return a list of object and list of cart object, which is cart model. Okay, now here we'll call it getCartList. Okay, so and it'll return here as something cart list. Okay, now for this one, first we'll go ahead and create a list, and the list type would be cart model. Okay, and here we'll call it cart list, and we'll initialize it to empty array, or empty list actually, and here we'd return cart list. Okay. All right, and now the error is gone. Of course, you can't return really like this because you'll get nothing. Okay, so let's hit enter, and we don't need that much space here. Okay, cool. Now, first thing we need to do here, we do have a key, right? This is the key. So from the key, we need to get the value. Okay, so first we'll check if this key exists or not. Okay, so here we do shared preference contains. Okay, now contains key is this one. We are checking if the key exists. Okay, so we need to wrap it around if statement. We do if it exists, then do something. Well, if it exists, then get it. Okay, get it and save somewhere. So here we'll get it. So how to get it? Well, that's pretty easy. We do shared preference get string list, and over here we would do this key over here. So now with this we'd be able to get it, but if you get it, you need to save it somewhere. Okay, now here we get string. Remember, here we saved a string, so if we retrieve it, we'll get them as a string. Now we get the string and save it in this carts, which is also a list of string. Now here you need to add null checker to confirm that it's not null. So what's happening here? First we check if this key exists. If it does, then we retrieve every information which is in string form and save it to the cards. Okay, but this method wants you to return something as a list of cart model or list of cart objects. So now we have our information over here, but these are all saved as string. Now we need to convert it to an object. Okay, an object of list, then we are returning. Well, for this reason, now first what we'll do, we'll use this carts over here, which is local variable. Remember, this is local variable, not the global one. Okay, so here we would do for each loop. This is a list of strings, so we can use for each, and here we'll simply loop through it and add to it. Okay, so that's why we are looping through it using for each, and then we'll add to it. So we'll do add. So there is a method called add. Now over here we are getting string from here. So there are strings here, and each of the string, the items are saved in accessed in elements like this. Once again, let me make an example. Here list object list. Okay, so that it's visible. So here object 1, object 2, object 3, I like that. Okay, so each element, it's more like a loop that is going through. So each time it iterates over and it refers to a new one. Okay, so hopefully it makes sense, just like this. And then we'll convert it to an object. While before, then how can we convert it to an object? Now here, cart model have a method, if you remember, that's called from JSON. Here from JSON, actually, if you click on this and say this method, it takes map. And if it has map, then it can convert it to an object, cart model object. Okay, so now here the elements over here, well, they're all string, so they are not yet mapped. So in Flutter we have a method which is called JSON decode. Okay, this one. So, and within it you can apply or provide your string, and that's what it will do. And after this, it would become a JSON, actual map, and from JSON takes map. Okay, now this would work. Well, here we wrote it like this, but a lot of time you'll see they write it like this: carts.forEach. Okay, and over here you'll see they're returning like this: cart model dot from JSON. Okay, JSON decode and element. Okay, all right. So these two are exactly same, so I'll remove that. It's just shorthand way of writing this thing. Okay, it's a fancy way of writing, I would say, but they're the same thing. Okay, and even earlier we had this thing, so here we could do the same. So I'll write the new version of it. So it's a cart list for each. Okay, and here you just do add actually, and then JSON encode, and then we are sending the element. Okay, all right, so this is the shorthand version. Once again, this is the fancy way of doing things. So I'll remove that. Okay, now they look all similar. Anyway, so now with this we are able to add items in the local storage and retrieve item from the local storage. Okay, now we'll go ahead and try to print this out. Well, let's go ahead and print over here, and I'll restart my app so that we start from the scratch. Okay, all right, so I'll minimize it a little bit. So here I'll add the two items, and here we see it immediately reflected, and so this is the item, and over here we add more, and we see immediately more and more items, as you can see from here. Okay, now of course we are printing this one. Now what we'll do, we'll go ahead and just try to call this one. Okay, and try to print from here as well. Now here I'll do a method print statement. I'll do inside getCartList, and then I'll get carts, and I'll convert it to string. Okay, and from here simply we'll just go ahead and call getCartList. Okay, now I'll restart our app. Okay, well, I think we should restart from the scratch, then we'll get better result. So here I am, now I'm adding it to it, added 3, and we do have an issue. Now definitely it does print the information, and after that we do have this error over here. Now if you see, come over here, so the problem is over here. It's saying reporting and from JSON cart model. Okay, so now this this from JSON, this problem is happening. So let's go to cart model. Okay, so it does, when you give it to JSON object or JSON, it creates an object. Okay, that's okay, fine. But now over here, if you come to toJson, which we added early over here because of this one, when we are doing this one, so JSON encode needed a method inside this cart model, which is this one. But over here, actually, we are not using toJson for our product model. Okay, so it was half, and we said at that time we said that we'll deal with this one, so we need to add this one. So because originally in the object we have this product model as well, but when we just convert it to JSON object, we are not converting this product model to JSON object, so encoding and decoding, the whole thing over here gets messed up. Okay, so over here we need to add a new section where we want to convert the product itself to JSON. Okay, now we need to go to our product model over here first, and here we do see that we don't have any method related to this one. Okay, so first we want to have a method. The method will convert the object into a map or JSON. Okay, once again, on the Dart side, JSON is pretty much more like map, so we'll declare it dynamic. Okay, all right, now over here we'll call it toJson method. Okay, and here we'll return stuff. Okay, now with this our error should be gone. Now here simply what you want to do, let's see, so we can copy part of the thing from here. Okay, and let's see, come to this section. Now over here, of course some of the fields might not match, so let's see, for product itself we don't have any quantity, so that's why we get this error. Now instead of quantity, let's see, we do have img, then we can get location, so here we put location and then location as well. Okay, and well, I think we can just simply go ahead and copy this section and put it right there and change it manually. So here we do have created at, so created at, the fields are correct, so all we need to do, we need to wrap them around double quotation. Okay, and over here this one, and just get rid of this dot. Okay, all right, so over here same thing. Yes, I do understand it's a lot of coding, but that's how you become efficient and professional. There is no shortcut. You have to practice after practice. So here let's get rid of this section, this dot, and okay, let's see, now created at, it should be capital A, and updated at, okay, and ID. All right, now with this we are good. So all we need to do from our cart model, we need to call this one. Okay, and then we'd be good to go. All right, so now let's come over here to cart model, and over here we would do product. Okay, and this dot product to JSON. Okay, all right, and let's see, so it wants the null checker. Okay, so now we are pretty similar what we have here, and with this section. So whatever we are doing, we are from JSON, we are converting it to an object, and now from here, from an object, we are converting it to JSON, and the same thing is happening to product itself over here. Okay, hopefully makes sense. Now what we'll do, we'll go ahead and restart it one more time. Okay, and now we'll go ahead and add stuff to it, and if we are here in the repo, now let's see. Okay, now this time we don't have any error. Okay, because this conversion and deconversion, it's working pretty well as we expected. Okay, just to clarify one thing again, so if you have object, so if you want to convert an object to JSON, first you need to use JSON encode. Okay, and then you'd be able to convert it to something like JSON or string. Okay, because they are pretty similar and close. But if it's really an object, it's better in your model you have this toJson method. Okay, you can call it whatever you want, but there should be a method inside. Okay, and that helps it. Okay, and the other part is if you want, if you have a string or a map, so first you need to wrap that string or map using JSON decode. Okay, and then once again call from JSON method. Okay, and this way you will have like say from string to object. Okay, and from object to string, the opposite. So it's quite important. So if you want to work with Flutter and Dart, a lot of time these two methods, from JSON and to JSON, they're very useful, and JSON encode and JSON decode, okay, they're quite useful, and you should know how to properly use them. So in general, if you get data from server or from a storage, you should always use model.fromJSON. Well, the model name could be anything, okay. All right, so inside the quotation, in general, you will expect a map or JSON, okay, things like that, because server or storage in general, if you retrieve data from server or from local storage, they do give you either string or JSON format. So whatever you get, first you wrap it around JSON decode and then call this method. So this is something that you should know. Even if you don't understand, you should try to remember, and it'll really help you a lot in the long run. And this idea, converting from JSON to object and using JSON decode, it's not only in the Dart, any kind of server-side language. Of course, Dart is also server-side language. It is useful pretty much everywhere, the idea. And the same goes over here, because in general, when you want to send data to server or save data to storage, in general, you do either using string format or JSON object, okay? Now, of course, a server might send you object. So in that case, you have to decode it. Or if it does send you JSON, still try to encode it first, okay, and then save it. So this is the basic principle. Anyway, so now after doing this, you might still ask that what the hell is going on here? I mean, we did this both, and what's the point, okay, why we are doing this? All right, now, so here is the thing. Let me tell you that why, the big picture. Now this is our app over here. Now over here we have total 3 items. I think I already added it on the list. Okay, yes, I think I did. And now if we come over here, if you open, it's still there, right? It doesn't really matter. But now let's imagine a scenario where the user might kill the app for some reason. So let's kill the app. Okay. Now, sorry, not this one. Over here, this one. Okay. So after killing the app, now user opens the app, it's gone. Okay. So these two methods, actually the pre-work of retrieving and saving data to local storage and from local storage, okay, but of course we still need to write another bit of code to work it exactly with this, okay. So now here, after adding, when you kill the app, the data is totally gone, but we want to save the data locally in the phone, okay, because yet until now everything is saved over here in the cart controller, this item map, but this is a memory. When the app is killed, the memory is gone, so you don't see it. But you might ask why we did this thing. Yes, it's all now, it's in the local storage, okay. Now we can save in the local storage but retrieve in the local storage. That's true, but there is another half of the work that we need to do, okay, because right now we do get thing from our local storage, but this is not the way we want to show it to the UI. We still need some processing, okay. Now over here, the app that I'm working on, like this one, so if you kill it, say you kill this app, and this app that I already built over here, now if you come over here, so it's a restarting, okay. Now if you come over here, well, let me add some item to it, okay. Now we see that it's here, okay. Now let's check out, okay, we checked out. Now here we do have this item, right? Okay, now let's go ahead and kill the app, okay. Now let's open it up. So we see our item is still there after killing, okay. So this is the result we want to achieve. We have done half of the work, so we still need to work. Anyway, let's continue. Well, now we'll call this method from cart controller, and we'll come to our cart controller over here, and we'll create a new method, Now this method, we'll call it get cart data. Okay, so get cart data, but this should return a list of cart items. So here we'll call it the type would be cart model. Okay, now of course we need to return something, otherwise we'll get an error. Okay, so for returning something, first let us set us an array, a map over here. I'm sorry, again, not a map, a list. Okay, so here this list, and here we'll call it cart model. Okay, and we'll call it storage items, and we'll set it to null. Empty array, empty map. Now only for storage and shared preferences. Okay, so this is the only purpose why we use this one. Okay, now here we want to return storage items, this one, storage items. Okay, now the error should be gone, but of course before we go ahead and return, we have to put some items in it, right? And what is this as well? So it's a bit confusing. Let me create another method here, and but that would be a very different method. Here, as you see, we have kind of method like total items or total amount or get items. Now these gets at a certain property. Okay, so when you call this, you get a property or field, only one field, right? Like here you just get this one, here you just get this one. Okay, it's more like a function, returning function, but it does just do one interesting thing, and it has a keyword which is called get. So whenever you see get, that means that that function or property should return you something. Okay, the only difference is that with normal function like this one, it doesn't have this curly braces, and it doesn't take any parameter over here. Okay, so this is the only difference, and it's a shorthand coding, I think. Anyway, now there is an opposite one that's called set. So here we'll use the set keyword and create a method. Okay, so the method type is set, just like this one. This is get, so that means it will set something, but of course we need to give it a name. We would say set cart, so it will set the cart. Well, now because this is set, it is a natural property or the natural way of doing things. It accepts something. Okay, so what it will accept here, in our case, it will accept a list of cart model. Okay, that's what it would accept. It would accept and set. Okay, so with get you have to return something, and with set you have to accept something, okay, in your parameters. So this is the difference. But with this kind of method, there is no hard-coded rules. With get and set, there are hard-coded rules. Like in the function, you may return something, you may not return, you may accept something, you may not accept anything. Okay, so but with set and get, things are pretty much hard-coded, and they are also convenient. So now here we'll accept something and set something. So here we want to set like this. So we do storage items equal items. Okay, now earlier we have this storage item over here, and it takes a list of cart model, and we have a list of cart model, and we set to it. Okay, now from here we need to call set cart. Not really calling, actually assigning value. So once again, it's more like a variable, which is like this one. Remember that earlier we just used this kind of like if you use this, you can just print things like that, which you do with a variable. For example, let me give you an example. So you can just go ahead and simply call print total items, right? We did it before, but of course with the function you can't do like this. So with set, what you do, you'd pretty much do like this. Say in this case we'll set it to a list. So here we do like this, list of something, okay, like that. So now here we exactly will do the same thing. So here we want to set something, so here we do set cart. Now set to what? Now set to this one over here, getCartList. Okay, so in our cart controller we already have a cart repo, the object, so we can call cart repo, and then we do this one, okay, getCartList. Now getCartList over here returns a list of cart model, and that one we set it to set cart, and set cart sets the items it receives to a new map, a new list. Okay, all right, so that's all it does. So until now we built this add to cart and getCartList. Now we can use getCartList. Of course, getCartList comes after adding item, right? So first we add it, then we can get. If we can get, we can call it from a cart controller, and if we can call it, we can also use the values to set. Okay, all right. Now before we finish over here, this one, once again, this one gets called over here and set value, right? We need to do one more thing over here. Okay, now we need to make some changes. No, not changes. We need to do this one. Now here we'll set it. Here we do items, okay, and we want to put stuff inside it, and we do items put if absent, things like that. Okay, this similar thing we have done before, and we are going to do again, and I'll tell you why very soon. But now this is a list storage item, right? So we can do a for loop. So we do int I equals 0, int length, so it gives us the length of this list, and then we do I plus plus, and we'll create this loop, and now we'll go inside this loop. Now inside the loop we'll call items, okay, items put if absent. Now it does take a key. Now where is this key coming from? Well, just like before we worked add item, if you don't know. So the key over here, it comes from the object. Okay, the object is being sent from here, so we use that ID and put inside it, right? So here we're going to do the same thing, but here where is this object coming from? This object is this one, from this list, right? This list, or this one, contains list of cart model objects. So here we do storage items, and we'll index through it, and we'll get a property which is called product, and product has ID. Okay, that's all. Now you might need to use null checker to say that this is not going to be null. Let's see. No, actually here, I think here, and we already have a null. Okay, it wants both for product and ID, but in the old version of SDK you might not need that. Now here we need to return something. Well, now here you return an object, if you see early. Okay, but we already have this object, so we don't need to create it. So all we need to do, we need to retrieve the object from this list. So here we would do storage and and that's all. Okay, and let's see, I think we need, yes, this one. Okay, so let me walk you through this one more time, that what's happening here. Well, here we are setting it to this items map, because map of course takes key and an object, because this is our map, right? So key and object. So now we have a list. Well, the list itself has a lot of objects and it doesn't have keys, but we can get the key inside the objects. Okay, so we loop through it one by one using for loop and index through it, and at the same time we set the ID as well as the object. Okay, and that's all. So now here we first put it in the storage and then we update. Okay, now you might ask, well, now this update, isn't it going to conflict with this one? No. Well, first thing, it always checks whether it's going to update or create a new one. It only puts inside if it's not there. Okay, if it's there, it tries to update it. Okay, but for updating we also have a lot of conditions, but that's not the main reason that why it's not going to conflict, because this one will only get called when we start up the app, or user kills the app and then restarts the app, then we'll call this one. Okay, so when your app starts for the first time, definitely this is empty, so we can put information from our storage. Okay, so this is our storage. Once again, this is coming from here, and here is here, and this one is our storage object, right? So this method will only call first time when you launch our app. At that time, we'll see if we have information in our storage or not from this method. Okay, well, if it is, then we'll put it there, and if we can put it there, then we can get more information and show it to the user that they have done something previously, they have some record of their usage of the app. Okay, if there is nothing, then we will not show anything. Okay, so that's what this set property, or this setter, actually this is called a setter. In Java you have this thing, if you work with Java, it's called setter and getter. Okay, now in Dart it's pretty much the similar. Okay, so hopefully it makes sense. Now of course we can go ahead and call this one. Okay, so here we could do things like this. Get.find, here we'll find the cart controller. Okay, and we can call get cart data. Let's then restart our app. So I'll restart it one more time and let's see. Okay, so app's been restarted, and okay, well, here we do have a message where it says that the length of cart item 0, which we put over here, where it was, let's see, I think it's over here. It said get cart data. Okay, now here we do have a log, but it is not supposed to be 0, so I think we are messing up somewhere. Let's see, so over here, okay, this is the problem. Here I need to add this one inside this cart list. Okay, which I forgot to add. Okay, now it should work, but we have to restart our app one more time to get it going. Okay, now here we see that the item is 1. All right, so once you restart your app, the storage is still there, and we know that we have items. So let's add more items. Okay, So over here now we have this amount of items. Okay, now let's go ahead and check. Okay, all right, now let's come over here. You see that our items are still here even though you restarted the app. Okay, so that's how it works. So because of this one, even though you restart your app, restart means installation, so it still works. Okay, now without this one, if you don't have this mechanism, it just won't work. Okay, let's see. Well, let's restart it now. You'll see right now if you go ahead and check, nothing is there. Okay, it's empty. But because of this one, you go ahead and check, you'll see that you have a lot of information. Okay, so the information, oops, let's see. Okay, from here actually. Okay, so yeah, so it's still here. Okay, now it all happened because of this one. All right, if you don't have this, the information would be gone. Okay, so of course this is still not done. So next step, what we'll do, actually we want to show over here, but we'll only show over here if the user confirms the checkout button. Okay, and then what we'll do, we'll remove the items from here, but we'll show them over here as a history. Okay, so over here, even until now, we are just mocking the data that user has checked out, but of course not. Before we check out, we have to do user registration and things, a lot of stuff like that. Okay, but this is one of the toughest problem, I would say, that we overcame, because this cart controller is a bit complex. Okay, the way it works, so a lot of information, but hopefully it makes sense. So I would suggest you pause the video and go through it and think about it, what's happening. If you just keep following with me, you might get tired. Okay, take a breath, because this is a long video. So with this, we are almost done with our storage, but we still need to go ahead and build this UI and show the information, and then we'll clear out information from here. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. Once again, to confirm that, if we click on this checkout button, this information should be gone, but they should also be saved. Okay, well, for now, if we restart our app, somehow if the user restarts, the information that we added early is still there in our cart, right? So this is what we have achieved so far, and this is something that you should have in your cart controller. So the next step is that we will mock this idea or information. Once we click on this, this should be gone, and then this data should be showed up over here. Okay, over here. All right, so being said that, that means that once we click on this button, we have to save the same data that the one we have. So in our case, the set shared preferences is helping us to store data in two phases. First one before checking out, and the second one is after checking out. Okay, all right, so that also means that we have to go ahead and make a new method to capture this data. So once we click on this button, we'll be able to capture this data, and here we'll clear them out. Okay, all right, well, to do that, we need to come over here to our cart repo, and over here I'll create a new method, and I'll call it void type and add to cart history list. Okay, so this is a method. Now basically what it would do, it would take information from this global cart over here, okay, and then just store it separately. That's all it would do. Okay, so for now we'll do a for loop and we'll go through it. Int I equals 0 and I less than cart, which is the global one, and we would do length and I plus plus. So we'll go through it, and then we have to declare another global variable. So we'll do it list string we'll call it cart history. So this variable information is persistent up to this page, and this variable information would be persistent up to here until the user log out, so it would be still there. Let's go ahead. Now all we need to do, we need to add the data to this new list, that one we declared. Okay, all right, so here we would do cart history dot add. While every list has add method, so we are going to use that one. Okay, and over here we would do cart I, so we are going through it, and that's all we are adding to it. Okay, all right, and now over here we would do shared preference set string list. So here we'll set up a new key, we'll call it cart history list. Okay, and the value should be this one. Okay, but once again we should define this one in our app constant file, so we'll go ahead over there, and here is our app constant file, and right below it I'll do a copy, and here I would do cart history list. Okay, and here I'll just simply put this one. Okay, now we'll come back to cart repo, so we'll just simply replace it. Okay, so here we'll do app constants cart history list. Okay, now first thing we want to do, just go ahead and try to call this method from here. Okay, before even we do removing of this stuff, so now let's go ahead and find this file. So this is our cart page, so over here I'll close this one. We don't need home page, we also don't need this one, we don't need main function, we don't need products model, and this one as well. Okay, so we'll simply come over here at cart page. Now it should be at the bottom, so this one. Okay, and we already have here, so we can first go ahead and print it. Well, no, we don't want to print it, we just simply want to call this function, the one we created. Okay, now we need to call it from here, so over here we need to define a new function. So similarly here we would create a new function and we'll call it addToHistory. Okay, and simply we'll do cart repo dot addToHistory. Okay, now first thing, for debugging purpose, we want to go through it and we want to see what it prints. Okay, so history list, over here I would do cart I, and we are good. Okay, so let's save it. I think we don't need this section anymore. Let's find it and delete this print log. Okay, so we see it's over here in popular product controller, so we'll just comment it out for now. All right, so I'm on Android Studio and I did Control Shift and F, so I can find certain keyword globally. Okay, Control Shift and F. Anyway, so now it's gone, and we can also remove this one, we don't need this. So on Android Studio on Mac, Control Shift F. So let's find this one. I think we don't need this section. Okay, so this is also over here, so just comment this out. Yeah, we are good. So now if we come to cart page over here, now from here we can simply call this method. Okay, addToHistoryList. Now let's take a look at our cart page. Oh, okay, it's already wrapped around Getbuilder cart controller, and it has an instance of this controller which is called a cart controller. So we'll just come over here, put it there, and then we'll call addToHistory. Okay, all right. So hopefully we want to see the printed information. Okay, let's resave it. Now click on this. All right. Here, let's see whether we printed information or not. Let's come over here one more time, make sure that we are being tapped. So here we would type tapped. Okay, let's resave it, and now here click on this. So we do see that we are being tapped, but now over here, let's see what's going on. Okay, this one, most probably because we need to restart app as well as remove everything and add it, and then we'll see. Okay, now if you want to remove everything from a certain shared preference instance, then here you could just simply call this one. Let's see, so this is just for debugging purpose. We can just simply go ahead and call over here shared preference dot remove and the key, so app constants key cart list. So this is what we want to remove. Okay, before we go ahead and add anything, we'll just remove this one, only debugging purpose, and this time. Okay, so but of course we need to come to home page and try to add some items to the cart like this one. Okay, now let's confirm to it. Okay, so that means it will remove all the old information. Okay, so all right. Okay, and it should cart list, and now let's click on this one. Okay, being tapped, yes, we see. So here, these are the latest information that we get. So that means that we are successfully able to print information from cart repo from here. Okay, so all right. So now if we can add to this one, that means that we can remove this information right after adding, because we don't need them anymore. Okay, all right, they only stay until you click the button. Okay, all right, so here we have to do things like this. Let's see, come over here, and here we'll call a method which is called clear. Create a method, actually it doesn't exist yet, so here we do void clear, and the first thing you want to do, you want to set this one to empty list. Okay, so here you just simply do like this, and it would set it to an empty map, sorry, not a list. And after that, we also need to remove information from here. Okay, now one thing we could do, now we know that it will add information. Okay, so right after that, over here we'll create a method, and over here we'll call it remove card. Okay, remove card. Now the body is over here, void remove card. Okay, now here we'll just simply do the one we had earlier for debugging purpose, this one. Okay, so we'll cut this one and we'll put it there. Okay, that's all. So now when this gets called, and after adding this, we'll simply remove this one. Okay, and over here let's do call update method to let the UI know that these things are gone and do a redraw of the screen, so don't show them anymore. All right, okay, now let's save it. Now here, let's see, and if we can tap on this and if they're gone or not. Okay, yes, so that means that data that's gone from here but should be saved in this string key. Okay, and that's all, but we can prove that it's still there, so we'll create another method. And well, that method we are going to create not just to prove that it exists, because we will also need to be able to use them later, because I said that over here we need to show that data. Okay, but before we show, we need to create another method. Okay, before we go ahead and create another method, let's make sure that what we are trying to do and it's logical. Okay, so the data is here. Now you come here, the data is here. All right, now let's restart our app, and we'd expect that this data, the one we added, it should be here. Okay, yes, it's still here. Okay, and that also means that this data should also be there. Of course, we can't view it, right? But that means that so far this logic is working. Okay, now of course if we click on this one, this should be gone, and add it to this one. Okay, add it to, yeah, this one. All right, and we can prove that the earlier data is still here. Okay, let's go ahead and prove it. Well, we can actually go ahead and create a new method. Okay, so we'll call it getHistoryList. So we'll create the method right below it. So over here it would return cart model because it's returning the history, so returning the object. And here we would do get cart history. History list. Okay, so all it do, it would take this information from here and return from here. Okay, so here once again we would do shared preference dot contains key, so we are checking if this exists. Okay, all right, so I'll copy it here and put it here. Well, if it exists, then do something. So if it exists, here, over here, this cart history. Okay, now first set it to empty list, and then cart history should be shared preference dot get string list. Okay, now over here we get it. All right, okay. And let's see here, it wants to put a null operator. Okay, and now right here we'll return now the problem is we can't really return cart history because cart history has dynamic cart history is a list of string, but here we want to return cart model, so that's the problem. So what do we need to do? We need to convert this information, whatever inside here, into list of objects, the one we previously did for this method actually. Okay, so the idea is pretty much same. Okay, so actually almost same. So this is the same thing we need to do over here, because we want to return a list of cart model objects. So we need to decode this one. Okay, once we decode, that would turn into map. That would turn into map, or well, map is more like JSON, and from JSON we can create object and add to it, right? So that's why first here we would do like this. We'll create a new variable over here, and we'll call it list cart model. I'm sorry. Okay, and here we'll call it CartList history. Okay, now here we'll return this one. but of course you just can't return an empty list. You need to convert them to real object. So here we'll take this one, whatever inside this, and we'll do a for each loop. Okay, and inside the for each we'll get each element, and then we'll add to this history. Okay, all right, and then we do add, just like this one we did exactly the same thing. Okay, so now over here we do cart model, okay, from JSON, but before we give it to JSON we need to encode it because we are getting string. So over here we do JSON, sorry, we need to decode it, JSON decode, and here we have this element, okay, this one, and we are good to go. So this one is exactly same as this one, okay, just a little longer, that's all. So this is same as actually this method, but once again, because we have two steps of keeping information on the app, so that's why we are repeating that and we are putting them in a different list. Okay, all right, so now we want to prove that the thing exists. So over here we'll copy this one, and for now, right after adding over here, we'll call this method, this one, and it returns a list of objects so we can get the length, right? So over here we'll just simply do print the length of history list is, here we do this one, dot length dot toString. Okay, yeah, that's all. So now let's save it, go ahead and restart our whole app to verify what's going on, and we need to add another two lines over here. You see that we are adding string to our cart list and this string key over here, right? And we are adding this one, but we are also missing another thing. If we previously had any information over here, we also need to keep that one and then save this new one, right? So over here we do a check if shared preference dot contains. Now if this key contains, let's see if it contains or not. If it does, let's see, over here we need to put app constants, if it does, then do something. So what do you do? So here we do cart history equal shared preference get string list, and the key is coming from here. Okay, then we need null checker. Sorry, if the key exists there, that means that it is not null. Okay, all right. So and then we can go ahead and add things to the cart. From the cart, the one is temporarily saved here. Okay, and another thing we should also do, I think, set this global cart to be an empty array. Okay, so this one. So here, and make sure that we are safe. Now over here, as you see, previously, well, just now we added one over here. Okay, okay, let's forget what happened, and now let's restart. And over here it says that we already have one. Okay, and now I'm going to confirm the checkout, and let's see what happens. So this time we'll go step by step. So let's confirm the checkout, tapped. Okay, the history length is 3. So that's most probably the previous data was there. Now once again we do more tests so that it becomes bug free. First time over here, for debugging, we'll remove few information. Actually we do it over here. Okay, before we add, we'll remove some information. So remove this one. This way we'll make sure that we don't have any bug, and I'll copy this one and we'll do cart history list. So first time, now we'll remove all of them and start everything from the scratch. This way we'll know actually what's going on, because there is too much information to wrap our head around. So let's restart. So now if we come over here, you add it. Okay, now add to the cart. All right, now after adding, this time everything has been removed. Okay, now let's comment it out. Okay, all right, so one item is there and we see this item, and this time history should be empty, and once we click on this, there should be one in the history, right? And this should be gone. Let's go ahead and verify it. Okay, now history length is 1. Okay, and this is gone. All right, now we can add more stuff. We'll add 2 over here. Okay, and more from here. So here we added 2 items, but the quantity is 5. But for now, we don't care about the quantity. All right, so previously in the history, we had 1, right? So now we are adding 2 more items. So total history should be 3, and this should be gone, right? All right, so history length is 3. Okay, now do more tests and make sure that we don't have any bugs. Over here, you add it and put it there. But this time, we'll just restart the app, okay? And being said that, so after restarting it, we'll be able to see that this information is still here. And when I come to checkout, if I do checkout, previously you had a 3, and including this one, we will be able to see 4 from here, right? And this should be gone. So now let's restart it. Okay, now we come here and we see, yes, we have 1. After restarting, our information is still there. Do remember, restarting doesn't mean reinstall, so don't get confused. Now, previously in the history, we have 3 items. Okay, so if I add this one, that would be 4, but I don't want to add now. I want to add more from here. Okay, all right. So total, it should be 5, right? Let's add more information. Okay, now total amount should be 5 in the history. Let's confirm it's 5. Yes. Okay, so this part is pretty much working. And I know it's been long hours about the cart. Yeah, cart is a bit annoying. It has a lot of information, and actually there is more to go. Now with this, over here, we are pretty much done. One more last thing to do, but we'll do that later. So now, based on this history list, this information over here, this one would be able to show information over here. Right, so before we go ahead and show information over here, let's take a look at how you want the information to be displayed here, and some basic algorithm that how we are going to realize this. Now, if you look at it, this is my app that we are building, and this is where I have already done it, but I need to share with you that how it should work. As you can see over here, we'll display the history based on time. Okay, so this time is different than this time, and this time is, well, also different than this, even though they look same, because they have difference in the seconds. But of course we are not displaying the seconds. So first we'll separate the items in the history list over here based on time. Okay, so we have to do that, and then we'll put these items together based on time. So it's one order, and in this order we had 3 items. So we see 3 items, and we have a button where we can click one more. But for now this button doesn't work. We'll make it work later. Now over here we just had 1 item, so we see 1 item, and over here we see 3 items. but here total 4 items. We are just displaying 3, but we have 4. Okay, so because this, if we want to display 4 of them, it'd be gone. Okay, so this is how we want to display. So here in each row we'll just display three images, but the items could be a lot more. Per order there could be more and more items. So that's what we want to do. So here we know that now getCartHistoryList will give us the list of items in the orders. Okay, we know that, and we will have to separate them based on time. But now there is a problem though. While in history list over here, whether it's addToCartList or getCartList, we don't have a time. But of course, if we go ahead and see cart controller, in cart controller, for each of the item in an order we do have a time, but that also means that this time, like for example, if we take this one as an order and it has 3 items, so those 3 times would be different, right? Because the user may be just browsing the page, 1 minute later they added this one with this, and another 1 minute later they added this one. So here the time is quite different, right? So we can't really depend on this time, okay? Because for each order, 3 items, they might have different time, and if they have different time, we can't display it like this. It would create a problem. So we need to find a way to display and show, to have the same time for each items in one order. Okay, so we need to do it, but for now, based on this, we can't. But if we come to our cart repo, and over here, let's see. Okay, so over here, this one, when we add to cart list, we can make a bit of change. Before we add to cart list over here, this one, we can add a time. Okay, now this time would be very different than this time. Okay, all right. Why? You see that each time we update something in our cart, we send the whole items, the items we are doing for this certain order. If you don't know what I'm telling, let's go ahead and come over here, and let's create a new item over here. So now here, for now, this items over here is empty. This item, I mean this one. Okay, so if I click on this, well, it'll put items into this, right? We know it. And we'll see. Okay, so now this has one time over here, but what if you want to add more items? Okay, another 4. Okay, so but at the same time, we also know that this is also being added here, right? Because we see this add to cart, we send everything, and after sending everything, we add things to this one using this for each loop. So this is the perfect place where we reassign this time. Okay, because this one gets called for all these items over here. Okay, that also means that this one is valid per item. Do you remember earlier we saw once you click this one just gone, meaning that we set cart to 0, right? So this is also valid per order, and it only exists until we check this one. But anyway, so once you come over here, it always gets called. So there's all these items over here, they get updated and their time. So over here, instead of writing like this, we can do the other form. Okay, this one, because we need to do some stuff, and that function is only valid if you want to return one line. But here we need to do some stuff before we return. So what do you want to do? So here we need to add time to our element over here. So we do element dot time. As you see, we can access time, but what time? Now once again, over here, when you get called this addToCartList, this loops through all of these items. Remember this one. Okay, so it takes everything from here. It takes everything from here, from based on this get items, right? So it takes everything from there, from items, and loops through it. Okay, so what we'll do first, over here we'll declare a time. Okay, and we'll do var time. Okay, now for now here, just to do something empty, otherwise it gets cranky. So now over here we'll do date time. Okay, now, and that's all. Now this one is coming from a package, I guess. Let's see. Oh, it's not, it's coming from Dart core package. Okay, and we need to convert it to string, because here we'll use a string. So now here we do time. So because we remember each of the element in this list is a cart object, a cart model, and we can access individual property or fields. So we did. So now once it comes over here, after doing everything, once it comes to this one, which means this one over here, this time field get reset, and all of them will have one time. Okay, yes, that's how it will work, and it works. Okay, let's go ahead and save it, and after saving we'll uncomment this one, because we want to reset this one for all the objects in this cart list. So let's save it and make a tiny change. Let's see. Now as when it touch this one, any of them, they should get called from here. Okay, due to update. And then what we'll do, we'll uncomment this one again, and we'll see that how it works. Okay, so let's remove this. All right, now we need to uncomment it, otherwise it will get called again. Okay, now let's save it. Okay, now let's check the time for each item. So this is 15:41, and here this is 15:41. Even though we added them different time, but we see the time is same, and we can confirm once again. Okay, so because we didn't check out, so that means that we can go ahead and add more stuff. Okay, so add stuff from here. Okay, and let's confirm to this one. Okay, now we'll see, if we come over here, we'll see that each three of them, they're having the same time. Okay, so here 16:22, 16:22, even the milliseconds, they're same, which is over here, or microseconds I would say. And yeah, which are we missing anything else? Not really. Oh yeah, 16:22, yeah, like that. 16:22, yeah, we do have three items. 16:22. All right, so that means this is how we can per order reset the time, because it doesn't really matter. So even though user might have added this one 1 minute ago, this was 2 minutes after, and this is 3 minutes after, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, because we want to save same time for all of this per order. So now this is working pretty well. Okay, so this is another concept that we got cleared, and I think we don't need this one here. We can just restart it. So now with this, we know that how the time should work, and per order they will have unique time. Okay, now let's check out over here. Okay, and it's gone while the length of history is 3. Okay, now let's go to main over here, this one. Let's check on this one. We come over here and it calls the getCartList, and we come to setCart, and let's find our setCart. Where is setCart? Which is over here. Okay, all right. What do we want to do? We want to print this one over here, get history cart list. Okay, so over here we will see if we can print this one or the time. So I think we can. All we need to do is find the right place, add to hit history cart, this one. Okay, after printing, actually, oh yes, we already have it. Okay, yeah, so this is where it's coming from, and as well as we can print one more information, the time for the order is over here. We do getCartHistoryList. Okay, and over here say you get the first element, and then you could do time from it, then to string. Okay, and we'll change it like this, or actually we can do it in a for loop just for debugging purpose. So here we do I int equals 0 and I is less than getCartHistoryList dot length. Okay, and I plus plus. So over here we'll have this message, and instead of doing O we can do I. So once again, this is for debugging purpose, and we'll remove them later. But anyway, right now we know in this history list we have 3 items, so add more items. Okay, now we'll come over here and add more stuff. This one, add two items, or just go ahead and check out and let's see the time. Okay, now here let's check out. Okay, yes, so the length is 4, and let's see, we do get up to length 4. All right, sorry about that. For loop does work, but instead of I you need to use J, because I forgot that I was adding I, another variable, but so they do have the same name. So the second I over here was being overshadowed by this one, so that's why this loop was not running. But anyway, as you can see from here, I already added another item, so we have 6 items. So do remember, just now for the first 3 items we had the same time. This is the second item, or second order actually. So this is the first order, this is the second order, and this is the, I guess, third order and fifth order. Okay, so now we can add more stuff and one more time and confirm that it works. Okay, now I'll add 4 items this time over here, from here, from here, and let's find here. Okay, now over here I'll come over here. Now after clicking on this, I would expect this last 4 will have the same time, 24, right? Yeah, okay, there we go. So 24, 24, 24, and these are the earlier, and total we have 10. So we know that in history list we have time like this, right? And that's what we are going to use in our leverage to show items over here. Okay, now go ahead and take a look at our algorithm. So just now we know that history list has order, it will have different orders, and each order will have many items, but items could be different, but they have the same time, right? So that's what we just confirmed over here. So we'll have many different orders. So but in each order we'll have different item with the same time. Okay, like this order 1, just like this order 1, and they have the, or I would say first order actually, they have the same time. This is the second order, different time, third order, different time, fourth order, different time, and this is the last order, different time. So that's how it works. So get history list gets me things like this. Now based on that, we'll make a map. What this map will do, it will try to find, for example, in the first order and the time it will take. Okay, and it will also take the second order and the time it will save for us, and for the third order it will also take the time. Okay, all right, so we'll shrink this down to a map, this list, but based on order and time. Okay, so because even this is one order but they have one time. Okay, we'll save it in a map, and also we'll do, based on this map, we'll also find, for example, first order how many times. Well, we do have one time, but it was repeated 3 times, so we'll save it. Okay, and then we'll go to the second one and we'll see, okay, well, second order has only one item and the time has also just been repeated only once. And we'll come over here in our history list, we'll continue and we'll check more, and we'll see, oh well, over here this order, even though the time is 1, but it's the same time has been repeated 3 times. And why we are doing like that? Because based on this we know that how many items has been added in the same order. Okay, so there is the same order, and same order has same time, but that's been repeated 3 times. So that means that this order has item quantity, all right, or it has 3 items, it has 1 item, it has 3 items. So based on the number of times the same time has been repeated, we know how many items in certain order. Okay, so we need to know this, because if you don't know this, we won't be able to draw this thing. Okay, yes, I know it sounds a bit complications, but do remember it's actually coming based on this one. So over here, because time is the only unique factor, others might not be unique. Okay, so we can easily get access to time, and based on time we'll separate them and we'll see if we have in the same order, if we have 3 items, 3 times, that means 3 items. Okay, so over here we have 4 items, and we do have the time has been repeated 4 times, so that means 4 items. Okay, all right, now how it should work and how we go ahead and build this one, we'll do a little practice over here, and then after practicing we'll exactly copy the same code to our Flutter over here, and we can use that. Okay, now we'll do a copy first over here. Now if we come and look over here from UI, actually I want to call this one because they'll give me a list, right? So this is what we want to call. Okay, now for now we'll create some dummy data over here, and here we'll call it this one, and this will have some dummy data. Now the data actually would be coming from here. We already produced the data, and we'll just simply go ahead and copy one of them, and that's good enough for us. Okay, so most probably we'll copy, let's see, yeah, up to this point. Okay, definitely we don't need all of them, just some fields, just to mimic that what's going on. So for now I'll skip this everything else over here. I'll just keep the time. Let's see this one. We also don't need quantity, anything like that, because the time is the unique factor. Okay, and we'll wrap this. Okay, now here we'll just go ahead and repeat them. because we are going to see once we have this one, how do you process the data and show this thing over here. We need to do a lot of Dart coding for this. Okay, so sorry about that. Okay, I will make some tiny changes, and only change we do in the order of time. Okay, so maybe this was added on the 6th day, this is all added on the 7th day, 7th day, 7th day. All right, so the time is the unique factor over here. All right, okay, now this is a list, but this is a list which has a certain property, interesting property. So it's a map of list. Okay, so this is a map. Before we saw how map works, and now map over here we do have a key. Our keys, they are all string. Okay, so over here we do string, and now the time, we focus on time, so our time is also string. Okay, all right, so we created let's see, line 3, we need one more this. Okay, now the error should be gone. Okay, line 4, it's yelling at us. Line 4, int can't be assigned to. Okay, well, now the value over here for int, even though it's the key is a string over here, this one and this one, but looks like the value is sometimes int, sometimes string. Okay, so we'll make it dynamic over here. Okay, and now all these errors should be gone. Now this is a list of maps. Before we learn that maps are wrapped around curly braces. Okay, now interesting point about this is we can actually pinpoint the time from this list. Okay, we can also do a for loop over here if we want. Int I equals 0, I less than get, well, it's a long name, so I'll just copy this one, dot length. Okay, and I plus plus, and now over here we can do print. Now we'll do this one, and we'll access certain each of them in a loop based on this I iterator. Now we can print certain properties of it if we want. So now let's go ahead and run it. Okay, so we can access the time, as you can see from here. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, the different time is over here. We are doing based on month. It doesn't really matter. So this is one thing we could do. We can of course access ID. Okay, if we want, but for now we are just accessing the time. Okay, so because over here it's a list of maps, so we can access certain field within it. Okay, but this is just for demonstration purpose. We don't need this thing. Now, okay, earlier I said that based on this data, whatever we get from storage, local storage, we want to make a map. Okay, do remember, so this part is exactly this one. Okay, the same idea. Now based on this data we want to make a map. Okay, so for this reason, well, we don't need this part. So over here, now this is the code that we're going to write. We'll just copy directly later on to our Flutter app. Okay, so but here we get a better idea how things work because I have the data that I can see. If I come over here, I have to look at this printed data, and which is not very convenient. Anyway, so here we'll create a new map, and if you see from here, the map name, I can call it cartItemsPerOrder. Okay, so here I would create a new map. Here I would do map. Now in this map, what I'll have, if you see, I'll have order and a time. Okay, well, now here our key would be string. Okay, and now the time is a string as well. Okay, that could be one thing, or I can save from here. As I said earlier, based on this we're going to make a map. So in this map we'll save time. Okay, and how many times this time has been repeated, that one. So that one would be saved as int. Okay, and now we'll call it cart. Let's see, what is the name? cartItemsPerOrder. cartItemsPerOrder. So we created a map like this. Okay, now we'll go through this for loop and we'll save items in this map. Okay, so here we do for int I equals 0, I less than this one, dot length L, okay, and I plus plus. Now over here we do a check because this is an empty map right now, so we'll put stuff inside it. Once again, we'll put the time as a string, and this certain time, how many times repeated, like 3 times. So we have to do that. The map, in this map we want to save our information, so here contains key. Yes, this is the right one. Okay, if this one has key, okay, now what key? The key is coming from here, from this list. Okay, and earlier we saw that we can access the list using this I like this. Okay, yeah, but of course we need to put it in a conditional statement. So here we would do if like this. Okay, now here if it contains, do something. If it doesn't contain, do what? So if it doesn't contain, just put inside of this. So if this map doesn't have this key, it means the time, for example, first time when we loop through this one, we are looping through, so first time it will point to this one. But of course in this map, first time, this time doesn't exist, right? Okay, well, so this condition over here, this would be false, it doesn't contain. So here we'll call put if absent. Remember we used it before in our Flutter app over here for cart controller. There's the same method, this one. Okay, put if absent. So we'll put, well, first time we are looping through this list over here, and this of course doesn't exist over here, right? So we can just simply go ahead and put. All right, so here we'll put this time. So we'll do this one. We'll take the time from it and take the time using this I and the certain field. Okay, so we are taking this field over here, which is time. So we are putting it, but now it does take other property. So this is our value. Sorry, this is our key. Remember, this has a key, so our time is the key, and it also needs a value. So what is the value? Value is int is here 1. Okay, so first time when I find this time, I'll remember in this map that okay, your value is 1. Okay, because I found you first time. Okay, and next I will go through this list again, while next time it would point to this one, right? Hopefully it makes sense. Now in that time, this condition is true because it's already there. What is there? This time, because this is 0205. This already we added in earlier iteration, and next time I come through it, I find it again, right? So this time is already in this map. So how can we increase the time? So what we'll do over here, we'll do this one first. cartItemsPerOrder. Now here we just update. Okay, update what? Update this value. Okay, so here we do this one. Just let's go ahead and copy this. First we need to find the key. So this is the key, and for this key we are going to update the value. Okay, so value has been added 1 earlier. Now here we'll take the value. Remember, here we are not accessing it as 1, we are accessing it as a value. Of course you can call it anything you want, it doesn't really matter. So plus value, because I found it second time. Okay, so I'm increasing over here the value, we are saying, oh, this certain time has been found 2 times. It means in this order at least there are 2 items. That's what it tells us. So next time, well, I go through it again, it'll find this one, and after finding this, it'll try to check if this time, which is this one, exists or not. It'll find it. It'll say, oh, I see you again. So it will increase the value to 3. Okay, 1 2 3. All right, so for loop will continue. It'll come over here and it finds the new time, 06. Well, it doesn't contain in this map, so it would be over here. Okay, now it will add a value 1. It means I found you once. So next time it goes, it'll come over here. It'll say, oh, this is a new time. So if it's a new time, we'll come over here. So hopefully it makes sense. It'll continue and save the time. All right, now what we could do here, we can go ahead and print this map. Okay, just let's for debugging purpose, so let's go ahead and print it. Okay, let's see. Yes. Okay, so over here you see it's a 3 is the key, sorry, the value int. All right, for time, for this time. So we have here printed our time, which is this one, actually the complete time, and we found it 3 times over here. The next one, 06, which is this one, we found it 1 time, and next one is this one, which is this 3, and we found that 3 times. Okay, so hopefully it makes sense. All right, now over here it's time to take out this int value from this map. Okay, well, this would help us in our view, which is over here, because we need to loop through our history, which is this one, history list, and exit from this list sometimes, because I need to redraw and go to a new line and redraw. Okay, so that's why we need to go ahead and save it, save the time. So now here I'll declare a new function, and it would return a list, but it would return a list of int, and we'll call it cart order time. Okay, so cart order time to list, because from over here we are taking the time and we'll convert it to list, because right now this is a map. Okay, all right, and once we convert it to list, we'll return. So we want to access this map, right? So that's what we'll do, and first we'll do here return. Okay, now this is a map. Map has a property which is called entries, and entries has a property which is called map. Okay, now over here it takes an element, so it'll point, so the first E, so it's more like also a for loop, you can understand. First E will point to this one. Okay, all right, if you point to this one, okay, now for this one, this is the key and this is the value. So from E we just want the value. Okay, and then we'll convert it to list. Okay, yeah, that's all. Now this could be scary for many people, so what I would do, I'll comment it out and I would do it like this. Let's take a look. As easier format, cart items per order. Okay, entries dot map E over here. Now from here we'll just get the E dot value. Okay, now before we return, we'll convert it to list. Okay, now this is the detail format, but the convention, the new convention is you can keep it as simple as possible. So this is the simplest one. Okay, all right, so over here internally the for loop happens over here. Okay, anyway, so we'll just remove this one and we'll stick to the standard one right now. Okay, now over here we'll create a new variable, okay, and just for testing purpose. So here would call it list int. Now order times. Okay, now here I'll call this function. This is a function actually. Okay, all right. Now I can print order times. Okay, let's go ahead and print it. Okay, now we can access the time. All right, it's beautiful. Okay, so this part of the code we can directly copy and put in our Dart in the Flutter app. Okay, so we don't need to repeat that, but this gave us a better idea that how we can take information from this list and separate them step by step. So first we took this one and then we made a map, and based on the map we got some information. Now this will help us to build this UI, because in this UI now we know if my list is this one, I know that first time when I run the loop I'll run it 3 times, okay, and then I'll run it 1 time because of this one, then I'll run it 3 times. Okay, now we can repeat this idea for the app. Okay, all right, now before I finish this Dart section, I could do another thing actually. Now of course this part would be totally reusable in our Dart app. I mean, we can just copy and put it there, no problem. Now of course how actually this loop would work. Now let's simulate it. So here we would do for int let's see, int x equals 0 and x is less than, so we'll take this one, dot length and x plus plus. Now we'll create internal loop over here, and here we do int y equals 0 and y is less than, let's say we'll take this one, this is a list, okay, and x, and over here we do y plus plus. Now here, okay, now here we could do some interesting thing. Here we'd actually access this cart guy over here. Okay, now I could say, well, recipe 1, recipe 2, recipe 3. Well, maybe this is 1 again because that was a second order 1, so maybe 3, 2, 4. It doesn't really matter. So this is my order 1, this is my order 2, and this is my order 3. Okay, now I'm trying to tell you that we would be access this one separately, and we can break out from the loop because we need to. Okay, so this procedure, almost the similar one, will repeat in our Flutter UI code. Okay, anyway, so here I'll write my order is, now over here we'll do plus, and we'll come over here and we want to access it. Okay, now how are we going to access it? This x or y? None of them. So we'll create a new variable over here where we'll call it save counter, and first one is 0. Now over here we'll use save counter. Okay, and counter equal plus plus. So each time we access it, actually let's see what is the problem. Get cart history list. Okay, into the string. All right, okay, we'll just go ahead and check this one. Now what's happening over here? So we take this map first over here. This is the map, okay, or this one. Okay, we loop through it, and at the same time now we'll check how many times, because do remember that. So this one, so this time how many times has been repeated. So they have now this map and this one, they have a one-on-one relationship. We know that. So this was my list. Now I had, this is my map, and this is the map list of time. They have a one-on-one relationship like this. So this time, certain time has been repeated 3 times. this one has been repeated 1 time, and this one has been repeated 3 times. Okay, so that's what is happening here, and we can combine all this information and loop through it and then withdraw. Okay, anyway, so now let's go ahead and run it. All right, so my order is, you see, so this is my first order, second order, third order, and this was again. Okay, this is, and this is. Well, now you're gonna ask me, what the heck is this? Can't I just go and loop through it? Yes, you can, but now because we combine these 3, we know what time we have to finish this loop, finish the inner loop. Okay, because if you can finish, then you can go to the next one and draw. Okay, otherwise you will have no idea when to finish this one, because you have no idea when your time finishes, when your order finishes, because this is the first order, this is the first order. So now because of this information, okay, because of this 3 actually, this and this this would be able to successfully go through the loop and finish the inner loop, because here you see this is the inner loop, it does finish. Okay, and we could prove it differently. Here you would do inner loop y index. Okay, here we do y to string y, well, I think it's we need to y to string. Okay, let's go ahead and run it. Did we run it? Yes. Okay, index 0, index 1, index 2, that means this is done. Okay, this part, inner loop, is done. That means this would done too, this would be done too. Okay, all right, so Dart code over here is finished, so we need to go ahead and start writing our UI, and lucky for us, this part has been done and we also know how it works, so we'll just repeat it. Now we'll come over here. Okay, sorry, we don't need the postman, we need this one. I want to keep the background white. Okay, now over here we want to start drawing things over here, so we'll come over here, and over here we'll create a new page. Okay, and we'll call it cart history .dart. Okay, now we'll create a stateless class. Okay, and we'll call it cart history. Now over here, instead of container, we'll return scaffold. We'll have body. Okay, sorry. Now we need to import some of the libraries. Okay, and over here we'll do column and children. Now let's see, we also need to import this one. Now over here we need to draw our app bar, so simply we'll use app bar over here, app bar. Okay, now app bar will have title. Now title take text, and here we'll use big text. We do have big text right here. It takes a text, and here we'll do cart history. Okay, all right, now let's go ahead and save it, and let's see if we can see some result or not. We don't see anything yet. Well, let's see. Oh yes, because we need to come to our home page, which is over here, and over here, this one. So we need to update this one, third one, which is this one. Okay, so here we would just simply call cart history. Okay, now let's resave it. Okay, let's try to restart. Okay, here we are. Okay, Now actually we want to put another icon over here. So it is a property which is called, I think, actions, which takes list of children. I think we can use that one as well. So we'll come over here, and here we'll do actions. Now here it takes let's see, list of widgets. Okay, so let's try to see if we can use an icon button over here. Icons dot shopping cart. Yeah, I think we'll go ahead with this one. All right, and let's see. Okay, now there's the problem, they're too much to the end. Okay, now that is the reason that I'm not going to use app bar, and a lot of you might ask me why I was not going to use that one. Okay, and this is the reason, because I don't have much control on it, and so that's why I'll just completely take this out over here. Okay, so I'll come over here inside this column and I'll draw things inside this, and I don't want app bar, so I'll go ahead and remove this one. Okay, because I want to have complete control. So yeah, now I'll draw everything inside this column over here. Now I'll start with the container. Okay, now for container I'll have I want to put things in a row. Okay, so here I would do child row, okay, and children. All right, so first one, I want to put this text over here. Now I would do big text, and the text is cart history. All right, and let's see, yeah, and I'll use a color for this one, colors dot white. Okay, and for the container itself I'll also use background color, okay, or color. So here I would do colors, well, here we'll use app colors dot main color. Okay, and the container will have width, so I want it to take maximum possible width possible. Okay, and apart from that, we can also apply some padding to it, the top padding. Okay, now here we would do padding. Now here we would do edge insets only, edge insets only, top. Okay, and we would do 45. All right, and what else we can change? Okay, now here I want an icon. Okay, so here I would do, let's see, icon, but we do have app icons which we can use, app icon. All right, and here is icons dot shopping cart outline. That's what we want to use, shopping cart outline, this one. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it and see the result. Okay, well, that's what we have for now, and of course this is not the best looking. We need to make more changes. Well, we can set up height to it, and we'll do height 100, and now let's save it. Okay, well, not bad. And over here, because this is a row, we don't want to put things so closely to each other. Here we can use a property, main axis alignment dot space around, this one. And actually this is what we want. All right, now, so that's okay. Now icon itself we can change a little bit. So here we do icon color. Okay, icon color, let's go and see here, app colors dot main color. Okay, yeah, so I think that's pretty much it for now. Okay, so this is the header section that we have, and next we'll see how to go ahead and use those. I know this design is a little bit different what I had previously. Okay, so this is what I had, but you can change the icon color. So anyway, it doesn't really matter. So because in future we want to be able to tap on this. Over here, when I was doing the design, I didn't think it like that of tapping, but for this tutorial, actually we want to take it more further than my original idea. So because I want to be able to tap and more information that I want to show over here, so this is perfect with this bit of background color. Okay, so here we'll come over here. Now for the app icon, we know that app takes background color, which is this one, so we'll also use the background color. Okay, so over here we'd pass background color and we'll do app colors dot yellow. Okay, so this is what we'll have for now. Okay, so with this we are done, and next we want to show how to use this one. Okay, all right, well, before we do that, actually we can copy our information from our Dart code over here. Let's come over here, and this is the information that we want to copy. We'll come over here. I'm sorry, not this one. Okay, now we'll put our Dart code right there. Now we will have error. Let's see. Now we need some information, like, okay, here we do have a cart list, which we don't have, and not over here. It should be over here, actually. Yes. Okay, now of course cart list we don't have, so we need to go ahead and call this variable and create this one. So I'll copy this one and I will put it right there. Okay, and we'll call it var equal. Now this is coming from where? This should be coming from a cart controller. Okay, so of course in cart controller we don't have a method, so what we'll do, we'll go ahead and create a method first. Okay, so we'll come over here and okay, below over here we'll do list cart model. Okay, get cart history list. Okay, now over here we do return cart repo get cart history list. Okay, that's what we want to return, and over here we'll call this one. Okay, so now we need to access our cart controller. We do get.find, and here we'll access cart controller. Okay, and then we do get okay, we need to import the library for Getx package, otherwise we'll get error. Okay, now once again we'll come over here and do get cart history list. Okay, all right, but now previously we are in Dart, here we are not, so some of this notion that we can't use. So here we do time, as you can see, cancel, because here actually we are accessing information, because here we are accessing information using cart model object, right? Previously we didn't have object, we had over here we had map, and maps individual field you can access by their name, but over here we are down to objects. Anyway, now do time, sorry, dot time. Now let's see what's happening here. So most probably it needs assurance that it's not going to be null. Once again, if putting this gets you error, you may not need to, but of course it depends on your SDK version. Once again, this part we don't need to change. Okay, now we need to go ahead and build list view builder, because we want to show information like in this manner. Okay, first here we'll go ahead and declare a container. Okay, and within the container we'll have left, right, and top margin, and that's what we'll do. We'll do margin and we'll do edge insets. Now here we also need the property only. Okay, now here we do top dimensions dot height 20. Then we would also do left dimensions dot width 20. By this time we should be pretty familiar how they work, and width 20 as well. Okay, and right after that we'll have child over here. Now as child we'll have list view, actually not really list view builder, even though earlier I said that was tip of the tongue, I guess. Now here inside list view builder we can have children. Okay, and for children we can use text or hi there, like that. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it. Now find our simulator, and most probably we have error. Yes, we do have error here. Now the problem is list view needs a certain container height. So for example, if you have this height like that, now the error should be gone, as you see. But now of course we don't want fixed height, we want it to be to have dynamic height and take all the available space. So that's why I'll cut this one and I'll wrap it around expanded widget. Okay, all right, so now here we go. So right now we are inside expanded widget. Okay, now put it there and refresh it. Well, nothing happened, but of course no error as well. Okay, now of course we can put many child like this. Okay, and we would be able to see them inside list view builder. Well, funnily enough, inside list view builder we can also have for loop. Well, not just in list view, in many places we can use actually for loop. So here we do say I equal less than 20 and I plus plus, and right below it you put whatever widget you need. For example, hi there, this is the widget we want to put and we want to run it 20 times. Okay, even you can run it many more times as you want, and it becomes scrollable. That's the beauty about it. And over here you can also do dynamic stuff. All right, so you see that the indexes are there. Okay, so here so far we'll use list view, but of course in our case we need more widgets and a lot of information change over here. Now of course here we don't want 100, we want items per order. From here we'll control it and we'll use the length of it. Okay, all right, so now we want to run it as many times, this one. Okay, and over here actually I will change the name to list counter, not really save counter. All right, now inside this, actually, as I said earlier, if we take a look, so here we'll have a column. So this would be a column, but now say for example items per order is 6, then I'll have 6 columns, 1 2 3. Okay, like that. So inside each column we'll have children. Okay, all right, so list view is working as a column for us, right? It's putting things on the top of each other, just like list view builder. But here we are not using list view builder because we'll do some complex calculation and data process. List view builder does create some problem on the rebuild UI, so that's why we'll go ahead with list view. List view compiles and render everything at one time, but list view builder renders thing on demand. That means that if your item is hidden, like below this bottom bar, they won't be rendered first, they would be rendered later. But with the list view builder, they're all rendered at a time. Well, they both have advantages and disadvantages. For us, list view builder would do the work. Anyway, so list view builder is going to draw them one by one on the top of each other, but inside it we'll still have a column because the small columns will have their own children. Okay, so here first definitely I'll go ahead with container. Okay, and once again over here as a child I would do column. Okay, we need container because we want to put kind of bottom margin and things like that, and that's why column is very useful. Okay, all right, now inside column first we want to show a date like that. Okay, so we do children. Now for now we do big text over here, text 05 02 20 21 like that. Okay, now for now we'll have just information like this. We'll go ahead and save it and we'll see how it looks. Okay, so here we are, and of course we can decorate it more. So here we do cross-axis alignment and the cross-axis alignment dot start. Okay, all right, now it starts like this, and over here we are inside this container, so each of the date is inside a container. So here we can actually set up bottom margin, so you do margin and edge inserts only. Let's see, well, that's the bad part about this editor, sometimes it's not that smart once again. Anyway, so edge inserts only, and we do bottom, and here we do dimensions, the height 20. Okay, all right, now we do have a little bit margin. Anyway, I'll put it here. Okay, all right, now we have this one, and after that actually we want to draw these images. Okay, now as I said that should be in a row. Okay, so here we'll go ahead and do a row. All right, now within row we want to draw stuff, okay, and horizontally. All right, and for that reason, well, first thing we want to do actually, we want to use a special widget which is called a wrap. Okay, because wrap lets you to draw the same thing again and again on certain direction. Of course it could be horizontal, it could be vertical, but in our case we'll use horizontal direction. Okay, so here we do direction axis dot horizontal. Okay, now right after it actually it takes children. Now here you could do children. Now here hi there, you can try again, hi there, or not hit there, we don't want to hit anyone. So now here let's go ahead and save it and see the result. Okay, all right, so you see hi there, hi there. Okay, so that's what it does draw things horizontally, and actually we want to draw our image like this. Instead of this text we want image. Now once again, now these images are coming from our get history list from cart repo, right? So it's coming from get history list. So these are all dynamic, right? So we can't really hard code like this, so we need to generate the children dynamically, and for that reason here we'll use list.generate. Okay, now it creates widgets on demand for you, so because as you see it's the length. Now it means we can play around with this length. Okay, we can do whatever we want. All right, and over here we can also return a function. Okay, now first we'll return like this, and here we do hi there. Now what is this length? Well, now length would be using this one, Now, not directly this one over here, would be use each of the item from it. Okay, now last time we saw that items per order, this stores the number of item in each order, right? So in a list, so we'll read them one by one. So for example, if we have this 3 over here, this if I equals 0, it refers to 3. If I equal 1, it refers to 2. If I equal 2, it refers to 3, the third one, right? So we'll get the value, and that value is the length. All right, now let's put this one over here, and we'll get now let's go ahead and save it and see how it works. All right, so yeah, that's what we have right now. Okay, and actually this is based on my getHistoryList, because in my getHistoryList actually I have a lot of history, and I did some of them for test purpose, which could be a little bit different than yours, but the overall situation is like this. Okay, so hopefully it makes sense. Now, saying that, it also means that this is the first images in the first order, first image in the second order, first image in the third order, second image in the third order, right? By this time it should make sense. Anyway, so now of course we don't want to draw a text over here, neither the child. So here first we'll go ahead and draw, we'll mention it width and height for now. For now they are all hard-coded, but we'll change them soon. And here we'll do decoration. Okay, now box decoration. Now inside this image, decoration image, and then image again, then network image, and then we'll here mention the image path. So for our case, constants dot base URL plus app consts then upload URL plus, now here is the interesting part. Okay, so how to get this image address. So here we remember we have this getCartHistoryList. So over here we'll loop through it. Okay, now once we loop through, what index to use, so that's very interesting. So here we'll use list counter. Okay, and then we do dot img. Okay, now here interestingly, well, this list counter, which is this one over here, now it starts with 0, right? But we need to increase it, and the question is how we're going to increase it. Now over here we increase it here, okay, because it was going through a loop. So the actual outer loop is this one, and this is the inner loop, just exactly we practiced in few, I would say few minutes early in our dart pad, right? So this is the inner loop. So over here actually we can increase this list counter, but we do it conditionally. If list counter less than getCartHistory.length, then we will go ahead and increase it. Okay, all right, we check this one to prevent overflow, okay, which also means that error during runtime. So we are checking it, otherwise it may increase more than this length and it will get us error. Now over here we'll simply do -1. Why? Think about the first time it happens. First time it starts over here as 0, but now when it comes here it becomes 1. But first time the index should be 0, right? So we do -1. So this way it keeps the balance. Hopefully it makes sense. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it. Here we go, our images are there, right? And yeah, it's already working. Okay, now we also need to set up the property. Here we do box fit property. We do fit box fit dot cover Okay, all right. Now we can do a bit of border radius. Do border radius dot circular. Now here dimensions dot border. I think we had the radius. Now we want radius 8, but we don't have 8, we have 15. So we can divide it by 2, so we'll get 7.5, which is pretty close to 8. So that's how we go. All right. Okay, so over here, now this date and this images, they're too close to each other. So here we could do a sized box. Okay, and we do height and dimensions dot height. We do 10. Okay, all right. Now it's looking better. But now there's this top space over here. Now it's happening because of list view. I'll cut this one. Okay, now here I would do media query dot remove padding, because list view has a padding. If you want to remove that, you need to use this one. Okay, now whatever you cut just now, put it here. Okay, all right. And we also need to mention another property which is called remove top true. Then it would remove the top padding. Okay, now it's already looking better. Now if we come over here inside this wrap, now the container itself, they're too close to each other, right? And that's easy to take care. Here we can just simply go ahead and use margin. So you do add insets. Okay, dot only. Now here we'll only use the right margin, and here we do dimensions dot width. Now here 10 by 2, so we can use 5. All right, so yes, it's already looking amazing and much better. Okay, now here's the problem. Here I do have 4 images and I have here 3 images. Now what will happen if you have one more image? Definitely it will cause overflow. Okay, so this is not what we want. And as I said earlier, at the same time we want to show some extra information over here. So given our screen size, we can only show 3 images. So we need to do a bit of calculation that how we're going to show 3 images. Okay, now it would be here. Okay, because this is the container that's showing images. Now here there could be 5 items or 6 items, right? So we do a conditional check on this one. Well, first I'll cut this one, and then here I would do, actually you can take this or this, it really doesn't matter. I'll take index because it's simpler to use. So if index is less than 2, less than or equal to, that means 0, 1, 2, that means 3 images. Okay, then we'll do this one, otherwise we'll just show empty container. Okay, well, now right after this you will see the images. There are 4 images, the order, last image would be gone. Okay, because we just want to keep first 3 images. So let's save it. Now you see this is gone, everything else stays the same, just that one was different. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. All right, so now this is the first item in our row, which is this one. Now over here we want to put stuff like this, definitely. Okay, all right. Now here we need another container. Let's go ahead and check it. So here we do a container, and now let's take a look over here. We had a height like 80, right? So we're gonna go to pretty much like that, but if you see over here, we do have a bit of extra height because of this and this. So it's more than actually 80. But if we are smart, actually we can also do hard-coded height. For example, over here, height 100. Okay, all right. Now it does create a little bottom overflow, so you can go ahead 120. Now the overflow should be gone. Okay, now here we are good. Okay, so it means that the parent container, this one, okay, is 120, but once again they're hard-coded now. Later we'll change them. Okay, all right, so well, in the column, in the row section over here, so we can change stuff. Now here we had this height, container. So now over here, say you want to do height 120, just like parent. Okay, now we want to have child, so child would be our column. Now inside column we want to show this information. So here we do children, and definitely the first one is small text, and the text here we just write total, and then we are good. Okay, all right, and then we want to show how many items we have over here. Okay, so that's what we want to do. Well, for this one we'll use big text. Now here we'll have text. Now where's this is coming from? Pretty easy. It's coming from this one, .i. Okay, and to string. So as we are looping through it, we can access this one, and we do access only once, right? So we'll have no problem. And let's see, color, app colors, let's see, title color, maybe this one. Oh, let's save it and take a look. Okay, well, we do have a bit of problem. So we have this bottom overflow. All right, we'll take care of that later. Now here, first thing you see, this contents are too close to each other, so we can separate them. Let me close this. So here we do main axis alignment, and main axis alignment dot space between, so it will push everything to the far apart. Okay, now I'm inside this container over here. This is a column. Now over here we can also use property for main axis alignment, and we would do main axis alignment dot, well, now space evenly. Let's go ahead and check it. Okay, now like this. Okay, so over here you also want to add more text plus items. Okay, all right. So now here you have one item, 3 items, and total 4 items, but we can only see 3. All right, yeah. Okay, cool. Now here you can also do more check actually on this, like how many is based on whether it's one or more than one, like that. Anyway, so I'll leave it up to you. So now regarding this one, that was main axis alignment. Now we will take care of the cross axis alignment, and cross axis alignment dot start. Okay, so we'll start at the beginning. Over here, I think, look at this one, the color. So we need to take care of the color over here. I think we can use the same color as this one. So I'll just copy and put it there. Okay, now it looks great. Well, next part is taking care of this one. Well, for this one, we will go ahead and draw a container first. Okay, and let's go ahead and do it. Now container itself will have kind of padding and margin. First go ahead and do a decoration over here, and then we'll do box decoration. Okay, and border radius dot circular on the dimensions dot radius. Well, we want a radius of 5, so we don't have 5, but we can divide it by 3, then we get it. Okay, now over here we can also use color border. Okay, now that was border radius. You see it does have border, so here we would do border. Now we do border dot all. Okay, and we'll have border width, we'll use 1, and text color we would use appcolors dot main color. Okay, all right. Now of course we need to put some content, otherwise it won't be visible. So here we would do child, and for now we'll use small text. Okay, text one more. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it and see the result. Oh yeah, well, definitely we need to work more on this. Now inside the container itself, we want to use the padding inside of it. Okay, so let's go ahead and use padding so that they look very different. I mean, sorry, they will have space on the left and right. Okay, so here we do edge insets dot symmetric. Now here we'll use horizontal dimensions dot say width 10, and we'll also use vertical. Okay, and we'll use height dimensions dot height. Well, we want 5, we don't have 5, so we'll divide it by 2. Okay, now it's already looking better. Okay, all right, now here's the thing. I think they should all start from the left. Okay, so from the right. So cross-axis alignment, let's, instead of doing this one, let's start from end. Okay, now it looks much better. And let's take a look at this one, the text color itself. So here we want to use color, appcolors dot main color. Okay, all right. Now let's go ahead and check. Yes, so that's pretty much what we wanted, and it's already looking great. All right, now let's see what else. And over here I think we do have good space, but over here we don't have enough space, so let's take care of why not. Okay, so most probably it's from here, because we don't have enough space. And how much space we have, we can go ahead and do a color, and we'll see colors.red. Okay, so it's not taking the complete space over there. Yes, it is same as this one though. Yeah, yes, we do have the similar space over here. I think we'll go ahead with this one, and for now that's it. Okay, all right, so now we need to take care of this date over here. Okay, well, for showing date, actually in general we can think of like this. So you can go ahead and use getCartList, getCartHistoryList, and we can just simply do over here, let's see, list counter. I think that's what we can do, list counter, and then we do time. Okay, and make sure that it's not empty. So if you do that here, well, we do see time. Okay, yeah, we see that. Now the problem, there is a problem with that approach. As you see, First, this is not the date format we want, and second, a lot of unnecessary numbers we don't want. So this is something that we don't want. But anyway, so for this reason, we need to go ahead and install a plugin. Let's come over here and install this plugin with this version if you want to follow along with me, and let's do pub-get. Okay, and we are good. Right after that, over here, first I'll just go ahead and remove this one. Now the reason is because we need to process this date. We can't really use it directly, but right now we need to process it inside this for loop. But inside this for loop, we don't have any space to write any Dart code, but there is a way to do that within your widgets. Inside widgets and next to other widgets, you can do Dart code. And for that one, well, we have in Flutter, this is called immediately invoked function. Okay, we can use that trick. Now for that one, you need to do like this. First do this one, and then do this one more, and then do this one, and after that you will have like this. Okay, and then all you need to do, put a comma, and once you do that one, between these two you need to return a widget. Okay, now here, say for example you want to return a widget and a text like that. Okay, all right, let's see here. We do have a bit of error. Okay, let us take out this one. Where is this error coming from though? Let me do Control Z. Let's go back where we were. Okay, we were here, so I'll remove this one, and then I'll put what I copied just now. Okay, I don't know what happened, but anyway, now it works. So yeah, so now this special brackets, these are called IE, which means immediately invoked function, IEF. Now with this in Dart, we can do a lot of data processing thing. Okay, all right, so here we do data and data processing, and then we can just return. That's the beauty of this thing. Okay, now anyway, here we want to show the date, right? All right, so we can show the date in a date format, so we can use date format function. Now the date format we want is like this: dd y, and then we want HH for hour and minute, and then a. All right, we need to import the library. Now we need to save this date format. Remember, it's not a string. It returns, it returns you a date format, and we'll save it in a variable, and we'll call it output format. Okay, all right, so we want something like this. Okay, now of course, this is the format we want and show over here. Now right here, here we'll do another thing. We'll take this format and output a string. Okay, now here we'll call it var output date. Actually, the string would be a date. Now because this is an object, I'll put it there. This object have a function called format. Okay, this is what we want to use. But now here, interestingly, if you hover over on it, it says that it takes a date time object. Okay, and then it returns string. Well, so this returns string, that string we'll be able to use over here, right? But now this takes a date time object, as you can see. So we have to create a date time object using the date we saw earlier. Okay, the one we have in our data storage. Using that one, we have to create a datetime object and give it to it, and then it would work. So for that one, first we need to go ahead and grab that one. Okay, so now to grab that, you also need to use date format once again. Now the format that one has currently in our local storage, so that is year, month, and day. And then after that we have HH and MM and SS. Okay, all right. Now, well, if you don't believe me that it's like that, simply right over here you can call getCartHistoryList and the list counter. Okay, yeah, let's see, and we need to get the time object. Okay, and this one. So you see, so this is year, month, date, and hour, minute, seconds. So this is what we have currently. Okay, and that's why I wrote it there. But anyway, so from here actually we need to parse it. Okay, now parse this one. So we know that this is the format there, but you need to get it, and you need to get it using this parsing method. Okay, so once you get it, it would return you date time object, and over here you can save it. So you do date time. Here we do parse date, because this is the format that's stored, but of course once we get it from here, we are wanting it in this format as well. Okay, and it is there as well, so they two have to match. Okay, so whatever you know the format is there, you use that format to take out from this list and convert it to a datetime object. Okay, now if you did datetime, why we did datetime object? Because we want to pass it over here. Okay, now anyway, one more step over here. We want to convert this one to a string. Okay, and then create this datetime object. So here we do var input date. So here we do datetime dot parse one more time. Okay, and now whatever we got over here, convert it to string and apply to it. Okay, all right, now you see this one gets you datetime object. Okay, so this datetime object would be able to use here. Okay, so first line we got a datetime object, and in second line, okay, using that date, the one we got, using that one we get another datetime object, and then we put it there. Now definitely this output date we need to use over here. Now instead of text we can use big text, the one we already have, and we'll do text. But now we don't need this one, we'll just remove this and put it there. Okay, all right, now let's save it. Yes, perfect. So here's the date we have, and here it works. Okay, all right, now let's go to other pages, come back, and we still see. Okay, now let's go ahead and add an order and see how it works with us. So this one I'll add over here. I'll try to add 4 items so that we know what's going on. I'll use this one, and I want to add one more from here. Okay, let's complete the order. We have 4 items. Come over here. Now let's see. So yes, we have total 4 items, but we can only see 3. Okay, now there's another problem actually. The problem is this one should be at the top, the latest order. Like this is the earliest order, right? I just made it, so it should be at the top. So next we'll see how to do that one. Now we'll go ahead and take care of this date issue, that they should be at the top, right? this one. Well, it's pretty easy. So all we have to do, we need to come at the top over here, and well, I'll put it in a new line like this. And then, well, this is a list, and a list has a property called reversed. We'll use that one. But once you do reversed, it actually is not a list. It becomes iterable object. Iterable object means you can't go through it index by index. Okay, in that case, you have to access it using keys, but we want a list. We don't want keys, we want index. So you need to convert it to toList. All right, now after that, let's save it. Okay, now you see the order reversed. Okay, so now it's at the top. So now we can go ahead and add one more item, and actually let's add 2. Okay, all right, let's come over here, let's check out, let's go to over here, like, okay, so here we are. So this is at the top. So while it's working out as we expected, now let's take care of some of the tiny issues that we had early. So now here we don't want hard-coded, so here we want dynamic. So we do height multiplied by 10. Okay, now over here padding, we did have 10. We do have 45, right? Anyway, let's save it, and it's okay over here, and we don't have any issues. Okay, and what else? So let's see, 120. So here we could do the same, dimensions dot height. Well, we can go ahead with 30 and multiply it by 4. And over here we do have padding 45, top padding. So here we can do dimensions dot let's see, over here we do have a height 45. This one is okay. All right, and what else? I think this place is pretty all fine. And yeah, okay, so this one, so dimensions dot height, well, we don't have 80, but we have 20. Okay, all right, and over here we do the same. Yeah, we're pretty good after this. And all we need to do, we need to check it on a new device, which I'll do, maybe say iPhone 11, and just want to make sure that it's still responsive. If not, then we'll do the necessary changes. Okay, so let's let it boot up. All right, here we are, and well, this is a new phone, so I don't have any card history over here. So I'll add some of the stuff, and we'll see how it goes. And I'll add more stuff to it. Let's come over here, and well, so it's also great looking over here. And let's go to home page, and let's see. Okay, yeah, so we don't have any overflow issues. You should not have any overflow. All right, and yeah, so that's it. Well, next we'll see how to click on this and reorder our stuff. Okay, so here we want to click on this and go to a certain page, I mean the cart page. Let's simulate this one first. So here we are. Now here I'm going to add stuff, and we'll add more stuff. I'll be here, and I'll come over here, I'll make the order. Now the order would be in this history cart, and now as I click on this, it will take me to this page. Okay, currently here it doesn't. Okay, well, so this is what we want to do, and we can check out once again. We can also do more stuff over here, add more, and different items we can add to it. Okay, now these two are coming from cart history, so you have a special message that you can't review, but this is added just now, so you can go back and see what happens. Okay, but for this kind of items you can't. So this is what we're going to do right now. Okay, and even you can add more stuff to it as you go ahead and do more and more, and then you'll come over here and you can check out, and once you check out, you come over here, you see that you added this one, and just now you had 4 items, but of course you can go back one more time. You can go back here one more time, it's fine. Okay, but well, now if you go back here, you see on the cart you have these 2 items, but if you say, for example, you want to have this 4, then you will have this 4. Okay, like that. Sorry, so if you're here, then you can have 2. So it's all up to you that how many items you want. Okay, so it resets everything. So but this sounds like that is going to be a lot of work, but it is not, I promise, because we have done most of the work for this so far. So it just rearranging some data, and on click we go back to cart page, and for cart itself we have done all the work so far, so it wouldn't take us a lot of time. So let's go ahead. Now here, this is where we left last time. Okay, so I'll enlarge it. Now here, this is this item where this says 1 more. Okay, so this is the button that we are going to use. Okay, now here, this is the button we have. So I'll just let's see. Okay, 1 more. So I'll put it here and I'll cut it. Okay, let me do this one and save it, and it's gone. Okay, so this is the button. Now here I'll definitely use gesture detector to wrap it around. Okay, and here we'll have on tap event. Okay, and then let's see, I think I'm missing semicolon over here, and then we'll have here child. Okay, and we'll put what we had earlier. Okay, now it's back. All right, now let me explain that how it's going to work. Say I add more items to it, and say even this 2 over here. Now come over here, check out. Now you come to this page and you'll see that, okay, you have orders like this. So the thing we're going to look for is the unique time, and based on time, for example, in our history cart list we total have five items, right? But they're grouped by this time over here, right? They're grouped by this time. So well, now I think we can, oh, iPhone, yes, on iPhone you can do it, the sliding. Anyway, so they're grouped by time over here, so we have to find this unique time. Okay, and based on that we'll do a for loop, and we'll try to do a match. If we match, then it means that we are on certain item once we click. Okay, for example, right now we can go over here, okay, and we can do print log over here. We could do print, and we could do cart, say history list, and over here what we can print, let me see. So what do we have up there? Well, I think we can print even stuff from here. Okay, all right, so we don't have to print this one. All right, and let's see, toString. Okay, now I'm doing test. Okay, just like that. Okay, now let's restore it, and let's tap on this first one. So yeah, doing test 2, so it means it has 2 items. That's what it's giving us. Remember, items per order. Now doing test 3. Okay, so that's how we can lock which one we are clicking, but of course we want to for now get this time, not really the number of items we have per order. Okay, that's not what we want, because that's not unique. Remember, only time is unique, so we are going to once again time to know where we have clicked. Okay, well, now if you see the Dart code previously that we have used over here, at the top. So let me see, I think I can collapse some of this. We don't need all of this. We can wrap this one and we'll only keep this. The window is small, so let me enlarge it. So now over here, okay, so we do have a method where we have this one where it says cart order time to list. Well, what it did, it saved how many items per order. Okay, well, I think I want to rename this. I don't like this name, so let's rename it. So here we'll rename it to cartItemsPerOrder, just like this. So here I'll take this one and cartItemsPerOrder. So instead of small I, we'll do capital I. Now it makes more sense, okay? Because here we are just getting how many items per order, right? Beautiful. Now remember, previously cartItemsPerOrder over here. Now this is a map where we had both this string and int. Now string was the date, the unique date we put as value or key over here, and the value was this int, right? So what we did later on, we returned a list of time over here. I mean the number of items that we had, not really time, the number of items, and we made it as a list and saved it over here, right? So that's all we did. And we did it from this map. Now we can get more information from this map. So earlier we are getting the value, which was int. Now we want to get the key, right? So if we get the key, that means those are the time that's saved here in this map. Okay, now if we can get the time, then later on we'd be able to use this time over here to compare it with the original time, and then we'd be able to do more stuff. Okay, so first we'll copy this one over here and I'll put it here. Now I'll rename it over here, so cartItemsPerOrder, and here I would say cart order time. Okay, cart order time to list. Okay, now over here, instead of getting the value, we want to get the key, and key is our time, and that's all we want. Let's see over here, list string. We do have, okay, now we need to change this one because we are returning string. Okay, now the error should be gone. So now with this we are able to have the time. Okay, now if we come over here, and that's a list, right? So here I can just put it over here and I can use the same index. Let's see. Okay, so first what I need to do, I need to declare a variable. I'll call it var and order time. So that would be a list, and I'll put it there, and I get the list because this is a function that returns a list. Now over here I'll use this one. Okay, now simply I can just call here order time. Okay, all right, now let's go ahead, save it, restart it, and over here click on this one. So here order time is 1808. 1808, that's 6 o'clock, that means 18, right? Now let's click on this one, so 1202, which is 1202, so which also means that now we are able to get our time. Perfect. So now as we are getting the time, we can compare this time with our original time in the cart history list, which is over here, this one, get cart history list, because this also has a time. Okay, so this is the time that we want to compare over here, and based on that we'll create a new map, because first, right now we don't know which one we are being clicked, and all this information over here, they are list. So that's another problem. So two problems. First problem, we didn't know where we are being tapped, but I think right now we can know that we are being tapped over here, but we don't know which one being tapped. So for that reason we need to compare actually. Okay, and based on that comparison we'll make a map out of it, and that would be pretty easy. And once we have the map, we need to send this map to this item over here, because item is a map. Once we can do that, and we are done. Okay, so that's not a lot of work, but you have to understand that how it works. Right now we don't have a map, but this one only takes a map. Why? Once again, because if you come over here, see this one, in this page everything is coming from this items map, right? So once we click on this page and go a page like this, we have to return a map to this page. So now our next target is how to make a map. All right, so now we have this list of time that's available over here and grouped, and the time is only for per order, right? Okay, great. So next one, now we'll create a new map. First we'll do map, and in this map we'll have int, and then we'll have cart model. Okay, and here we'll call it more order, and we'll initialize it to empty map. Okay, now we need to import it. Now you may ask why we are doing this one. Well, once again, because we are over here. Okay, so here we have items, and items is a map of int and cart. Okay, because we are going to add and give value to it, so the two maps, they have to have exactly the same type. Okay, so now this is the map. Now all we need to do, we need to extract information from cart history list and put inside of this one. And before we do that, we need to compare with the time. Okay, because cart history list has a lot of time. We know that over here each row has a time, right? All right, so now we'll start over here, and here we'll do a comparison. So first we'll do a for loop, and we'll start with int z equals 0 and z is less than getCartHistoryList dot length. Okay, and z plus plus. Now we'll come over here. Now here we'll do a check if getCartHistoryList I. Now it has an item over here field which is called time, so we get that time. Okay, and we'll compare if this one is same over here. So this one, because this also has a time, we remember that, right? Now here I'll use let's see, here we are using I as an index, so we'll use that one. Now this, sorry, over here this should be z coming from here, this one, and over here this is I. Now this I index is once again coming from here, because this is the outer loop, and outer loop is dominating everything. So we are taking the index from here, outer loop. Do remember, items per order, the length of this one, which is this one, is same as the length of this list or this list. Okay, so they have the exactly same amount of length, which means their index is going to match. Okay, you need to remember that one. Anyway, so now we are over here. Now we are checking on this. So if they match, we are going to do something. So which means that certain time in this list is matching with the list of this one. Okay, so that means we are on the right order and right item. Okay, so in that case we can take that one out from here and put inside this one. Okay, in this map. All right, so to put inside a map, what we could do, here's the thing. Before we go ahead and put, let me print a log over here. Okay, now here I would do my order time is, okay, now here I would do order time, which is I over here, I dot time. Okay, or just simply this one, and let's see how it works. Okay, my order is, let's see, because that's returning us a list of time. Okay, so each of them will have time, so I can say my order time is. All right, now let's save it Okay, now click on this. So my order time is perfect because they have 3 items and they were added on the same time, 12:02. Now you click on this one, now we get the other 2. All right, so that's how we verify that our history list, the items being clicked there, clicked on the right one. Okay, then we can grab them. Okay, so now what we do here, we would click add on this. So we do more order. Okay, dot put if absent. Okay, all right, so now more order, as you see, it takes an int as a key and cart model as a function. Okay, now here what we do, we'll take just the key. We'll take the product ID over here or card ID. Now here, let's see, before even we go ahead and do it, let's see what ID we are going to use. Okay, now here this time we'll print the ID, the cart or product ID is, which is very important. Now of course that's coming from getCartHistoryList because this one just has time and this one has a time plus everything else. So here we do J. Now here we do ID, okay, to string, and we are good. All right, now let's click on this one. So here ID 234 and here ID 384. Okay, all right, so over here this one and over here this one. All right, now let's save it again. Now let's click on this. So 48, 2 items, and here 248. Okay, now let's see. If we just print this one, okay, to string, okay, let's go ahead and print this one and let's see what happens. Now here, well, it says instance of card model, and right over here let's do product. Okay, now product might have ID inside. Okay, let's go ahead and do it. Well, if it doesn't work like this, we can just simply do this one. Okay, let's see, add a null checker. Okay, now let's save it. Now let's click on this. So here product ID is 234. Now let's click on this one, product ID is 84. Okay, so almost get the same thing. And let's try a bit of different approach this time. So here I'll comment this out and we'll come over here and let's try like this. Print product info is, now here we can print the product info, and for this one now we need to do JSON encode. Now here is the object. Now in our case the object is coming from here. This is the object, so each row represents the object in the list. Okay, now we'll print it. All right, now let's save it. So come over here. Now let's click on this one. Sorry, I think this one. Okay, so here we do have product info, as you see. Now ID 2 and over here product ID is 2. Now ID 4, product ID is 4. So which is over here. ID 3, product ID is 3. So we're going to get unique ID as well. So if you click on this one, it's the same thing. So now the thing is that if you want to encode here or print information, then if you use an object and use JSON encode, so it will help you to print string. Okay, all right, so whatever we click over here for each of them, this ID is unique. Okay, this one, because this ID, if you remember in the first part, exactly coming from our database, and this is an ID that's unique and increment. Okay, all right. So anyway, so now we know that we can use underlying this ID to have as our maps key, because in the map, key has to be unique. The value could repeat, but key has to be unique, otherwise we'll get error. So anyway, now we'll remove this section. We don't need this. All we need to do, we need to put in our map. So here we do more order dot put if absent. Now over here, the key, we can use anything we like. So you do get cart history list I, then here we do ID. Okay, I'm sorry, it's not I, it's J. All right, and let's see, over here we might need to, well, convert it. No, it looks like we don't. We just need this one. Okay, now here's the trick. Here we want to send a object, because here cart model is an object. Okay, now just now we saw that this is an object as well. Okay, all right, now here there are a few steps for it. Okay, so I'll break it down over here. This is the line, and going to return, otherwise we'll get error. So here, what do we do? Here we'd first do cart model. Okay, this one from JSON, but from JSON it wants a JSON object. Okay, all right. So here we can definitely use JSON decode. All right. Now it takes a source. Okay. Now over here we would use JSON encode. Now it wants a string over here. Okay, oh sorry, it wants an object. So this is our object, that's what we put over there. So first, this is an object, so we convert it to JSON decode, which means more like a string. And once you have JSON decode, which is actually JSON object, sorry, I'm sorry, I get a little messed up. So we have this object over here, then we give it to JSON encode, which makes JSON object like this, and then you have to use JSON decode, and from here it takes, we have a method which is called from JSON. Okay, now you may think that why we just directly don't do it. It's not gonna work. I mean, you can try it. Okay, it's just not gonna work, and it throws an error. Okay, it might ask you to add a null checker, but we still have an error. So JSON encode decode, JSON encode decode would solve the problem. Okay, all right. So well, with this, each time the ID is absent, we can go ahead and put in our map. Okay, and we know that ID is unique, so wherever you click each time it would be there. Okay, you click over here, it would be there. All right, so once that is done, the map would be filled with your product and your cart items like that. Okay, now it's time to set it to this cart controller, which is this one, to this one. Okay, to this map items. Now one thing we could do, we can simply go ahead and create a setter and set the items. Okay, and now that's what we'll do. So previously we had one for setting the storage. Now we'll create another one setting the cart map itself, which is this one. Okay, all right. Okay, so here we'll create a new method, and the method would be a setter. So we would start with set. The method name is set items. Okay, now it will take map, so definitely int, because we are giving it to map. So here it will be cart model, and the name we can say is set items. The object names, the one we'll receive, and then we'll just simply do like this. And over here we would set the items here like this. Okay, first we'll make sure that this is empty. Okay, and then we do set items equal set items equal set items. Okay, all right. So once again we are doing this because First, make sure it's empty. If it's not, then set it to empty items, and then you set whatever you're being sent from here. Okay, now with this, after the loop is done, we can go ahead and set it. Okay, so for that one, simply we would use get.find, and over here we would do cart controller, and here we would call set items to this one. Okay, so this is this new map that we created, this one. So that's how you set items to a map. Okay, so this is a map, this is a map. So if they're map, you can just simply do equals. Okay, now with this we are done this section. All right, now it'll just simply add to this items over here, but remember earlier we have seen that each time we actually add item, this method gets called, and this one checks if there is a duplicate ID or not, and if not, then it just put in the map like that. Okay, but here, and after that we set it to our local cart list, remember, because this one eventually calls this one, and this one after that I think also calls this one, and then we set it to the local storage. Okay, so we have to do the same thing over here. Now for this one, well, I will copy, because over here this doesn't get called, it only gets called from here. Okay, so I'll create a new method over here, and I'll call it void addToCartList. Okay, then over here I'll do this one, and simply I'll do update. Okay, if necessary. So with this, now we'll come over here and we'll do get dot find cart controller, and here we would do add to cart list. Okay, like that. Make sure that we are calling this one. Yes. All right, so yes, with this, now actually simply we can go ahead and check it, and we'll see that it works. Okay, all right, now let's save our code. All right, now what we'll do, we'll simply just click on this one. Okay, now we'll come to our cart over here, which is this one. Yes, we see these are the items that we had over there. Once again, this too, right? But now we can go ahead and click this, then this would be removed and this would be added in the cart. Okay, now let's go ahead and check it. Come over here. Yes, 3 items. In fact, you can do the stuff you want and they're still there. Okay, so there is no problem with that, and you can go ahead and do a checkout over here, no problem, and we can do that, and we did. Now we come over here, we will see that this is the new one that's been added. The image order is a bit different, but it makes sense, right? Okay, now you can do one more over here, and we'll go over there, and we see it's still there. Okay, now if you want, you can even add items to it. Say I want to add this one, add to cart, and you can, now we have 4 items. Now actually we can add more to it. Say I want to add this one, this fish, so add to cart. Now let's come over here. Now this one, we have total 5 items. You check out, you come over here and you see yes, so total 5 items. Beautiful. But if you do one more and come over here, sorry, so it's still there. Okay, because we just added. Anyway, isn't it beautiful? And this just few lines of Dart code, but you have to understand the logic, how it works. So all we did here, based on time, we found our orders and put it in a map, and then we come over here. But of course, now the problem is you don't want to get stuck over here. You click on this, actually what you want, we want it to take you to a new page. Okay, the cart page directly. Okay, so once I click on this, it should take me actually here. Okay, that's what it should do, but right now it's not doing it. Anyway, so let's check out and let's see here, and this is the item that we added just now. Beautiful. Okay, so but we can do it simply over here, and we already laid out the basic for this one as well. So here we do get.find, get.toNamed route and route helper. Now here I think we need to import it. Yes. Now here we do get cart page. Okay. Now get cart page, it takes it should take parameter. Let's see, get cart page. Right now we're doing route helper. Okay, now let's see, get over here. Okay, for now cart page doesn't. So what we'll do, we'll go ahead and just save it. Okay. Now right now I would expect that after clicking this one, it'll take me over here, and it did. Okay. Yes. Now we can go back and let's see this one. Now I want to click on this one. Yes, it did, and I do have 5 items, and I can do this interesting stuff over here. But now here's this problem. Let's click on this one. Yes, we get this error. Okay. Now the error is coming because once I click, it doesn't know where to go, because just now we are going back from cart history, not like other pages. Now I need to restart it to show that what's the problem. Okay. Now I think yeah, they're still here. Okay. Now the problem is once I click on this, I go that page. Let's see. Now I want to view them, but here it doesn't have any idea that where we are coming from. But for example, say I add it from here and I come here, and this is the last item I added, and this time it knows that where I came from. Okay, it knows that I came from here because I clicked here and I went there. It knows that where I came from. Okay, but the problem is if you come over here and now you click on this, it doesn't have any idea where we came from. Now why it doesn't have any idea, we need to take a look at our cart page over here. Let's see our pages, cart page, which is this one. Okay, now if we are on the cart page, you'll see that we have some conditional check over here. Okay, so based on that, we were either going here or there. Okay, so get popular, from here you go to cart page, blah blah blah. So once I click on this, actually I can go back to this get popular food page, which is here. Now get popular food page or popular product, which is this one. Okay, all right, so I can go back, but right now we don't have any notion that how it works from this page. If we come from history page, it just doesn't work. So we need to add a little more condition, and then we'll see that how we go ahead. Well, the reason it doesn't work, we have to know it first. Well, now if you come to cart history page over here, and over here we were converting this cart model from JSON, or from this list we found an object and we converting it to cart model. Okay, and we put it over here in this map. Okay, but if you take a look at the cart controller over here, you see previously when we created an object using cart model, we also explicitly created a product model. Okay, as you can see over here or over here. Okay, well, right now we don't have this mechanism. Okay, so we are just converting to JSON and then decoding from JSON, and then we just go ahead and create an object. So over here we are not doing it. Now because we are not doing it, so if you want to click, let's say come over here and click any of this, all it does, well, it finds either popular food detail page or let's see, the other page is recommended food detail. So it finds one of them and try to goes there, and that's okay. The problem is when you are here, let's see, our cart, okay, we have constants, we don't need a cart page. Okay, So of course we go this page or this page from here, right? Now there's one problem. Sorry about that. So here you see we do have an product instance that we look for. Okay, now if it can find here, then it finds the index, then we can go ahead. All right, but now the problem is here, because we are not explicitly setting any product index. So when it comes over here, this cart page, it tries to look from this list over here, this list, but it can't find it. So it's always return minus. Okay, now this page only works if you like add stuff and go there like this, but I don't want this page to work for history page. I mean this logic. The reason is because here you may have a lot of orders, and one day, maybe 100 days later or 6 months later, user decides to go for one more. Okay, now by the time that product, certain product might not be here, at least in the app. Okay, so if I go ahead and try to look for a match in the app, definitely I can't. Okay, now over here the same thing is like, I mean, yes, the product is not in this app anymore, I mean over here, but it's in the history list, and history list is saved in user device. Okay, so anyway, from the device we make the order, I mean based on the device record, not really from over here. Now the product owner would get the message. Okay, now after that, if the product is still there in the restaurant, then the product owner would send it. If it's not, then they would manually talk with the this person who made this order. Okay, all right, so that's why we don't want to look for in this list, because it's coming from history, and history could be very old. By the time the product might not be there anymore. Okay, now we can go ahead and check it, but that would create a lot of complexity in our app. But a lot of time in real world, if you order a product and the order doesn't exist, then the product owner would call you that just cancel the order. Okay, or cancel it from the back end. So that's how it should work. So hopefully it makes sense. So now here we don't want to look for in the list, and we also didn't apply this product model explicitly over here, so that's why it's not going to work. But now how to solve this problem? Well, it's pretty easy. So here, well, now I'll just cut this one for now. So there is a bit of condition that we need to check, and even after that, if we can't find the index, that means that actually it's from history page. Okay, so we have to do one more conditional check over here. If recommended product index is also less than 0, that means that it's failed over here, remember, over here, and it's also failing over here. Okay, so in that case we don't want the user to go to any kind of page. Okay, so if it could found, then we'll go over here. Otherwise we'll just simply show a message over here, okay, that you need to do certain things. All right, now let's see over here. I think we have this one. Okay, I'll just simply go ahead and copy this part and put it over here. Okay, all right, now here we'd say history product. We'll just simply write over here, product review is not available for history products. Okay, just like that, as simple as this one. Okay, all right, so now let's go ahead and check it. Now what we'll do, we'll go over there and I'll try to click on this, and it would send me is not available, product review is not available for history products. Okay, now we won't have this crash anymore. Okay, but at the same time, say for example you added this one, let's see, yes, now let's go to our cart, and this one would work. Okay, but it won't work for the history products. All right, so hopefully it makes sense. Of course you can remove this one, and you can also remove all of them just to check out. And now here we'll see that we have only one item. Okay, so hopefully this logic makes sense, that why we don't want to look for in the list over here using the product one. Okay, well, so far so good. So we are pretty happy with this. Okay, all right, well, soon we will be doing our personal profile center, but before that we also need to take care of a bit of other issues. Okay, like for example, if you don't have any history over here, we want to show a message that we don't have any history. Okay, for example, another problem is, say for example, if you come over here, we don't want to show you this page, we want to show a beautiful message that you don't have anything in your cart. Okay, once we are done with these two sections here and here, then we'll go ahead and do our personal profile center. Well, if we don't have any message over here, or first time when user downloads this one, here it would be empty, and here it would be empty as well. So we want to show an image over here, and for this reason we'll come over here and check out an image. You should have the same image if you're following along with me. Over here I will have this empty cart image, this one. So this is the image that we want to show. Okay, now the reason is because in future here we'll check out and it will send a request to the server, but if you have empty cart, you don't want to show this image, right? So first you will show an image if nothing is in the cart, and we'll also hide this information. Okay, all right, so now for this one, here we'll build a new directory, and we'll call it base. Okay, now within this directory we will have some global components or reusable widgets that we'll be using throughout our app, not belong to any kind of special pages. It would belong to the whole app. Okay, so anyway, here we'll call it no data page.dart. Okay, all right, so now over here we'll build a stateless class. We'll do stl. So we'll have stateless class, and here we'll call it no data page. All right, and over here, first thing we want to do, we want to import some of the dependent libraries. Let's go ahead and do it. And over here we want to have two kinds of parameter that the caller would apply to it. Okay, so first one is final string, the text we want to show. Okay, so it would be more like this if you come over here. So image would be here and the text. So we'll give image path and the text. Okay, so that way it would become reusable. So here you do text, and now here we'll have another string, and here we'll call it img path. Okay, after that actually we need to apply this parameters over here, and here we do this one. Required this dot text, and over here for the image path we can make it optional. So here I would do img path, and here we do assets image empty cart dot png. Okay, all right, and here we need to use this dot. Okay, now here if you take a look carefully, we want to put things in a column. So here we'll just simply return a column first. Okay, and it will have children. Okay, now within children we want to put the image first. Okay, now because we are going to use the image locally from the device, so we'll use image.asset, not image.network. Okay, now here the first parameter would be using is this image path. Okay, all right, and after that we need to give it width and height. So here we'll do height, and now this time we'll get height a bit differently, but it's still dynamic. So we'll get it from the context, because I have access to the context over here, so I can access the size of this device screen. Okay, and then here we do height, and here we do 0.22. So I think it would get you around 150. Now here I'll just simply go ahead and copy this one, and here we do width, and here width. Okay, so this way we'll get pretty much like a square size, and after that we'll have a bit of spacing below it. So here we do sized box. Sorry for the noise though. So here we do height, and we can just simply copy this one. Okay, we'll put it right there, and we'll have a very little height. I think that would be around like 10 pixels, things like that. So here next we would show the text itself. Now the text is the text that being passed from here. All right, and here we need to apply style to it, and this time we'd be using a different style, a bit of different. Okay, now font size itself, here we would use well, now media query of context. Okay, here we do size dot height multiplied by 0.0175, so very little font size. And then we'll have color. Okay, now color we'll use from thin context. And then here you will have a color which is called disabled color. Okay, yeah, of course you can get color just using colors dot whatever, but we can also get color like this. So we're learning new things over here, like you can dynamically get your height and width like this from the context as well. Okay, all right, so now for this time we'll come over to our cart page over here, and the cart page here we have this few sections. Let's see, yeah, so we have a header, which is this one, and this body position is over here, and the bottom bar. Right now I'll just simply go ahead and cut this one over here, and here we'll use Getbuilder. And here we'll have a cart instant, cart controller, and here we'll return what we just had early. Okay, but now before we go ahead and return, we need to do a conditional check. So we do cart controller dot get cart, I think. Okay, it can't recognize the object because here I'm missing cart controller. Okay, now here we do get items dot length, and if it's greater than 0 then we do one thing, otherwise we do something different. Okay, otherwise we will show no data page. Sorry for the noise, there are many kids over here, but you guys are pushing me to record it as much as early as possible, and I'm trying to do that. Anyway, so here your cart is empty, or actually right next to me there is a dog and a kid and some women, and they're very noisy. Anyway, because I'm working at office right now. So here this is what we have. So get items gets you the length of the items that's added in the cart, right? We know it. If you don't know what it is, go back and check from cart controller. So now this is what we want to see. Okay, now I'll just go ahead and save it because currently the cart is empty. Now we do have overflow issue, and we'll take care of them. Now the first thing, because we are in the column, right? So while over here column, the default position is top left. Okay, so we need to change that one. So here we do main axis alignment dot center. Okay, now for this one, because it's a little more than the width we had, but we can solve it. So here we do cross axis alignment dot stretch. So it will stretch it regardless whatever you give to it. Okay, now it can't stress the text, so that's the problem. Okay, so over here we can use a property which is called text align. I think it's called text align dot center. Okay, now it will put it in the center, so that's what we get. Perfect. But now if you come over here and add an item. Okay, let's come to our cart. All that's gone. Now if you remove it, you see it immediately. But now this is the problem. Okay, we also need to take care of this one. Well, for this one, once again, we need to come to cart page, and over here we do have this let's see, row. Okay, so this is the row that's showing this information. So here, once again, we would cut it, and let's see, we have a cart controller object here. So here we do cart controller dot get items dot length. Okay, so if it's greater than 0, then we'll show the text, otherwise it would be empty container. Okay, now here I think somewhere, let's see, somewhere here. Okay, I'm missing this one. Now that is gone. Now let's check it. So that is gone as well. Okay, so perfect. Now if you go over here, or if you come from here, say it is the items, but you remove all of them, then it's gone. Okay, perfect. So it's working, and that's what you want your user to see. So this way, this app is more safe. The user can't really do random actions over here. The only thing they could do, go back to home page. Okay, things like that. Well, there are a lot of other things we need to take care, but here we'll do the same thing once again. Okay, we'll remove everything. If there is nothing, then we'll show that your cart history is empty. Okay, so that's what we'll be doing next. I had to go ahead and restart my phone, and I also manually deleted all the history. Okay, so I don't have any history right over here. So we'll follow the same approach as cart page over here. So we'll come to cart history, and over here we have these two sections, which is container and expanded. Okay, by the way, if you want to remove this repo, so I would suggest put this one over here. Okay, but of course I already did that. And then try to go to the cart once you do that. Okay, add a thing to the cart. Okay, and confirm this button, and that's supposed to show, that's supposed to remove it. Okay, but during the remove you might encounter null value, so I would suggest after removing restart your phone, and then you should be good to go. Like for me right now, I don't have anything over here. Okay, cool. So just do this, make sure that you can call this one, and it should be called from here. Anyway, so now we'll come to cart history page over here, and I'll cut this one, and what I'll do, I'll go ahead and do first Getbuilder. Now here I'll use cart controller instance. Okay, and then I have to return. Of course, I have to find the controller first, so let's find it. So we do cart controller. All right, so now we have it. Now here we do conditional check cart controller dot get history list. The length is greater than or 0. If it is, then we show whatever we had. Otherwise, we will use no data page. This one. Now over here, your history, or you didn't buy anything so far. You didn't buy anything so far. Now here I want to show a different image, so I'll use the image path over here. So I'll use assets image emptybox.png. You should have the same one if you're following along with me. Okay, yeah, and well, I will make a break over here because too much information. Now of course you need to put this return statement. Okay, and now it should, we are good. Now let's restart it, do a hot reload. Now come over here and we say this thing. Okay, of course we need to do repositioning. We'll do that soon. But now if you add some things, like if you come over here, okay, so it should be gone. Okay, but before that, let's go ahead and reposition this one over here. Okay, well, first to reposition it, we'll wrap it around a widget and we'll call it container. okay, and over here we'll give it height. Okay, now let's stay organized so that we know what's going on. Okay, all right, so here this is inside this, and I think it wants a const modifier. Now here, well, it said unnecessary, but if we put some stuff, it won't be unnecessary. Now we want to give it a height. Now here we would use media query.of context.size.height. Okay, all right, so now let's save it. You have this overflow issue, but we can certainly take care of this. We don't need to be so precise about this position, so you can just simply take this amount of space and put it right there. Okay, now the error is gone. Okay, all right, so because we are inside a container, so container has a height, but actually we'll make sure that it's pretty much centered in the container itself. Okay, all right, now let's see if we still need, and it says replaced with size box, and do that and see, no problem. And over here add a const. Okay, we're good. All right, okay, now it's great. Now if you come over here, all right, I had to restart my app and add more data for testing. Sorry about it. Now here's the thing, if you don't know how to remove this, so you can do like this. You can come to a cart repo and find this function addToCartList. Okay, and over here you add this section. Okay, all right, now over here let's save your code, command or control S. Now after that you will come over here and find okay, anyone is okay, add stuff, and once you click on this, we know that this function gets called, and then we'll remove everything and we return, so we're not going to do anything else over here. Okay, all right, so it did. Now what you will do, you will comment it out. We don't need this code anymore. Now save it. Now restart your app and it should be gone. Okay, so if you come over here, yes, that's gone. Okay, that's fine. Now let's go ahead and add some information. Now here, come here and the checkout. Okay, fine. In future from here we'll automatically go to other pages. So for now it's a static. So now if you come over here, you see this. Okay, now the problem is, let's go ahead and click on this one and we get some issues, an error. And first error over here, it's overflow issue. Okay, now it's pointing to this code over here, the one we just added. And then if you go down, and it points to this one, list counter. Okay, now the problem is because of this code, the one we added before, well, the code is okay. This is the function that's creating problem. I mean, this special function sign, which is called IE, immediately invoked. So we can't really use this one, because as soon as the app starts, well, this function gets called immediately, and it does cause issues with these things. So there are certain changes in the app and this function gets called immediately. So in other places changes happens, this gets called immediately, and this causes an issue. Okay, so I'll cut this one and I'll remove this. Okay, so we can't use this one. So over here we'll create a new function. We'll call it time widgets. Okay, so over here we'll take an index and then we'll return a widget. Okay, now widget, if you return a widget, you have to write here widget. Okay, because big text is a widget. Okay, and we need to do more conditional check over here. So over here we do if index less than getCartHistoryList, the one we have, it has to be less than this, then we go ahead and do this thing. Okay, this calculation, otherwise we don't. Well, now in this case we have to copy this one, put it over here. So we do initialization, and we do initialization with the date time dot now. Okay, and then convert it to string, otherwise we'll get error. Now over here we don't need this one. So now this way, even if we don't fall in this condition, we'll have a default date. Okay, now we'll go ahead and call this one. So we need to call it from where? Let's we were where we were. I just forgot where we were. Remove padding top. I think we were over here actually. Okay, so we'll call it from here, and it needs an index. So this index is the list counter, the one we've been using to keep track of our global counter. Okay, all right, so here we are checking this list counter, which is index over here, is less than this one. Okay, now let's save it. Okay, now let's come over here. Okay, now let's come over here, click on this. Okay, let's click on this. Now the error is gone. Okay, now you can reduce it, you can add more, you can do stuff, things like that. Okay, and come over here, and you can go back once again. All right, great. Now even you can add stuff to it. Okay, now you can add more stuff. All right, and let's keep adding. Make the order. Yes, you go to the order page. Okay, all right, so you can get one more time, no problem. Okay, so this way that's all, the bug has been solved. Okay, great. So far we are doing great. So with this, we are done with this cart and cart history page, things like that. Okay, well, there are other tiny issues that we can take care, but now we will not. So now we'll go ahead and install Backend. See how to go ahead and install our Backend. And for installing Backend, first you will come to this link over here. Go over there. This is my other tutorial, and over here you will learn how to install the backend. Follow the bottom end YouTube tutorial on this page, and that will walk you step by step how to install this backend. Okay, so follow the last tutorial on this page. Okay, all right, so after this I'll assume that you're able to install the backend on your own. Okay, following the tutorial. Now after installing backend, here we are, and if we go to the backend, this is the front end of our website for backend, and we type in this one, we see Laravel over here, and we can access to backend, the backend side of this application by typing in admin. And if you're installing it on a server, on a domain, just replace this one with your domain name. Okay, all right. Now over here you type in admin for username and admin again for password. Okay, so this is admin and admin. Then log in, and once you log in, you will have a page like this. You can learn more about the backend over here, and or you can close them. Okay, now you can come over here and open it, close it, and there are some basic menus. You can click on them, you can go through them, and you can see some of this information. Some of them are useful, some of them are not useful to you directly, but they are all useful actually. Like over here, it gives you the basic version that you are using right now as the backend. Okay, and of course over here, if you click on this, you can definitely go to the official website of this backend package, because I'm using a package from here. It might take a bit of time. So over here they have every documentation, but of course this is their GitHub side. Okay, you can also get to their Laravel docs admin, this section. So over here you will have all this documentation about this backend. Here we have get started, model, grid, and show grid, but it might be a bit slow, so you need to wait. And everything is well documented. So if you have a bit of idea about Laravel, so this Laravel admin panel would be super easy for you. Okay, anyway, so don't forget to check out my other tutorial about the backend that I have created using this package. Of course, after installing it, you need to customize it. Okay, anyway, now we'll come over here, and first we see over here that we have food and popular food and recommended food. So this is the main food category, and this is the subcategory. And these two categories earlier we have seen in our app. in our app over here as popular and recommended food. Okay, this is where we have seen them. Interestingly, this backend is very useful. You can change the order as you want, like this. Okay, whatever you do, don't forget to save it. Okay, all right, so you need to click over here and save it. Okay, all right, now after installing it, so this becomes our URL locally. So now on our app we have this two endpoints, popular and recommended. So endpoints are actually just like certain item that you want to point to. So over here we are pointing this to, but you'll learn more about endpoints very soon. Okay, now let's check out that whether this works or not. So we have this one, so this would be popular food, and which should be belong to this one, and this one actually you can know more about over here. Like this is popular food, recommended food, and this is exactly you see over here. Okay, so these are the popular food as you can see from here. Okay, yeah, so anyway, now we'll open up our postman, and previously we have used postman. Now we'll use it to test the APIs locally in our local server. So I created a new tab, and over here I will type in localhost, and well, I do localhost, and our port number is 8000, and then I'll just paste what I copied from here, this one. So this endpoint you can also access from localhost if you set up it correctly, and then this is a get request, so you can click send. So it means that we'd be able to access our app using this from this localhost using this same URI. Now, because you should first try your app and backend everything locally, then you'll take it to the server or production server. Okay, so that's what we are doing. So locally from postman we can access them. That means that in our app, if we set them up correctly, we'll be able to access them as well. Okay, now let's go to our app over here. Now, so previously if you downloaded the whole well, if you're following along with me, previously there was a different name, but now we are going to change this. So here you need to replace with this localhost. So here you do http 127.0.01 and port 8000. Okay, now you should either do this tutorial with me on localhost or on your own server and domain, not using my server. Please don't use my server because I'll shut it down, because too many people are using already and my server is loaded and jammed. Okay, so use local server, localhost, or your own server or own domain. Okay, anyway, but the whole installation process, if you use it on your local server, it's pretty much should be the same as the one I showed you before, how to install Laravel. Okay, anyway, so now we'll restart our app and we'll see that if we can access them from localhost. Okay, so over here, this is our server URL and endpoint. So everything is okay, no error over here, so it means we can access them from here. Okay, all right. Okay, but there is another way to prove that we can do much more than this, access from locally. Well, what to do? Well, here we see we do have two categories. Okay, one is popular, another is recommended food, and which in the server over here you can see the category name, or in the food category. Well, soon we'll create a new food category and we'll see how to access them from our app. Okay, now before we going to do that, first we have to understand a little bit about our backend. Okay, now I'll open up backend code in VS Code. So if you really want to run this locally or on your server, make sure that you have the correct settings. Over here you should have this one, but if you are putting on a server, you can write the domain name over here and make sure to set up database root and password, things like that, correctly. Okay, and everything else shouldn't change over here. Now after that we'll close it, and after that actually we'll come over here in our routes folder. Okay, now here inside routes folder I have API folder, and then inside API folder I have another folder which is called v1. Okay, so inside v1 folder we have this api.php, which is this one. Now over here, if you just install Laravel, you will have api.php inside the routes folder directly. I had one and I have deleted that one before. Okay, so I created a new folder, API, and then inside it I have created v1, and then I have created api.php. Okay, now if you do changes like this, and which you should if you make an app like this, the one we are building, which might have a lot of APIs and different API version, so that's why you should have this level. Okay, so once again, this is other folder inside API. I'm not sure why VS Code shows it like this. It should be actually down here, but anyway, now if you do like this, then you have to know, you have to come to this providers folder, and I think route service providers. Over here you do need to make a bit of change. So over here inside this boot function, you need to comment out the old one, which we don't need, and then you'll create this one. Okay, now in future if you want to create a different version for API, then you'll just come over here, copy this and change the version name over here like v2, and over here change it to v2 as well. So this way your app will have two versions of API, because if you want to upgrade, so older API and newer API, so they are in different folders. Okay, so you will create another folder inside v1, and that you call it v3 or whatever you want. It doesn't really matter. So once again, if you change the structure of your routes folder over here, you must come over here and change it. Now as I said, once again, previously inside routes folder you will see api.php directly without these two folders. In that case you should have this settings. In that case you'll not have this. Okay, you have to know that. And here once again, another thing, or one more thing that I would like to highlight, the namespace thing, which is very important. So here all the controllers are in this namespace. Here namespace means that the path, that's as simple as that. Okay, so if you open up app, http and controllers, you will see a lot of controllers. Let's go ahead and do it. So app, http and controllers. So inside we have some controllers. Of course you also have some subfolders, but for those subfolders you don't need to mention your namespace. So this namespace, you must follow this convention, and of course you don't need to mention it, it's already there once you install Laravel. Okay, but this section is quite important because this path is referenced from other controllers. Okay, we'll see it very soon. Anyway, now I'll close it. Now once you have this one over here, so now we learned a little bit about routes and the structure and the API. Now inside this, if you come over here, you'll see a lot of endpoints. Actually the routes are the endpoints. So like this is an endpoint, popular means popular food, the one we saw early. So this one corresponds to this one over here. Okay, all right, and this one corresponds to this one over here. So this is called endpoint. That's it. So it may sound very superficial or something extraordinary thing, but it is not. So now over here, this popular is a endpoint as well as it's a route. Okay, now for now we'll over here focus on this 3 or this section. Okay, so we don't want to focus on this one, so I'll collapse it. So we'll just focus on this 3. Okay, now as you see over here, you also have a namespace. Okay, now Actually this namespace adds to the other one we have seen just now. Let's open it up over app folders and providers and this one. Okay, all right, this one as well as this API. Okay, so I'll close others. So now here we do have this one, so I'll just copy this one over here and I'll come over here. Okay, so what happens, let me tell you. So once you have this endpoint over here and the base URL, so what happens actually when it comes to this place over here, say certainly this one or this one, it doesn't really matter which one. So what happens first over here, this gets this URL, right, base URL, and then actually it adds this one automatically, of course. But of course when it adds, it's not like this, it's more like this. Okay, hopefully you understand, it's more like this. Okay, so when it comes to the backend eventually from Flutter through our client API, so let me show you. Where is our client API client? I think it should be somewhere here, not here, data API. So here we do have a get request, right? So whenever from here it comes to the server, and during the time when it comes to the server, actually it becomes like this. Okay, because this is an endpoint. Once again, over here we have endpoint, this endpoint is this one, so this one also gets added. Okay, so it's more like this. That's all. So it's a long URL, but of course we don't see that. Okay, so when it comes to backend over here, it becomes more like this one. So what I'll do, I'll copy this one. Okay, so over here it becomes like this. I want you to understand that what's happening. So this long URL, okay, so that also means that go to this website, go to this app folder, then go to HTTP folders, then go to controllers folder, then go to API folders, then go to V1 folders, and then if you have this one, go and add this one, find this, and then find this. Okay, all right. So up to this, it's everything is a folder. Okay, from here, of course this is also a folder if you know how domain works in a server. So this is also a folder, but anyway, for now we'll call this as a domain. And after that, okay, from here actually things started to change. Okay, here you see we have namespace. Okay, so after this, when it comes to the backend, because of this one namespace, this is added, and then this section is added which is related to this one. Okay, so once that is done, we pass up to here. Okay, from the server, from Flutter app up to here, we all pass, no problem, smooth ride. So that's how server request comes over here. Once again, the base URL is this one, which has this port, or some, if you have a real domain which doesn't have a port, and then it comes to, it adds this one because of this namespace. Okay, and then we also have this API v1 which comes from this one over here. Okay, and after that we pass up to here, and then it finds products. Products is with prefix. If you know English, what is prefix, you would know what the meaning. So prefix products, so it's add products after this, and then it says okay, then find this one. Okay, all right, so it finds this one, that's all. And when it finds this one, it tells you okay, I need to find a controller and a related method which is attached. So well, this finds a controller, this one, and then a method. Now where to find this controller? Once again, it finds the controller from the namespace over we have seen there, this one, as well as we also tell go over there. Okay, so it works in both ways, and not just find this endpoint, it also finds the controller for you, everything. Okay, All right, so endpoint is here, and after finding endpoint, we know that our controller should be inside there and inside this. And if we open it up, this is what exactly we'll see. So we'll come to base URL, then we'll come to app, then we'll come to HTTP. That's what exactly we are following. Then we come to controllers, and then we say we come to API, then we come to API. All right, then we come to v1. Well, yes, we do have API v1. Okay, all right, and then it says that find products controller. But of course, after this, it first comes over here. Okay, so which is related to this one. Okay, and then it says find this. So we find this, we find this. Find this, it finds this one. Okay, that's all. Now this is a controller. Where to find this controller? Based on this and this. Okay, so that's how it works. And over here we see that we do have API v1 inside this folder. Okay, if you see, you can close it, so it means the file is gone. So we see a product controller. Okay, and that's exactly what we are telling over here. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. Well, it's a lot of information to grasp. So this namespace is quite important. This namespace tells you where the controllers are, and the controllers could be also subfolders. So subfolders are mentioned using this group thing, the word group, route group. Okay, so hopefully it makes sense. Once again, I'll go through it very quickly. So this is everything what we get from server. Okay, and after getting this, actually this is so far this is no problem. We get this, and this takes us up to here. Okay, all right, and then it says find this one, which is a prefix. Okay, and then the endpoint after prefix. Okay, now of course, how to find this route folder over here, because everything is coming from route. Okay, so you don't need to worry about it. Laravel knows it, and that would be another long story which we don't have time to explain. Remember, every API should be here and your endpoints are here, then from endpoints you find the controller. Of course, the name is here, so product controller should be inside this one, which once again we mentioned earlier over here. Okay, great. And then it says for this controller we have a method which is called getPopular. Okay, so we need to find this method. Now if you come over here, we'll have getPopularProducts. getPopularProducts. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. I'll close this one, and now I'll come over here. There's a lot of changes we don't need, so just over here. Okay, all right. Now, so anyway, so that's how the endpoint works. So when it comes to endpoint, so over here it finds a food model. So this is a model. Now the models are over here in the models folder over here. Okay, so models are like how you take data and data to data relationship in the database. Okay, so that's what is defined over here, and over here we'll see that our table name is in the database, which is called foods. Okay, and we have some different methods over here, and we'll talk about them later. But definitely if you come over here, and which is a product controller, sorry, I closed that early. So in general, for each controller you should have a model, and model defines you, tells you that where to find data and how to get data. It's pretty much like that. Like for example, we do have some information over here and some methods. Okay, now for now here from the model we use this method, which is built-in Laravel method, where, and it has an ID 2, and it takes the first 10 of them. Get means get me, take me, so take something, so take first 10 and get me those records from the database. Okay, and save them in a list. And once you do that, you go through some process. What process? As you see over here. Now, while in your backend information, in backend text, there might be a lot of HTTP or HTML, sorry, HTML entities. So get rid of them. We don't want to see any extra characters or unnecessary sign or things like that. Okay, so we use this function to get rid of them. Anyway, so over here we're doing this using a loop. Of course, this is not a Laravel course, so I'm not going to go into detail. And then we say, okay, return me data in this list. Okay, this is another array which is we call data. So return me all the data over here in this variable. Okay, and over here I have defined some own fields or some variables. This is called associative array. Now we return it as a JSON response, and previously we've seen that this is what is JSON response, okay, which is more like a map. Anyway, so that's what we get for popular products, and the same process happens for our recommended products. Okay, so hopefully it makes sense. Actually, this one we don't need, we had it early just for test. So this is how recommended product is accessed from our app over here from Flutter, and it comes to the backend. This is exactly the same way it comes over, and then it finds the method which is get recommended products, which is over here. Okay, now if you see get popular products and get recommended products, they're exactly the same. The only difference is the food type. Okay, all right, so we are right now we're not going to open up our database table and not going to see that. We'll see that later. So first we'll see just the code. So it takes all the food information related to type ID2 and get us first 10, and then we go through the for each loop to take out some unnecessary information. Okay, and this is the two fields that we don't need, so we don't want to send it to our API over here, so we unset them, which means I don't need them, and then I reorganize based on my needs. Okay, because I want to send some additional information, so I make a new array, and that array I send using JSON response method, and that's all. The same things for get recommended products. Okay, all right, anyway, so just now earlier I said that we will have more food type very soon, and this is what we are going to do. So over here we'll create a new food type. Okay, and its parent category would be food, and the title should be, say, healthy drinks. Okay, and drink healthy and eat healthy. Doesn't really matter. Now we'll go ahead and submit it. Now we see that we have a new category. Okay, and usually it should have ID 4. Okay, now over here we'll come to our Laravel app, which is over here. Now I'll just go ahead and copy this one, and here I would say drinks URI. Okay, so I'll create a new endpoint from our app, and which should have related change as well. So over here I'll also have drinks, and everything else should stay the same. And after that I'll come over here in my API file, and over here I'll copy this one. Let's see, Control C, Control V. Okay, so I'll do Control C over here and then Control V. Now the endpoint name is drinks, which is this one. Okay, now here I would say get drinks. Okay, now this is the method name inside this controller, and this controller could be found over here inside, once again, app HTTP controllers API v1. Okay, all right, now over here I'll save it first. Okay, And over here, I'll come over here and I'll just create a new method. And for that one, actually, I'll copy one of the old one. Let's see, I'm sorry. So this one, okay. Now over here, I'll put it at the end. And for the name itself, I'll call it getDrinks. Okay. Now over here, the food ID or type ID is 4, which is this one. If it's 5, here you will put 5, and here as well. Okay. Now we already created an endpoint. Okay. Now what we'll do, we'll save it. Okay. And after saving this, we'll try to access this endpoint from our postman. Okay. So instead of saying popular, here we'll call it drinks, which is if you come over here, this one, okay, or this one, the same thing. Now it would be a get method, so I'll use get and send, and we'll see what happens. So total size is 0, ID 5, offset 0, products none. That's because we don't have any products for that, but that means that this endpoint works. Okay, it makes sense, right? But now here you can, well, of course, here is the number of items that's found. You can just say 10 over here, save it, and you come over here and hit, you'll see it says 10. So it means that our endpoint works, but the only problem is it just can't find any record. Okay, sorry, over here it should be 4 because these two should be related. Okay, anyway, so over here when it goes to the database, it can find the type ID, but it can't find any related records in the database. Okay, so it should make sense that how it works. Okay, anyway, now what we'll do, we'll go to our backend and create some new records and food category base for this one. Okay, now if you come over here, we already created the food category. Okay, now for food itself over here, we'll come over here and now we'll add a new one. We'll click to this one. Okay, and now let's see. Okay, so over here we'll say fruit juice, and food category should be healthy drinks, and price should be 4, location China. This is some unnecessary fields, and we'll delete them soon. Okay, we don't need them. And over here I will choose say this one, and over here you could write best drinks. Okay, now everything else is set up. So if you created the field, just go ahead and save it. Now we'll see it at the bottom. Okay, now we'll go ahead and create a few more. So here I would say real juice, and category is healthy drinks, and price for location anywhere is okay. Now I'll just have random fields, and I'll choose the second one. Okay, best of best juice. Let's go ahead and save it, and here we are. Okay, all right, so we are adding, and as we are adding, as you see that we do have the category is mentioned over here. Okay, so that's a good thing. All right, now how to go ahead and access this thing in the Laravel in our Flutter app. Now of course in our Flutter app, for these two categories or endpoints, we have related controllers. For this one we don't have, and we are not going to use a new one. We are not going to create a new one. We'll use an old one. After all, we're just doing it for a test. Well, for this reason, I'll come to controllers and sorry, repo over here. I'll pick this one, popularProduct repo. over here, instead of calling popularProduct URI, I'll just call drinks URI. Everything else stays the same. Okay, so now I'll come over here and I'll just replace it. Okay, and that's all. Of course, if you have really new categories, you need to create new controllers. Okay, otherwise you'll mess up in your app, but I'm getting you the idea. So if you really have new a new food category, you'll create a repository and create a new controller and repeat the step. Okay, anyway, so now I'll restart my app and we'll see how it goes. Yes, this is what we uploaded and this is what we see now. Beautiful, isn't it? So it just works. Okay, of course we uploaded 2 and we see 2 of them. Okay, it's beautiful. So that's how I'll go ahead and create a new category and show. And if you have, like for now in our app we have 2 categories. If you really create 3 categories, then one category food item you can put here, the other one here, the other one below down there. It's up to you. Even you can use one of this menu button over here for showing some information. Okay, but that's up to you how you're going to use this app. But anyway, you should have no better idea how to create an endpoint and how to load the data based on category. So now we'll do some further changes. Now we'll come to backend over here. Now we just uploaded them, right? It should be at the top, but they are not. So let's go ahead and make some necessary change. And this time we are going to write some PHP code. Now over here, if you open this full Explorer tab, now I'll close them. I don't need them now for now. Okay, so over here I'll come over here, and what I'll do, I will come to this admin folder. The admin folder is actually responsible for showing everything over here in the backend. Okay, so sorry, let's come over here. Inside it you still have controllers, and these controllers, they follow the same Laravel convention. Okay, now over here I do have a foods controller. Okay, now I'll close this. Now food controller is the controller that's showing everything over here when you see. Okay, including editing, including including adding a new item. Everything happens through this page. Okay, and beautiful thing about this backend is that it's so powerful. You don't need to write any HTML. It's all PHP. Okay, and if you know a little bit Laravel, you know this is PHP and Laravel. Okay, anyway, so now over here the first thing we want to change, for this one we want to change the order. Okay, now simply we'll come over here. Now grid is an object that's created based on this food model. Okay, and this is the food model actually we have seen before for our API. This is the same food model. Okay, for API and controller, for API controllers and backend controllers, we use the same food model, and that's logical. Now based on this food model we create an object, and you can access each of the item in your model using this object. Okay, and you can do a lot of stuff. We'll see them soon. The first thing we want to do over here, I would do grid and model. I think it's model, and then we'll do latest. This is a method. Then I'll save it, and after saving it I'll refresh the browser, and you see it changes. Okay, it changed automatically, so the order changes. Okay, now if you ever get stuck that what are these things, how they work, well, I do have a tutorial based on these things, that how they work. You can check out it below from the link. You can also come to their official site, and here like this grid, which is this one over here, the same thing that I've used. Okay, so you can come over here and take a look. Okay, but do remember that each field over here, they're all coming from database. Okay, from a table. Anyway, so now this section changed very quickly. I mean, we did it, right? Okay, great. Now, well, if you come over here in our app, few things you see. In the app, this is first, which is the last second one over here. And the latest one, which is this one, it's over here, but it counts as a second. Now, the problem is, say if I'll put a new one, and over here create a new food category or drinks category. Okay, delicious juice, and category is this one, and for China, for doesn't really matter, and I will choose the last one over here, and really yummy juice. Okay, now over here I'll do a little bit different thing. I'll just go ahead and copy this one, say a lot of times. Now I'm doing this one, there's a reason. Okay, I'll go ahead and submit it. Okay, now I see this one. First thing, well, I don't see this thing in my app, right? I can try to go ahead and reload it, but it's not reloading. So now we'll see how to go ahead and work on this reloading thing. Okay, if we can reload, it will help us with a lot of other things. Okay, all right, so now over here we'll come to our app, which is this one. In this app, the file which is called food page body will come over here, or let's see, no, not this one. So we'll open up main food page. Okay, over here we have this column. So this column is inside this scaffold. So now I'll cut this column. Okay, and then I'll remove this section. Okay, now here I'll use a Flutter built-in widget which is called refresh indicator. Okay, as you can see from the name that it refreshes your stuff. Okay, now as a child I'll put our column, the one I just had earlier, I cut, and now over here we need to put a method. Okay, on refresh it takes a method that has return type of future. Of course it doesn't return anything, but the type has to be future. That's because you may need to wait. Anyway, so now we'll go ahead and put over here a method, but the method actually we created early. So what we'll do, we'll go ahead and copy it. So we'll come to our splash folder over here. Now I'll copy this method over here, load resources, the whole method. I'll come over here and I'll first put it over here, copy this. Okay, and after that I'll come over here and put this. Okay, that's all. Now I think yes, okay, we don't need this one. Okay, now what's happening here, well, on fresh takes a method that returns future type void. Now our load resource is exactly the same one. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it. Okay, of course you won't see any changes, but the good news is no error. Okay, now if you pull down, you see this arrow icon, round arrow icon. This is the refresh indicator. So once you pull down, it will talk to the server, which means it will come over here, then find this API client, and then come over here, and then come over here, I mean our backend, which is actually first it'll come to this API file. Anyway, you understand that how it works. So then it'll try to refresh automatically. Isn't it beautiful? Yes. So with this refresh indicator, which is a built-in widget inside Flutter, it's not a plugin, it solves a lot of problem, right? It's beautiful and easy. but yet we are still stuck with another problem. So you see the last one was this one, right? But over here it's not the last one. Of course, this has nothing to do with Flutter. This has to do with how you call your API. Once again, if you come over here and if you see over here, I'll just say yummy, yummy, yummy. Okay, I'll upload, I'll submit it. Okay, now if I come over here, for now I don't see any change, but when you pull it down, it changes automatically, right? And if you come over here, pull down, everything else stays the same, nothing changes. Okay, but anyway, but now we're stuck with one problem, the order. Now this has to do with the API. Now this part is quite easy. So what I will do, I will come over here and find our API folder. Sorry, not API folder. Actually, API folder inside this HTTP folder, which is this one, the product controller. Okay. Now over here, here we would do a little bit of change. Okay, here we need to tag a method which is called order by, and over here it takes parameters. One is you can pass anything. In general, it's created at or ID, and the order type, we want descending order, which means the latest one first. Okay, now come over here. Okay, well, now refresh it. After refreshing, the API, the changes I made would also be reflected over here immediately. Yes, that's the beauty thing about Laravel and the Laravel framework, that you don't need to recompile, because Laravel is uses interpreted language, which is PHP, and among all the framework I have used, Laravel is the best one. Regardless, you may use Python, Node.js. For web development, Laravel is the best one, I would say. It's easy. Like same thing if you do in Python or in Java or in any other language, you have to write a lot more code. Anyway, so well, this section is really good. And after that, we learned how to create a new API and load it, right? So once again, if you want to create a new endpoint for your category, all you need to do, you'd come over here, make changes, and call that. Of course, if you want, you may need to create new repositories and controllers. All right, so that was a test purpose. So of course, we don't want to use this. Anyway, now we need to make some other changes. Over here, we also want to do the same thing like order by, the one we did over here. So we'll just copy this one, and well, this is the test one, which we don't need. We'll put it over here, which is recommended food. Now over here, we're good. And we'll also put it over here. Okay, all right. Of course, you can change the order. You can also do ASC, which means the old one first. Now let's go ahead and make sure we are great. Yes. All right. The order changes here as well. I think you can see that, right? Well, that's wonderful. So with this, we are pretty much done. But before I wrap up, I'll do some changes. So I'll come over here, my API, and I'll comment it out for now. I don't need this, so I'll save it, and the same thing I'll do over here. Okay, all right. And for my product repo, of course, I need to go back. Okay, I'll save it, and after saving it, I'll just refresh my app, and I'll see the new changes. Okay, beautiful. So we got back what we had early. Wonderful. Okay, all right. So Well, with this, we are pretty much done. And next, we'll see how to work on this personal profile page. And we'll draw some Flutter UI over here and show our information. And build this page. And the page that we are going to build, it should look like this. Okay. And here we'll have a scrollable section, app bar, profile photo. For now, it would be an icon in this information. And this information eventually would read all from database, but for now we'll put some static data. All right. Well, now to go ahead and do that, first we need to create over here a folder. Sorry, that should be a folder. So we'll call it account. All right. And within it, we'll create a new file and we'll call it account page.dart. Okay. Now over here, we'll create a stateless class and we'll call it account page. So st will create stateless class for you. All right. Now, as you see, well, we'll have app bar at the top. So we need scaffold, right? So do here scaffold. Okay. Now it has a property app bar and we'll use app bar. Now app bar has a title for showing the title at the top. So here we'll use title, but for title we will use big text. So this is the package that we're going to use, and over here you need to use the text. And for the text we'll use profile, and we'll use size for it. And for now we'll go ahead and use 24. Okay. Now save it. Of course, nothing happens. The reason is because over here in our home page, we need to change this section. Right now, this is what we see. And over here, we are going to use account page. All right. Let's make sure you import it. All right. Now let's go ahead and save it. But you might need to restart your app for it to be able to work. And after that, I think we should be good to go. Let's hover over on it and we see this one. Great. Now, of course, the app bar itself has background color. That's what we'll use. So here we'll use app colors dot main color. I think we need to import it first. Let's do it. Okay. Now here we do main color. Okay. And over here we can also use color for this if we want. So here we do colors dot white. Okay. And let's save it and good. All right, so we're done with the app bar, and now we go ahead and need to do this one, this section. Now all of this would be in a column. Okay, so that's what we'll do now. So the column would be inside a body. So here we do body inside this body. Now here we'll have a column will have children. And now for now this is an icon. So here we already have icon image, which you see this one, sorry, the icon widget. So all we need to do, we need to go ahead and call this icon and use this, give this arguments or apply the parameters to it. So here we'll come over here and here we'll call it app icon. And this one. Okay. Well, here it should be icons.person. All right, let's go ahead and save it. Okay, so it's there, and we need more information. We can specify background color. So we do app colors dot main color, and then we also need icon color. So we would use icon color colors dot white, and then we'll use icon size. Well, icon size we want to use, say, 75 now, and the size, which is the background size, we'll use 150, and we say things like that. Okay. All right, so that's so far so good, but here we need to center it. So first we'll wrap it around, I think, container widget, and over here we'll do double dot with equal double dot max finite. Now it will center itself automatically. All right, now over here inside this, well, for the top section, actually, we can use a bit of margin. So here we'll do margin, okay, and we'll do add inserts dot only, and here we'll use top margin. That would be coming from dimensions dot. Let's see, do we need to import it? I think yes. So dimensions dot height 20. Okay, now it looks great. Okay, now about this, regarding the size itself, let's come over here. Let's see what we have so far. Do we have size, any bigger size? Yes, we do have 45, but we don't have 150. Okay, now, well, this one is 50, right? 15, so we can multiply it by 10, then we get 115. So we'll come over here. So over here we do just simply copy this one and put it here. We'll do 15 multiplied by 10. I think it would still be the same. Here we do have 75. Now for over here we don't have anything like that, 75. Well, but if we do an add of this one, then we get 75, right? So here icon size, we would do dimensions. Now I can go ahead and create 45, but I don't 75, but I don't want to create, so I would do just addition. So dimensions that height 30. Okay, so that will get me 75. Okay, so makes sense, hopefully. I don't want to go ahead and create 75 a new one, so whatever we have, we can reuse them. So that section is working pretty well. Okay, now if you take a look over here, these things like each of them, they are reusable, right? So we need to create reusable components or widgets. So here I'll come over here inside, and over here I'll create a new file, and here I'll call it account widget.dart. Now over here we'll once again we'll have stateless class, and we'll call it account widget. Okay, now let's go ahead and import the library. And now what do you hear? Well, first thing, for each of them we'll have an icon widget, which is this one, app icon, and a text widget. Okay, so that's what we want. And we should also have left padding, right? So let's go ahead and do the padding first. So here do add inserts only. Now here we would use dimensions okay, we need to use left property, and dimensions dot width. Okay, we need to import the library. So here we do width 20. Okay, all right, and apart from that we also need top and bottom. So here we do top, so dimensions dot width 10, and bottom dimensions dot width 10. Okay, so this is the account widget that we're going to build. And now from account page we'll call this account widget, and when we call we'll pass this app icon and the text, but the text itself will also pass in another widget, which is big text, this one. So we'll be passing two widgets to it. Okay, so over here we'll mention the widget's name. So here we'll do let's see, so app icon, and over here we will do big text. All right, so we'll call it big text. So this two we need to import. All right. Okay, now over here we need to get them. Here we do this dot app icon, this dot big text, and now we need to make them required because we are not going to make them optional. Remove this const. All right. Okay, so that's what we have here. Now this app icon and the text would be in a row. Okay, so let's go ahead and do child with them. So here we do row, and now we'll have children. Okay, all right. Now within children we'll use app icon and text. So here we do app icon and big text. Okay, all right, that's all. Now for now that's all. I think it will also have a bit of change later. So now our account widget is ready for now, and I think we'll also need a bit of space between these two, but we'll do it a little later. So let's go ahead and call this widget. So here we'll call it account widget, which is this one, and it takes 2 parameters as you see. All right, so now app icon itself, we can pass this one. We'll copy this one and pass to it. All right, but now here we don't want, well, the first one is okay, background color is okay, and app icon size is way too big, so we can't really pass this one. So icon size we'll use I think size 25, and then the total this container I think we are going to use 50. Okay, so here let's see what we have. Height we have 10 multiplied 5. Okay, now icon size would be half of this, so we'll do this one. Okay, now the big text itself, over here we need a text widget, so which is big text. Okay, now over here we need to pass a text. For now I'll use my name. Okay, all right, with this we are pretty set up for now, and we'll save it and see how it goes. Let's open our phone over here. Yes, we are here now. In this part of this code may look a little difficult for you guys because we are using widgets inside widgets, which is over here, right? So we are passing 2 widgets and putting them in a row. So actually it shouldn't be that difficult to understand. It's just passing widgets like we pass text widget. Okay, now here we need to use width, otherwise they're too close to each other. Now here what we do, well, here we'll say dimensions dot width 20, and okay, now it looks better. Now container itself we can assign color, so we do colors dot white. Okay, yes, now it looks much better. And over here we can also use a little bit of border color. Okay, so for that one we are here, so we need to use the decoration, and here we do box decoration, and here box shadow. Okay, now box shadow, it takes list of box and shadows, box shadow. Now here we'll have first one is offset and offset, so we'll put the shadow at the bottom, so left and right will be 0, and for the bottom one we'll have +1. Okay, and then we'll also have a color, so we'll use colors dot here gray with opacity 0.2. okay, and now if you're going to use decoration, we need to move the color inside the decoration, otherwise we'll get an error. Okay, now we also need to use a blur radius. Okay, now let's use a 2 for now. Let's Z. Okay. All right. I think that's okay, and if necessary, we will change them later. Okay, and now we'll come to account page. Now these two pages are too close. These two widgets are too close to each other, so I'll just come over here and put text widget, sized widget. Okay, sized box. Now here we do height and the dimensions. Height 30. Okay. Yes. Now this text widget, which is this one, I mean this account widget, we can make it reusable. Okay. Now to make it reusable, here we need another space, so which we'll put over here, and over here we'll use 20. Now all we'll do just to copy this one a few times, and we'll see. Our stubs are there. Yes, so that's what we wanted, but of course right now it's not scrollable. In future soon we'll see how to make it scrollable. Okay, looks really okay after this. Now a lot of you might still be confused that what is this widget. So this is a text, this is a widget, and it takes widget inside it as parameters. That's all. If you're more like if you're passing just a text widget inside any other widget, so it's like that, but it is widgets inside widget, and of course this widgets, they also take parameters like that. So hopefully it makes sense. Okay, now let's go ahead and change it. So over here we have this one, so we'll collapse all of them and make a little comment about them, so that if we have a lot of stuff, we know where to look for them. Okay, so over here the first one is profile icon. Okay, and this one is name, and this one should be telephone or phone, and this one should be email. Okay, this one should be address, and this one should be for now messages. I think we need more, but let's go ahead and take care one by one. So with this one now, we need to change the name phone. So over here we'll open it up, and first we need to change the icons to dot phone icon. Okay, all right, and we'll also use the background color, and here we'll use yellow color. Let's save it, and okay. And for now we'll have a static name, a static number, static phone number, and we'll collapse that. Now we'll go ahead and email, and we'll simply pass the icon over here. Okay, and the color should be yellow color. All right, and over here I'll just put in my email address. You can do yours, and over here we'll have address. I'll do fill in your address, and over here we do location on. Let's see. This one, there's an icon we got, and over here simply let's go ahead and save it and see how it goes first. Now for the address itself, over here we want to use a different color, so yellow color once again, and now over here for widget, this one, so we may try to use the one messages. Okay, all right, and color, now we'll use a color that's different than ours, so red accent, right, just like that. Okay, all right, so now there is the problem that right now it's not scrollable, because if you want to scroll, it's not scrollable, so we need to see how to make it scrollable. Now we are inside this column, so only profile icon won't be scrollable, other part is scrollable. Okay, well, to make this section scrollable, including the name, first I will cut all of them. Okay, now here I will put another column. Okay, and inside column we'll have children, and we'll put all of them. Okay, and now we'll wrap this column around a widget that's called single child scroll view. Single child scroll view. Now it should be inside expanded widget, otherwise it won't scroll. So here we do, let's see, widget here, expanded widget. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it and see how it's going so far. Okay, but it's still not scrollable. And one thing though, let's see if we try to increase another widget from here. We'll just copy this one for now and put it right down there. Okay, let's check it. Okay, so now it's scrollable. Okay, so that's how you'd go ahead and scroll about it. So if you have more stuff, you can just simply do this one. Okay, all right, so with this we are done with this page, but of course it's still not dynamic. Feature will see how to get this information from database. Now as we are done with this, actually soon we'll build a sign up page and sign in page, and once that is done, then we can get information from database and we'll update that. But definitely, of course, we also need some buttons over here. That buttons would help you that go ahead and fill in your address, but that's coming very later. So our next step would be build up a sign up page, and regarding that we'll also build models and necessary information. Well, now we'll go ahead and build our sign up page first. So for that one, we'll come over here, and inside this pages folder, I will create another folder. I'll call it Auth folder, and inside this I'll create a new file and I'll call it sign up page.dart. Okay, all right. Now over here, this would be a stateless class, so sign up page. Well, if you use Getx, actually you can create pretty much all the pages as stateless, okay, because Getx itself has state. Anyway, so well, over here, let's see, we want to return scaffold. So let's go ahead and do it, and return scaffold. Okay, and we'll have body, body. I think we need to import the material library. Yes, okay. Now over here we'll have a column, and inside column we'll have children, and inside children, well, first thing I want to have a container, and then inside the container I want to have circle avatar. So as a child, I do that. I do circle avatar. Now here we'll put our app logo inside it. Okay, and we'll put it as a background image over here. So we do background image, and then we'll read the image from our local device. So we'll not use network image. So the image path is assets image logo part1.png, and if you want to know what image is this one, actually I think it should be this one. Okay, so this is the image that we want to show. Anyway, so now we'll come over here in our home page. Now for now we'll remove this and put our sign up page here, but in future, of course, we'll not put it here. It would be used for authentication, okay? But just for now, we'll put it here, and that's all. Now make sure you go ahead and import the library, otherwise you will get error. Okay, now let's go ahead and save it, and you might need to restart your app because it's a big change. So let's go ahead and restart our app, and then come over here and we see things like this. Okay, well, that's at the top and very slow, very small. Okay, now that's because circle letter. Okay, now over here we'll use a radius. Okay, now we'll use radius 80. Okay, now we see it's a lot bigger. Okay, well, now we want to let's see, change the background color because it's a PNG image, and over here this is white, so we want to have white color over here. So we do background color colors.white. Okay, well, let's save it. Okay, now inside the circle avatar we do have a bit of color. That's because circle avatar has a default color which is gray, but here we want to use white color. So if we do that colors.white, that gray color will be overridden. I think it is background color. Yeah, now let's save it. Now you see it's gone. Okay, all right, now over here circle avatar itself, we want to center it. Well, many different ways to center it. So here what we'll do, we'll first say wrap around inside a center widget, and we'll see if it works or not. Yes, it does. Now over here the problem is this top section. Okay, now for that one we want to put something at the top. Now for that one here, actually simply we can go ahead and use a sized box. Okay, all right, sized box will use a height, and it will come from dimensions dot well, I think first we need to import it. So here we'll do screen height, which we already have it, and over here we want to put a little bit of height at the top. Okay, now it came down. All right, okay, so that's looking good. And now the container itself, let's give it a height, some height, so it might be even better. So over here we do the same one, and in this case it's 25%. Okay, so it becomes the whole container become a little bigger. Okay, so it came down a little bit. Okay, all right, and well, so far this is okay. And next we'll go ahead and over here we'll draw our text box. Okay, all right, now let's go ahead and do it. And for text box, first we'll go ahead and draw a container, and text box will put it as a child, so it is text field. Okay, all right, and text field will have let's see, a controller and decoration. These two, if we use, we can do a lot of things. Okay, now we'll go ahead and use a controller, but for that one first we need to declare a controller. So here we would do first we would call it email controller. Okay, so here we would do text editing controller. So we created a controller variable, and the type is text editing controller because we want to put text over here. Okay, now over here as a controller we'll just go ahead and use this one. All right, okay, now the error should be gone. Okay, now, well, let's go ahead and save it, and we see things like that. Okay, and you can already type in, okay, like that. Okay, no problem. So that's it. Now we can go ahead and do the decoration. All right, now over here I think that's input decoration. Okay, all right, now it has a few properties that we are going to use. It has 5 properties. Well, first one is the hint text. Okay, and the second one is, I think, prefix icon. Third one is focused border, and then we'll have also enabled border, and then we'll have border. Okay, so these are the few properties that we are going to use. Okay, all right, so first over here we'll deal with this hint text. Okay, now for hint text we can directly call hint text property, and over here we'll first call it email. Okay, all right, so that's done. And after that we want to use the prefix icon. Now for icon you do icons.email. Okay, all right, and let's see. Okay, and we can use the color for this. We use color app colors dot. Now we need to import the library first, and then we do yellow. Okay, all right, and the size itself we'll use default size, and that's what we get. Okay, all right, so far it's looking great. Okay, so that was our prefix icon. Okay, all right. Okay, and now over here what we'll do, focused border. When you focus on it, like when the cursor is there, how it should be. Okay, so over here we do focused border, focused. Okay, we need this comma, focused border. Okay, now for focused border we use input outline border in or I think they call it outline input border, actually this one. Okay, all right, now it is border property. So first we do border radius dot circular. Now over here we want to use dimensions dot radius 30. Okay, so that's what we want to use. And over here, let's go ahead and save it. Yes, we already have the border. Okay, great. Now we also want to use border side, because we can define the border this width, things like that. So here we do border side. Okay, and width we'll use 1.0, and then here we'll use color. Okay, and colors.white. Okay, all right, so it's pretty much gone actually with this. Okay, all right, and so next we'll go ahead and see how to use enable border. Now for enable border, first we'll copy this section. Okay, and here we'll write enabled border. I'll just paste that, and that's as simple as that one. Okay, so over here it's enabled border. Let's save it. Okay, yeah, so now if you come over here and come over here, so it's the focused one and it's enabled one. Okay, now let's take this out, save it. You see, if you don't have enabled border, you still have this line, and this is your focused border, which we already did. Once again, if you come here and refresh it, so it's right now this is the enabled border, but we want to put like this. Okay, all right, now it's gone. Okay, now the other one is just border over here. Okay, so we'll use the border property, and for that one, once again we'll copy this one. We have to copy from here, and right now we'll just, for that one we'll just use border. So it's pretty much gone. Okay, all right, well now this is inside this text container, right? This is container. So for the container, actually we can use decoration property. Okay, and here we do box decoration. Okay, now for box decoration we'll use first over here we'll use color and colors.white, and then we'll use the box shadow. Okay, all right, this one, and it will take a list of shadows. So here we do box shadow, and here we'll do blur radius. Okay, blur radius say 10, spread radius say 7. In general, spread radius is smaller than blur radius, and which makes it nice. And over here we do offset 1 1, so we want it both left, right, top and bottom. Now over here we'll do color, so we'll do colors dot gray with opacity 0.2. Okay, all right, so that's what we have now, but that's looking a bit strange, right? Okay, now here this reason is the margin, so let's take care of margin over here. So here we'll do margin. Now here we'll do edge insets dot only, and we'll do left dimensions dot height 20, I think, and right dimensions dot height 20. Okay, all right. Okay, well, this is already looking great, and let's see. Now our container should take effect of radius. Okay, now over here let's set up our border radius actually. So okay, so here we do border radius circular. Okay, over here let's do dimensions dot radius 30. Okay, now it looks much better. Front page. Okay, now with this we are done with the email section, but now we'll have email, password, phone, and name. So we want to make it a dynamic reusable widget. Okay, so for this one I'll cut this over here. Okay, and I'll come over here and inside this widget I'll create a file and I'll call it AppTextField.dart. Okay, now here we'll create a stateless widget and we'll call it AppTextField. Okay, and we need to import this dependencies, and over here I'll just paste what I copied early, and it'll throw you a lot of error. And for this one actually we can just simply copy this to over here and put it there, and all the errors should be gone. And I think I also need this material library. Okay, so yeah, but because we want to make it reusable, so some of these things like email controller and hint text we should pass down. Okay, all right, so to do that, well, that's why we have error over here, as you can see. Well, now first over here would do final text editing controller, text controller. Okay, and then we'll also have final string hint text. Okay, and then there is also this icon over here. We also want to pass it down. Okay, so here we do final icon data icon. Okay, now over here we all need to do pass this down, text controller, this dot hint text, this dot icon. Okay, now over here we'll just go ahead and add this required keyword. Okay, great. Saving this is gone. The reason is because you need to call this app text field from here. Okay, sign up page. So we'll go ahead and do it. So over here we do app text field, and it has 3 parameters, as you can see. there is text3. Over here, text controller. Okay, now first one will be our email, so we'll pass our email controller, and in text is email, and over here we'll pass icons.email. Okay, icons.email. All right, now let's go ahead and save it, and we say this again. All right, and here you can type anything. Okay, well, that's great. And now over here we want to add a box over here, so here we'll do size box, and height dimensions dot height 20. Okay, then I will put a comma, and we also need a comma over here. Okay, all right, now what we could do, we can just go ahead and copy them, put it 3 times. All right, so that's what we see. Okay, and now over here we need to change them. So the first one is password, and over here you will have password sharp. Okay, let's save it. Yes, and the second one is no email, so that should be your phone or name actually. So here we'll do person, and we'll save it. And the last one, so last one should be your phone. Over here we'll do phone. Okay, all right, so with this actually we are pretty much ready with this sign up page. Okay, it's great. Now just before we go ahead, we need to copy this one another 3 times actually. Now here it should be password controller, and here it should be name controller, and here it should be phone controller. Now, okay, so over here we'll put our logo, app logo, so just some comments so that you can find them easily. Now over here your email, and over here we'll do your password. Now of course, before we go ahead and do password over here, let's change it from email controller to password controller. All right, and then we'll come over here. Here we'll do your name. Okay, so we'll change it to name controller. Okay, and this one over here, your phone, and we need to change it to phone controller. All right, so well, for now that's basically it. So if you come over here, well, this is our profile, but of course here the sign up page. But soon what we'll do, we'll go ahead and put our other information that we need. For example, 3 over here, you also need to put sign up, things like that. Okay, and 3 options, things like that. Well, now we want to achieve this result over here, the one we see. Okay, so this is what we want to achieve, so for this one, what I'll do would be here, and first I'll draw a container over here, because you see it is border, so we need to go ahead and do container. So do container, container. Okay, now it will have width and height, so we do width, and width should be from our dimensions file, dimensions.screen width. This is what we'll do, and we'll get half of it, and then we'll do height, and once again it will be from dimensions and that screen height. Okay, and I will take 1/30th of it. Okay, so it would be pretty much like this, and then we want to have a box decoration on the decoration because we want to have border, so we'll have decoration over here. We'll do box decoration, and then definitely we'll go ahead with border radius. Okay, and border radius dot circular, and once again over here we would do dimensions dot radius 30, which we already have, and over here we'll assign color, and we'll do app colors dot our main color. Okay, all right, so with this we'll get something like this, and now what I'll do, I'll open it, and we'll see it over here. Hold on, I might have done a bit of change, so but don't worry, it has nothing to do with you guys. Now okay, I'm over here. All right, okay, so now here we'll put a child, and child should be big text. Okay, all right, and the text should be over here, we'll say sign up. Okay, and I think we can also set a size for it, so we do dimensions dot font size 20 plus font dimensions font 20 by 2, which gets us 30. Okay, because we don't have 30, but we can utilize it. Okay, and we can also, okay, so let's put it there and see how it looks. So far that's what we see over here, and let's go ahead and restart it one more time, and okay, all right, so that's what we see now. While it's too small, I think the problem is over here, it should be screen height. Okay, all right, now it should be better. Now this one, we need to put the text in the center of this container, so we just simply wrap it around center widget, because if you want to put any child inside a container in the center, then you should wrap that child using center widget, and that would do the trick. Okay, and now as always we'll set up a color for this. Okay, so do colors.white. Okay, so it will make sense. All right, so with this we are pretty good, and next we want to have a text tagline over here. Okay, now for the tagline, once again we'll use sized box because we want to have a bit of distance first, and then we'll do height dimensions dot height 10. Okay, all right, next we'll do a tagline over here, but that tagline would be clickable. Now that would be a text. Well, if you want to clickable text, well, the one way to do using a container, the other way we can use rich text. Okay, so let's learn something new. So rich text takes a text property, and inside it also takes another text widget, which is called text span. Okay, now within it we'll also need to have another text. So the thing happens here, rich text takes a text, and that text takes a text span as a widget. Okay, now within it you have, we'll write over here, have an account already. Okay, just like this. Now we want it to be clickable, and so for that reason over here we need to use a property which is called recognizer. Okay, so it's more like gesture detector, but this is for text. Well, if you're coming from web background, you know that on web background you can click on a link using a href, things like that. Okay, so now here this is a link in web application, right? So over here we're doing the same thing because we want to make the text clickable. Okay, so of course you don't use link property here, you use recognizer, and recognizer takes another package from, well, it's not a package, it's a function or constructor from other package. It's called tab gesture detector recognizer. Okay, and we need to make an object out of it, and inside it there is another function which is called onTap, as you see over here, the first one. So that's a function. So this is a function. Okay, now this function will return something. Now for now we just return get.back. So what will happen once we click on this text? Let me save it. Okay, and okay, now text span might have white color, so we need to change the color, and to do that we need to use a style over here. So we use a style and text style. So text style, and here we'll use a color. Okay, now the color, because default is white color, so we don't see it. So here we'll use colors.gray and we'll use 500. Okay, now we'll see it's there. Now the text is too small, so we can set up a size over here, font size. Now we'll get it from dimensions. So dimensions dot say font size. Now we'll use 20. Okay, and let's see. Okay, so that's what we have over here. So this is clickable, but for now, of course, if you click it, it won't work. Okay, because here it's get.back, so you're not going back anywhere because it doesn't have any previous page to go back. Okay, so but in future we'll see how it works, so don't worry about that one. So all I did over here, I made this text clickable using tap gesture recognizer. Okay, all right. But of course, if you want to get this one, you have to come inside text span, and that has to be inside rich text. Okay, so hopefully that's how it works. Now with this section is done, and then we will go ahead and put other stuff. Now there's this problem. If I put other stuff, it will throw overflow issue. But of course, once again, in future, this sign up page would be a dependent page, not over here. So now I'll go ahead to our main.dart file over here, and I'll comment this out. And for now, we'll just focus on the sign up page. So we want to set the complete sign up page. We don't want to have this one, because in future when our app works correctly, we'll not have any kind of bottom below it. Okay, it would just be an independent page. Anyway, so instead of splash screen over here, okay, let me comment it out as well, and right here home, and over here I would do sign up page, and that's all. Okay, and make sure you import it. All right, let's see if okay, it wants us to add a const modifier, and let's do it. Okay, now let's save it. Okay, now saving not gonna work, so you need to restart your app. Okay, now here we are, that's gone. Okay, all right, now we can just simply focus on our app, the sign up page over here, and next we want to show tag another line over here after a distance. Okay, so here we'll create a bit of distance, and here we'll do sized box one more time. Okay, all right, so in this case we'll use screen height, and we'll get very small proportion from the screen, so that would be the distance. Now over here, of course, you can also do it height, no problem, but for height we don't have exactly that amount. We can make it work, but this is more straightforward. Okay, so now over here we'll have another rich text. This time we'll not use this recognizer, we'll just use the text over here. Okay, and we'll remove this one, we don't need this, and over here we'll say sign up using one of the following methods. Okay, now let's save it, and you see this one. All right, so, or we could say use one of the following methods. Let's see over here. Okay, the font is too big, so we don't want to get this font size. So let's see if we have smaller, 16. So we'll go ahead with this one. Now it put in the center. Okay, because just now it was too big. All right, now let's see, we are getting too much information. So here I would say tagline, and here we would say sign up button. Okay, now over here we would say sign up options. All right, cool. Now we want to have three buttons over here. So for that one, the three buttons would be in a row. So this time we'll use wrap widget for that. Okay. Previously we have used it and we know it takes children, list of children, and we'll generate three children in a row. And we'll use list.generate to do that. Okay. All right. Now we will create three children, and over here once again we'll use circle avatar to do that. Circle avatar. Okay. All right. Now over here inside we'll have image. Now the images would be coming from here, and for that reason I will declare a list of images over here. So here I'll just var sign up images. All right. So here I'll create a list, and inside here I'll have t.png, f.png. T means Twitter, F means Facebook, G means Google. Now in your asset folder they should be there. Okay, inside this one you should be able to find it. I think they're somewhere down, like T. I think there should be F as well, and F, so you get the idea. Anyway, so now let's go ahead and work on this. So we'll go to the bottom. Over here we'll have circle avatar. Now here we'll have child. So now we don't need child actually. We need over here is a radius. So radius we'll use say 30. So in that case we can use dimensions dot radius 30. Okay. Now it takes a background image. That's what we'll use. And over here we'll use asset image. Okay, asset image. Now the images path mostly, I mean, they're in the assets folder, right? And then inside image folder, and after that now we want to make it dynamic. So this part I can of course write t.png. Now the problem is with this it will show 3 Twitter, but I want to change this part dynamically, so I'll take it out and put it outside so that I can, because we have a list at the top, so we can index through it, loop through it. So here we would do let's say sign up images index. All right, now it works, but they're too close to each other. So for that reason what I'll do, I'll wrap it around padding widget, and over here let's use this padding, and it works. Okay. All right, so while this page is already looking much better. Okay, well now everything else is fine over here, and now if you come and try to type, let's see. So now here's the problem. Okay, now let's go ahead and toggle our keyboard, and to do that on Mac you'd do Shift Command K, and if you put your cursor and select Shift Command K, let's see, yes, it should show up, and it did show up, but now here we see this overflow issue. Okay, so let's go ahead and fix this one. To fix this we need to wrap our column around a single child scroll view, and that should be enough. Okay, so I'll over here do widget, and here we do single child scroll view, single child scroll view. Okay, all right, here we can use the physics property, which is this one, bouncing, let's see, bouncing scroll physics. Okay, now let's save it. Now it's gone. Okay, now if the keyword shows up, and you won't get any error, and you can also do like this, move it up and down. Okay, so hopefully it works. Okay, now if you're even here typing and you click enter, it would come down automatically. Okay, so here we do, let's type in something. Okay, you might need to do continue A8. I think right now you need to use keyboard a.com. Well, it does have funny sound though. Okay, now I'll shut this keyword down on Mac Command K. Well, so now if you want to hide the keyword, you'd still do the same, Shift Command K. All right, now it's gone, and here you can do 1 2 3 4 5 6. Well, the validation would do later once we are done with our backend and as well as building models for those steps. Okay, then we'll do validation. Well, now we'll go ahead and see how to build our sign up page. Well, before we go ahead and move on, actually, let me change the icons that we did over here. I think we need to change the icons as well. So over here, we do see that we have different kind of icons. But if you come to this AppTextField, which is over here, I don't think we change it. So let's go ahead and change it, the icon. Okay. So over here, simply we'll just use icon. Okay, because we are passing icon. Now let's save it. Yes. Okay, so that's what we wanted. All right, great. Now I'll close this app over here and I'll open the other one, the one I already built. So this is the sign up page that we want to create. Okay, so well, for this one, we'll come to this auth page over here, and over here we'll create a new file and we'll call it signInPage.dart. Okay, and we're gonna be smart about it, and what we'll do, we'll just go ahead and completely copy all of it and put it over here. Okay, all right, definitely we need to change the name. You want to call it sign in page. I'll copy and paste over here. Definitely we don't need this section over here, so we'll remove that, and it'll throw an error, which is also good because we can find it easily and remove it. So we don't need this section as well. Now think about it, what are the sections we need? So definitely we need this app logo, we need this your email and password. Okay, so rest this few fields we can just simply go ahead and delete. So I'll delete say up to this. All right, okay, that's cool. And now over here we do have a bit of different layout, but you see that. So this is the app logo, which will have no problem. Now here we have this two text, as you see. Okay, so they are on the left. So what I need to do, well, we need to go ahead and create a container. Okay, so here we'd call it welcome section. Okay, so over here we'll create a container, and container will have margin because we want left margin over here. So here we do edge insets only, and over here we do dimensions, left dimensions dot width 20. Okay, so here that's it. And now over here they are a column, right? Because they're on the top of each other. So here we do child and a column, and here we'll have children, and here what do you do? Now we want to print this text over here, which is hello. So here simply we do text hello. All right, now this might have a very big font, which as you see from here. So here I would use style for this and assign font for it. So here we'll do text style, and over here we'll do font size. Okay, now let's see, in our dimension section we do have a font size, but here we do have 16, 20, and 26, but here we'll get it 3 times, which is 60 plus dimensions, let's see, okay, by 2. So that will get us around 70, and this is what we want. Okay, so this is simply what we want. And over here we would have font weight, and here we do font weight dot bold. Okay, so that's what we want. Yeah, okay, so we didn't save it yet, but we'll do it. So this section we are done, and definitely we're gonna keep this too. No problem regarding this too. Okay, now over here we need to have a text. Okay, so for this one, simply what I would do, I will just say I will remove this one because we can use this whatever we have the text, and over here we'll just simply write sign into your account. Okay, now the thing is that this is pushed to the left right. Okay, so now for this one I'll first over here we'll have a row, and inside the row I'll have children and I'll put it there. Okay, it will work. We need some adjustment, so we'll do that slowly. Now over here we need this distance, and we do have a bit of distance, I would say that, and we'll take care of that later. And after that, what do we need? We need a button where it says sign in. Okay, now I think I have removed that button, so what I'll do, I'll go ahead and copy from here. So this is the button that we're looking for, so I'll go ahead and copy this, and I'll put it, say, right below it. Okay, so here I'll just say sign in, and sign in. Okay, and of course we need this one, and then we want to create this line over here, and let's see. And after that, actually we need a bit of distance, so I'll copy this one and I'll put it over here. Okay, all right, now this section will have one line, and this part is not clickable, but this is clickable, so rich text is perfect for this. Now over here I do already have a text, so I'll change this one, and here I would say don't. Now for showing this sign over here, you need a slash and this one, and then T. Okay, don't have an account, like that. So that's as simple as that. Okay, and everything else stays the same over here. And now how about this one? Now this should be part of this rich text, and we should be as over here children. Okay, so what I would do right after this, inside this text pane we'll have children. Okay, and we'll have list of children, but in our case just only one, which is this one. Okay, now to be able to do that, what I will do, I'll just let's say copy this section and put it here, and then I need one more bracket. Okay, now over here I'll just simply say create. Okay, while with this one and this one should be one line, and this is one of the biggest advantage of using rich text. Okay, so if you do that, then you need a text span, and inside text span you will have another text span as a child or part of the children, and then the children would align with the first text span on the same line. Okay, all right, now well, this is great, and this is also clickable, and for this one here we would do recognizer. Okay, now here we do tap gesture recognizer. Okay, all right, and then we'll get a function which is called onTap, and it's just a one line function. And now over here we could do get to somewhere. Okay, all right, now here from here we'll go to sign up page, because we already have a sign up page. Okay, sign up page, and that's as simple as that one. Okay, well, this routing we can change it later, it doesn't really matter, but this is just for simulation. But now we are done with this section over here, the one we see. Okay, and one more thing before I close this and go to our app, I think we also need font weight over here. So we do font weight, and here we do font weight dot bold. Okay, now I will close this one, and I'll open up our app. Now over here in main, instead of sign up, we'll call sign in. Okay, all right, sign in page, and you need to import it. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, now let's save it and see how it looks. Okay, all right, so this is what we have, and this is not exactly what we expected, but close, right? So we need to take care of some of the other issues. So we'll start from the top. Now if you come to the top over here, app logo and welcome. Okay, now here we do have one text, but we wanted the other one as well, so we'll copy this one and put it right there. And sorry, I think I should put it outside. Okay, and let me see, what was the text there? The text, sign into your account. Okay, so I'll open this and I'll change this one. I would say sign into your account. Okay, now definitely we don't want so big font size. Okay, so that's what we want, and I think we also don't need this one for now. Okay, so now I'll go ahead and save it, and we see this one. Okay, all right, now over here the color itself we can change. We'll do colors.gray 500. Okay, all right, now they should be over here as we talked early. So we are inside column, and we can use cross axis alignment because horizontally, and we'll start from start. Okay, so they should all be here. Well, now this is happening because we don't have any width for our container, so we can give it a bit of width. Let's give it a width double dot max finite, and let's see. Yes, it works now. Okay, because without width it'll just center it. It doesn't know how long we should extend, and based on that doing the layout. Okay, all right, so that's okay. And after that, over here we'll just let's see, this one, I'll copy this and I'll put it right below it. Okay, cool. All right, now we'll come over here, the rich text. Now we want it to be over there. Well, for this one, actually, we can use expanded widget, and inside we'll have a blank container, empty white container, and it already worked, as you see. Okay, and that's fine. And actually, no, it's too close. So what we'll do over here, we'll put a sized box, and over here we do width and dimensions dot width 20. Okay, so now it would be better. And over here, now definitely we don't want height 10, we want height 20. Okay, which looks better. So it's already working great. And what else? Next, okay, this section over here, sign in is great, and don't have an account. Font size, let's go ahead with 20. Okay, now over here is the same, 20. Okay, and the color most probably would stick to app colors dot main black color. Okay, which is this one, and we want to create a bit of spacing space over here, and it's great. All right, so now what we hope, we click on this, we should go to sign up page. Okay, and which we go. Yes, now if you do already have an account over here, you can go to sign in page, as you see, and that's what I told you early, that we can do like this. Okay, so it's already working. That's great. And we do have interesting change that we need to make. Like if you create over, if you let me restore the app and let's see how it's going. Okay, well, it's restarted, and you can create over here. So it's from the left, from the right side it shows up, and it goes back and shows up like this. Okay, now we want to change this one a little bit. So over here we can set up a transition property, and we'll do transitions dot fade. Okay, now restart your app, and this time you want to click on create. You see the effect is different. It's more like it's popping up from bottom, and if you click over here, have already an account, so it does come here and it takes you there. Okay, have an account already, right? So it's more animated if you see. Okay, all right, great. Well, next we'll see how to go ahead and build our model for this one, so that we can receive data from our text field, and then we'll be able to send the data back to the server. But of course, to do that, we just not only need to build a model, we also need to build our controllers, our repos, and lots of other stuffs. All right, so now we'll go ahead and understand how this sign up form, validation, authentication, and server response would work, and how they are connected together. Okay, all right, so we'll come to this link once again. Okay, here we have all this basic information that we need to understand about our app. Now here today we'll take a look at a post request, but this would be actually our post request for sign up, okay, and validation. So anyway, from UI we'll have a form, and inside the form, well, not inside the form, on the same page we'll do form validation. So we'll process the form data, and that would happen in the same sign up form. And after that, if the validation passes, actually we'll send the we'll go for auth controller, and auth controller would do a little bit further data processing, and then we'll go to auth repo from auth controller, and then auth repo would call API client. In the API client we'll have post request. Okay, the actual body of the post request. From here it will call the API client, but the actual body of the method is in API client. So far we don't have any post request, we have get method or get request, and after that API client would send the response to the server, and where it will make server endpoint, and last time we have seen what is endpoint, and server also do a bit of validation, and then after validation it would give us a response. Now response could be 200, 41, 401, 403, or 500. That's also kind of status. So within response we'll have our status. Okay, so either it's success or failed, and at the same time we'll send code inside the response. Okay, is it 200, 401, or 40, 403, or 500? So this is called status. So inside response we'll have status. Status has a code, and we'll on the front end in Flutter we'll check this code, whether it's a 200 or not. If it's 200, that means everything went successfully, and we'll save it to the phone using local storage. Otherwise we'll send a message to the user that something went wrong, and we'll try to give related message that what went wrong. Okay, all right, so this is the basic structure, but of course in between we have a lot of other small details that I didn't point it here, but this flow would help us actually what we should do first. Anyway, so for now we have done the form, so now we'll go ahead and do the validation in the same sign up page. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and do it. So now we'll go to our sign up page actually over here, and sign up page over here we have this 4 variables, and they are different kind of controllers, but of course they are being initialized from the same controller. and we are giving them value to our text controller using each of these names. So we need to create a method, and over here in the method we'll grab this controllers and see their value. Okay, and of course that will trigger, the method would be triggered from here. So first thing we need to do, we need to wrap it around a gesture detector. Okay, so I would here do option enter and widget gesture detector. Okay, now here we would have onTap method, and here from here we'll call a method which is called registration, and inside the method we'll do our first tab which is called validation. Okay, so now we'll come at the very bottom over here right below scaffold. So what I will do, I'm gonna go ahead and collapse this. Okay, so right here I'll write a method, and the method type would be void, and method name is registration. So inside this registration method we would do validation. Okay, all right, now here first we'll grab all the variables and their string. Okay, so these variables, the one we already have over here. Okay, so we'll grab them and try to save in a variable. Okay, grab this 4. Okay, so here I'll declare a name, variable, and type is string, and here I'll call it name, and name would be from this name controller. And then we would do text. We'll just want to get text because controller has other properties, and we'll trim any kind of white space. Okay, all right, so now I will copy it 4 times. Okay, so here I would do phone, here I would do email, here I would do password. Okay, so now here it would be phone controller, and here we'll have email controller, and here we'll have password controller. Okay, all right, now let's go ahead and call this one. Okay, so that we know that it's being used, otherwise in gray. So just here. All right, and that's all. Now we can, let's see what's happening. Registration, we are supposed to be inside this scaffold. Okay, we are here, and okay, to move it to the top. Okay, now anyway, we're good. Let's come down over here. So here we'll start to do validation one by one. Okay, first we'll check the name. Okay, so name is empty or not. Okay, because it's a string, and string has a string variable or string object actually. So it is a method which is called empty, or property actually, as you can see, hover over on it, property, which is get. You can check on this. Okay, all right, so if it is empty, we'll send a message to the user. Else if, now if you have this phone number, okay, and we'll see the phone number is empty or not. Okay, the same thing. So here we do phone is empty, that one. And then for email, we'll first check if it is empty or not. So we do email is empty. Okay, and then we need to do another check, else if this email is really email address or not. Now Getx package has a special method, I think it's called getUtils, and which has a property to check if it is email or not. Okay, so that's it. So that's why I love Getx package. Okay, So whether it's email or not, so we do validation over here and send a message. Okay, and else if now we'll check the password. Okay, now password is empty or not, is empty. Okay, if it is empty, then we'll send a message to the user. Else if, well, now password is we'll see if it is less than 6 or not. Okay, so password.length, if it is less than 6. Okay, so we have to have at least 6 characters. Else we would do the actual what is it, post request. I mean, from here we'll go ahead and call auth controller method. Of course, we'll create a similar method like registration in our auth controller. Okay, now here we want to show some messages to the user. All right, if things go wrong, if any of them. All right, now for this one we need to create a custom message box or custom message widget. Okay, and to do that we'll come over here in the base itself. Over here we'll create a new file and we'll say show custom message.dart. Okay, now over here we'll create a custom message. Now over here we'll just simply create a method and that's all, and it will be void type, and the method name would be show custom message. Okay, I think I want to call it show custom snackbar because it would pop up as a snackbar. Yes, so what I'll do, I'll go ahead and rename it and rename over here show custom snackbar. So that would be a pop-up message. Now over here, so this method would get called from here. So here we would give it some parameters, so and we'll receive them over here. So the first one is string and it is a message. Okay, now others two are optional. So here the first one is type bool, so we do is error. Well, in general the error is true because we'll call this one only for validation, so default status is that it is error. Okay, and we'll need to set a title, and string title over here is error. Okay, like that. Now this one we must send, so that's why it's not around this curly braces. Of course we can put all of them in curly braces, that's okay too, but with this it means that you don't need to you must send this one. Okay, and for this one you don't need to use any name. And for optional parameters which are wrapped around curly braces, in general when you wrap your variables around curly braces, they are optional parameters, so you may send, you may not send. Okay, so you should have a default value. All right, so now over here this is what we have, and inside it okay, before we go ahead inside, let's import a package. So here we do import get. Once again, this is from Getx package, and it has a method inside which is called getSnackbar. Okay, now as you see, it takes a title and a message, and we already have title and message. So this is the title and this is the message. Okay, after that we can actually use more parameters inside it, more properties, and title text. Now for title text we'll use big text. Okay, now inside it we'll use a text and actual title would be sending. So title is given to it, but it would show from here. Okay, now we need to go ahead and import it, and for this one we also want to set up a color for our title, so we do colors.white, and let's go ahead and import it. All right, and then message, and for this one we'll just simply go ahead and use a message, and inside message we'll have message. Now actually you can just go ahead and stop with this too, you don't need to write any of this, but when you have further properties like this, you continue to do them, it means you are customizing them. Without this get.snackbar would perfectly work. You don't need this, but we want to customize it. Okay, so over here we do style, and here we would do text style. Okay, and color, there should be color for it, and we'll do colors.white. Okay, all right, let's see. It might want you to add a const modifier. Let's see. All right. Okay, and we can also set color for general text. So we do, let's see, here we are. Okay, right after it, color text and colors.white. And then we'll do snack position from where it should show up. This is what we'll do. And snack position dot top from top section. And background color for the snack bar. Here use colors dot red accent. Okay, because this would be pretty much all error message. Okay, so that's why we need red color. Okay, so with this we are done with this custom show snack bar, and every time next we do validation, any kind of validation in the Flutter framework inside our UI, we just call this one. Okay, so that's why we put it in the base directory. Great, so now we would be here. So here's the thing. So first here would call show custom snack bar. I think we need to import it, and the first one is name. Okay, so here we would say, okay, type in your name. Okay, that means it can't be empty. Type in your name. So that's the message, and title is name. Okay, all right, so we'll just finish it there, and now we'll copy this one and put it here. Type in your phone number. Okay, now this is the same one. Type in your email address, and here we'd say email. Now here we say type in a valid email address. So here we do valid email address. Okay, now here you do type in your password. Here we do password. Okay, now here password can't be less than 6. Okay, so password cannot be less than 6 characters. Yes, password. Okay, so here we do password. But interestingly, if you want to do more validation, actually you could go ahead and use getUtils. It has a lot more features. Okay, not just emails. You can even see it's whether it's a number, digit, or special characters. Okay, otherwise we'll show over here. For now we'll say perfect. Okay, all went well. Okay, so this is what we have now. So after this, actually we can go ahead and try to do a simple validation, but of course that's just on the front end. Okay, so I'll restart our app and simulator, which is over here, and I'll go ahead and create one, and let's see. If you click on this and make sure that this is open, we'll see if we get error or not. Okay, type in your name. Okay, all right, so first one, I type my name. Okay, type in your phone number. So I did. Type in your email address. Okay, Now let's go ahead and check. Type in your valid email address because it knows that it's not an email address. Okay, and let's do a.com and let's try it. Type in your password. Okay, so well, of course some of this suffix could be very long, but okay, so now here it's fine. And now over here you could do password 123. Now it can't be less than 6 characters, so 1 2 3 4 5 6. Just go ahead and check it. All went well, so far we are good. So here we are hitting if things are being typed. Okay, all right, so with this we are good. And next, what we saw, so after this we need to go ahead and build this auth controller. But now here's one thing we are missing in this picture that I didn't write. So well, there are a lot of other small details that I didn't write. So after this validation, when it's done over here locally, we need to send all this information to auth controller. Okay, well, how to send that? Well, for that one, actually we need to go ahead and create a new model, because using this model will combine all of them in one object, and that object will send to auth controller, and auth controller would send to auth repo. So auth repo would convert it to JSON, and then it will send it to API client, and API client would send it to server. Because we can only send a JSON response and JSON object to server, so we need to convert it to JSON once again. But before that, we need to package all of our data into one object. Okay, put all of them into one object, and for this reason we need to go ahead and build a model. Okay, all right, so for this one, next we'll go ahead and build a model, and we'll come over here inside model. So here we do sign up body dot model, sign up body model dot. So this would be purely Dart. Okay, now over here we'll create a class and we'll call it sign up body. Okay, now here it will have some fields. The first one is definitely name. Okay, and then we'll have say phone, and string will have email, and the string will have password. Okay, so definitely these are the 4 fields that we need to send. Okay, now let's go ahead and build a constructor. So in the constructor we'll use all of this that we need. Let's see. Okay, so here we do required this dot name and required this dot phone, required this dot email, required this dot password. Okay, so with this, once we send, so far with this, if we call it from here, okay, then we'd be able to create an object. Okay, and that would be a sign up object, and that object will send to our auth controller. So actually here we can create an object and we'll see how it goes. Okay, so here we'll just simply call sign up body, sign up body, this one. Okay, and sign up body, this is the object name, and we'll create the object by calling the constructor. Okay, now over here we need to pass this parameters. Let's see, sign up, sign up. Okay, yeah, this one. All right, because we need to pass all of them, not the first one. This way it becomes more easier for us to know what's happening. So here we'll just simply send the name. This is the name, phone, email, so that's what we are sending directly from here. Okay, and they go to the corresponding field in sign up body. Okay, now after that we can go ahead and print a message. We do print sign up body dot to string. Okay, all right, now let's go ahead and save it, and let's try to put some information over here, a.a.com, and password 123456, name Ahmed, and here just a phone number. Okay, let's see, and instance of sign up body. Okay, perfect. So now we already created an object, okay, with this. Well, now after this, actually we need to go ahead and create our auth controller. Okay, so we'll come over here, and inside this controllers we'll create a new file, and we'll call it auth controller. And auth controller would have this registration method. Okay, and once again this would be pure Dart class. So here we do class auth controller, we'll create the class name, and then we'll do extends Getx controller. Okay, and we'll do implement service, Getx service, because we want to use a repo, so that's why we need to call service. Okay, all right, so that's how mostly they work together. All right, and after this we also need to create a repo first. Okay, like as you see from here, it calls repo. So previously we have seen when we do this one that inside each controllers you should have a repo. Okay, so we need to create and initialize this repository. So first go ahead and create a repository. So inside this let's see, data repository, here we'll create auth repo. Okay, so we do auth repo.dart. Okay, all right, now over here we'll create a class and we'll call it auth repo. Now, just like any other repo, it doesn't extend anything, but it will take two variables. One is API client, just like any other repos, and the object is API client. Okay, and here we do final, and we also want to create a shared preference object over here, because once we get the token from the server, we want to save in our app inside, so we need shared preferences object. Okay, so we'll call it shared preferences. Okay, now we'll go ahead and create the constructor. Now here we do required this dot API client, and required this dot shared preferences. Okay, and for now we are good to go with this too. All right, so now we have this API client, auth repo and auth controller. Now we need to inject them in the dependencies. Okay, all right. Now of course over here the auth controller itself would take this auth repo. Okay, so here we'll first create an instance of this final auth repo. Why we are doing that? Because auth repo will have method, we'll call that method from auth controller. Okay, so here we'll call it auth repo, create an object. Okay, and we'll create a constructor for this class, auth repo required this dot auth repo. All right, and we don't need this. Okay, cool. So now we'll go ahead and find our dependency class, and which is here. Now we need to inject them in our app. Okay, when we load everything, so we'll come over here right after it, and here we'll call our auth repo. Okay, so we do get.lazy put. Now here we'll call let's see, what is it? Auth repo, right? Auth repo. Okay, and it takes two objects. One is API client and shared preferences. Just like old time, we do get.find. Okay, and here the same thing. It would find the object automatically, or the controller. Okay, all right. And over here we would do auth controller. Let's go ahead and do that. So get.lazy put, and here we would call auth controller, and we need to do get.find. Now with this, they would be loaded during the loading time, and they would be injected in our app as dependency injection. And at the same time, we'll create a constructor. Now this will definitely get API client and shared preferences object, and this will have auth repo object. Great. And after this, we can go ahead in our auth controller, which is this one, and create more classes, more methods. Okay, all right. And here we want to create some variables, and the first one is bool, and we'll call it is loading. So we'll check if it is loading or not, just like all the time when you loaded data from server. So the default value is false, and we want to also get it, so we'll have a get field. So here we do is loading. Okay, all right, great. Now after that, we'll go ahead and create a method, and method name is registration. Okay, now as I said early, and we saw early, we need to pass this thing over here, this object, to this method. Okay, so here definitely it'll take sign up body as an object, and its parameters sign up body. Okay, so that's what it should take. All right, and once we call this one, we immediately set it to true. Is loading equal true? Because once we call it, means data is being loaded, which means we are talking to the server. Okay, all right. And now over here, we'll call the method, the actual registration method, to the repo. Okay, of course this is the body, because just like any other repo previously we have seen that we always have a corresponding corresponding method in our repo. Okay, just like if you see, like say product controller, it has a method which is get popularProduct and in the repo we also have the same method, right? So this is exactly what you're going to do. So we want to create the repository function, of course just the name, which will call to the API client, and that would be in our auth repo. But auth repo would also go ahead and call a function in our API client. So I think it's better first go ahead and call the function in API client, and we'll call that from auth repo, and from auth controller we'll call auth repo. Okay, so that's how it should work. Once again, here we'll have this post method. The post method would get called from auth repo, and auth controller would call that related registration post method from auth repo. Okay, so let's come over here. So for this reason, we'll go to our API client and actually create a method. Okay, so post method. Now let's go to our API client, which is over here, and just like post get data, we'll have here post data. Okay, so here we'll create post data, and it will get URI like this one. So we do string URI, and over here, but of course we are sending data to the server, so we need to get data as well. So the data type is dynamic, because we'd reuse our post data, not just for sign up, sign in, for a lot of other things. So the data we are sending, that's a dynamic type, and we'll call it body. Okay, now over here we'll actually call the HTTP post client or post method from here. Okay, now we'll wrap it around try clause syntax, and here if things go wrong we'll catch it. okay, and that should be as E, and for now simply we'll just print E to string. Okay, all right. Now over here, what we want to do, we want to call this post method. Okay, now this post method would be coming from Getx package. We are not using HTTP client, just like this one. Get method is coming from Getx package. So over here it's the same thing. So we'll have post method, and as you see, the first one actually. So it takes URL, body, and a lot of other information, including headers. If you come over here one more time. So anyway, so here first URL and body, which we already have. URL in our case should be URI. Okay. All right, and body point to this one, URI point to that one. Okay, and that's it. And as well as we also need to send headers. Okay, now we'll send headers, and headers would be coming from our variable that we created long ago, which is this one. Why we need to send headers? Because we are telling the server, hey, I'll give you some content and the type is JSON. Okay, so that's what it's telling the server, and that's why you need it. And a lot of post requests in future need authorization token, so that's why we'll send token as well. But previously we have just sent empty token, or a token that doesn't really matter. Okay, so this random token. But once the user logs in, we'll have a token, and that's the actual token we'd be using again and again, a lot of other requests. Okay, so that's why we need to send this to information in the header. But of course, first time when you do registration, the token is invalid. It's just a random token. It doesn't really matter. You can send it as anything. So this is the information we need to send to the server using this post method. Okay, URI, body is the information that you want to send. So this information is coming from our form, and this is the data type you want to give to the server, like JSON data. Okay, telling the server that we are going to send you some JSON data as well as a token, but first time the token once again invalid. So now if you hover over on it, you'll see it sends a future response. Okay, so that's what it sends to us, because we want to get a response after submitting to the data. Either it fails or successful. So here we need to save the data in a response object. Okay, response. Okay, yeah. Now this response, once again, if you see over here, let's see, come over here actually. So here it is a future type. Okay, but my response doesn't have any future type. So here I will await, which means I'm gonna make it as a future, and over here we need to add async, and after that we want to return this response. Okay, so wherever you see this future thing, you need to add await for that method. Okay, and for the caller function you need to also add this async. Anyway, so after this we want to return the response. Okay, return response. All right, but now this would over here, because we are returning, we need to mention the return type. So the return type is a response once again, but we need to wrap it around future because we may need to wait for this response. Okay, future. All right, and let's see. Now over here we also need to send something. Okay, otherwise we'll get error, because if things go wrong, you still need to tell Flutter, to our UI, that things are wrong. Okay, so from here we also need to return. So here we do return response. Okay, now over here for now it does take something. So let me type in first status e.toString. Okay, so now here if things go wrong, we're just simply sending one, which doesn't really mean anything over here, just a random code, and we are sending the actual response error to our validation or form validation, because remember over here, if things go wrong from here, we'll also check that. Okay, So there is more validation to go. So, and that checking would be either it's successful in our API client or it fails, like that. Okay, so with this we are pretty much done with the post method, the basic post method. All we did here, call this post method from Getx package, and we send our URL, body, and header information. All right, now this response method is once again coming from Getx, and that's why you should love Getx, because it's so convenient. It gets you so many handy methods. So while with this we are good. Now we need to go ahead in our auth repo and call it from auth repo. Okay, all right, so we'll come to our auth repo, let's see, which is over here, and over here we'll create a method and we'll call it registration. Okay, just like we have in our controller, the similar method, registration. Okay, now over here we'll once again pass the sign up body and we'll call it sign up body. Okay, now over here we do have API client object, so we'll call API client, and over here we'd send post data, this one. Okay, now here we need to send URI as well as the body. Now the URI should be endpoint, okay, but we don't have the endpoint yet, so we need to go ahead in our app constants over here, and I'll copy one of them, auth endpoints. Okay, I'll post it there, and here I'll call it registration URI. Okay, now over here I think it should be auth, and over here we'll say register. Okay, that's as simple as that. For now we will not worry about this one. Okay, we'll take care of that later, how it works. Okay, all right, now if we come to auth repo, we can just simply do app constants dot let's see, I think we need to import it, and here we do register URI. Okay, now this body is very interesting, because as I said that we need to send the data to the server, and that server should receive JSON data, but for now it is an object. Okay, so it's not JSON, so when I send it here it has to be JSON. Okay, so sorry, so what we need to do, we need to convert it to JSON. Okay, now for this reason we need to come to our sign up body, which is this one, and over here we need to create a method to convert data to JSON object. Okay, so or to JSON. So over here we'll create a method. The return type would be JSON, which is actually map, we know that, and data is dynamic, the key is a string, and the value is dynamic, and the method name is toJson. All right, now over here we'll first create an object of map. So here we'll do final map string and dynamic. Here we'll call a variable, create a variable dynamic, and here we'll create a new map object from it, map string dynamic. Okay, so here we need to return data. Okay, so whatever we get early from here, like let me tell you what's happening. So once you come over here, create this object, so actually this one gets called, which is this one, and if this gets called, this value is automatically assigned to them. Okay, now we can get those values. Okay, and using those values we'll create a JSON object and return it. Okay, and we'd put in this data map object. Once again, map and JSON, they are very similar. Actually I think they're same in Flutter. So anyway, so now over here you need to convert it to a JSON. Now JSON takes field is the key. Now here name is fname, and over here we'll send it to this dot name. From name, which is this one, take the value and save it to fname. And what is fname? Is our name, which means first name. Here we'll have a phone number, because in our database we'll have a field which is called phone number, so that's why the name is exactly same as in database. And if we take a look at our database, actually let's take a look over here. If we see our users and if we see the columns, let's see. So show selected. Okay, over here you see, well, ID, we are not sending ID. ID is created automatically, and fname is the name, well, just first name. You can add L name, which is last name, phone number, email, and things like that. Okay, so these are the fields that are being related directly, one-on-one relationship over here. Okay, so they have to be exactly same, because eventually this is what you want to send to the server, and server would think, hey, fname or the name has to be this one, so they have to have same name. Okay, all right. But over here, even though it's just a name, but in the database we have fname, because in future you can also create something called L name, which is last name. Fname means first name. Anyway, so the next one is data email. Okay, so here we do this dot email, and here we do data password, and this dot password. Okay, all right. So now with this we are done converting our object to JSON. Okay. All right, so all we need to do, we need to come to this auth repo, and over here we need to call sign up body.toJson. Okay, so with this the data would be converted to JSON. Okay, now if the data is converted to JSON, that also means that we can send it to the server. So from here we are calling our API client. Okay, now auth repo, this method should get called from auth controller, right? Yes. So over here we'll call this one. Okay, so we'll call auth repo dot registration, and we are simply sending the sign up body. Okay, now we saw earlier that auth repo, okay, we can close this one. We don't need this either. So auth repo, well, now auth repo actually should send you a response. Okay, so over here you need to define the response type. Once again, it's just same as our post method, future response. Okay, now over here we need to return it and await, and let's see, add async. Okay, so once again API client would return, so that returned object is saved in over here. So we are returning from here directly, and the return type is a response. So over here in auth controller we'll take it as a response as well. So here whatever is returned, we'll save it to response object, response. Okay, all right. Now here once again I think we need to do await and async. All right, great. And after that we need to check our response type. So here we do response status code. So if it is 200 from the server, the one we get, that means actually we have done something great. Otherwise it's wrong, error, and it failed. Okay, so we want to handle that. All right. If we get 200, that means everything went smoothly, successfully, and that also means the server has given us a token. Now the token would be inside response body, and we'll have a token. Once again, if we come over here, we see that server endpoint, server would do validation, and then we'd get response. Response would be our status. Actually, status would combine 200 and our token. Okay, if it is 200, then we'll save it, otherwise we'll show error message. But for now, this server endpoint and validation, we'll put it in the back burner, and we'll see this section a little later. Okay, now we'll come over here. So from here, we think that everything went smoothly, so we want to save the token locally. Okay, so here we'll save it in our local storage, which is our shared preference. And for that one, we would go ahead and create a method first. Okay, so we'd create a method in our auth repo, which is this one. So over here we'll call a method, and method type would be, method name is save user token, and here token is a string. And what is token? Token is a verification string from server that tells you, okay, you are authenticated. So if user's information is found on the server sends you some secret ID, and you should save it. But of course, when you first do a registration, there is nothing like that. So after first you do registration based on your email ID and password, server will create a token, and now that token would be returned as a response. And the first time when you get the response from the server, you should save it locally. Next time when you use you log in, you should use that token from your device and send it back to the server and confirm with the server that there is a token like this I'm sending you, and can you find the token? If you can find, that means the user is authenticated. So that's how the token works. Anyway, so first time when you register, we get a token, and token would be returned over here within our response. Now we'll go ahead and save it. So here we'll just simply call API client API client dot token, and we'll save it. Remember, before in our API client we have this token variable. Okay, so now we'll be able to save that. Okay, and we also said late, which means we initialize it later. Okay, anyway, so we would update this token variable from here. This is the actual token, not the dummy token. And after that, we'll call API client dot update header. But of course, this method doesn't exist, so we'll go ahead and create one in our API client, which is over here. Now, because we have updated our token, so we also need to update our header like this one. But now we'll do it in a method. Okay, so we'll call it void update header, because we'll call this section from outside of our API client. Okay, now over here we'll get the token, string token, and what we'll do, we'll just simply go ahead and call this one. Okay, so the header will be updated automatically after the user do the registration. So next time when user logs in, the information would be saved in the token. Okay, and especially the token. Okay, so next time when you do a post request, the header is automated there because you already updated it, and in the header we have the token. So updated token would be sent with the post request after registration during login, or if you want to do like update method, a delete method, like updating your cart, sending more orders, things like that. Okay, so now over here we'll call it. So here we'll call API client dot update header. Now here we are sending the token. Okay, all right. So that's well, now we are saving it, the token, over here. Okay, over here, as well as when we update it, the headers. In the header section we are also saving it, but we also need to save it locally. Now for that one, here we need to save it to our local storage. Okay, now in the local storage, if you, let's see, okay, let's go to this one over here. We do have a token, right? So we just want to update this token. So from here we just simply call return await, and let's see, share preference dot set string, and over here we want to have this app constants dot token, this one, and the value is token. Okay, now with this let's see, so here first you save in this and as well as in the storage. With the storage, the benefit is it will be saved for a long time, because when you kill the app, this information would be all gone from memory. Okay, so we have to understand this one. So hopefully it makes sense. Now after this one, we would come to our auth controller over here. We'll just simply call auth repo and then save token. Okay, and we just simply pass the token. Now of course we need to get the token, and where are we getting it from? Well, we are getting it from this response. Okay, so every response has a body, so here we do response, and within it we'll have a body. Okay, response object has a lot of properties. As you see, status code, status bytes, has error, headers is okay, OBS, reactive. Okay, but we are going to use the body. Body will have all the information in an array, and one of them should be token. Okay, now we'll save that. But of course server would put things in token. Okay, this variable in the server side, there would be also a variable which is called token. Server would generate the token and put that token in a token variable, and then it would put this token variable inside a response object. Okay, JSON response, and on Flutter we can save it and get it. All right, so status is 200. We take the token and we save it. So first we call this user save user token method. It sets in the memory as well as in the local storage, in everywhere. Okay, all right. Okay, so that's saving token, but there is more things need to do. Now what if you fail, and what if well, now over here this token is one response from the server that we save, so that means it's the correct one. Okay, and over here we also need to know that there is a correct response, so from here we need to return a response. Okay, so to return a response, well, we would return two information. One is the token as well as our status code as a true, as a boolean. Okay, now for that reason, first we need to go ahead and create a model, and in the model we'll save that this to object so that we can use it later. If you don't create an object, you have to use scattered variables, I mean a lot of extra variables. With the model, the benefit is you can save it globally, and then you call the model and you can use dot operator to get the related field. So that's why we'll come over here, which is models object, models folder, sorry, and over here we'll create response model. Okay, we can just simply go ahead and create more variables and save the information, but that's not the right way of doing. Just like what we did over here with auth repo, we converted it to JSON. You might have asked me, hey, you can also save this information like this, name, stuff like that. Okay, yeah, and it would still work. Okay, but that's not what you want to send. Okay, I mean, we need a bit more modification, because if you create a lot of extra variables and you do JSON encode and things like that, and you can send it, but that's not the correct way of doing. So every time you have response or object that you send and receive, you should convert them to an object, things like that. And of course, when it's necessary, you decode the object to JSON. Anyway, so we'll come over here and we'll create a class and we'll call it response model. Okay, now here we'll have a property which is boolean, and it will be is a success. And here we'll have another property which is string, property or field. They are the same thing. Okay, now here we'll create the constructor. Now here we do this dot is a response and this dot message. All right, like that. So over here now with this we'll create the object, and actually you can also do like this, the one we did early. Okay, now if you do this, you need to tag this required, okay, just like we did before, required. Okay, let's see. So in that case we also need to change the name, things like that. Okay, and over here you need to change it. Okay, so this would be same as the one we created early, our response body object. Okay, so it's the same thing. Okay, so now this one and this one, they're same. Okay, but let's do it differently so that we learn more things. All right, okay, now over here, now why we are doing like this, there's a reason. I mean, why we are not doing like this. You can do it different way, but what's the reason? Let me tell you. Now over here we want to return this one as a property. So here we would do string get message. Okay, here message. Okay, and this here we do bool get is success. Sorry, is success. Okay, because we want to create a public field. Now get is a public field, so we need to have a private variable, and private variables, they start with underscore. But if you have private variables, you can't use the curly braces. Okay, so that's why you have to do like this, because we want to use them outside of this model. But for this one, we didn't use them anywhere. We just send information to it, and that's all. We don't have any getter like this one. Okay, so once again, the main reason we are doing like this, because we are creating private variables. Private variables cannot be wrapped around curly braces. Okay, well, it makes sense because we are going to call them. So now anyway, we'll come over here. Now here is the magic. So now we'll use our response model object, response model, to create an object and return it. Okay, so that's what we'll do. So over here, first we'll come over here, and here we'll instantiate late response model object, response model, and response model. Okay, now before we use it, we need to initialize it. If this doesn't fall in this condition, it'll fall in this condition. Either way, it'll get initialized. And we'll initialize it based on our status. A response model. Okay, so now we are going to create the object. So now here, first one is boolean. So here we'll save it as a true, means everything worked correctly. Now here the string is our this token. So with this, in future we can just create a response model object and we'll be able to access them. Okay, so yeah, that's all. And if things went wrong, we'll still come over here and we'll set it to false. Okay, now here we'll just simply set status text. So server will give us a text if things go wrong. Okay, and we'll show the text. So that would be our error message. Okay, and after the regardless of what happens, you want to set it to false. It means post record has been done, regardless return us the wrong thing or the right thing. Okay, and right after that you just want to return response model. Okay, response model this is the object, so that over here we can use it. Okay, all right. So now one more thing we need to do is update method, because our front end would be reactive, which means response and react and change. So we need to tell the front end, hey, there is a new change in our app, regardless it's error or the right way. Okay, now we'll come over here and take it. So we created this one, and we also created auth controller. So over here, what do we do? We'll go ahead and create an auth controller instance, and then we'll call the method. Okay, so, or the other way we could do, we'll come over here. Let's see which one we have. We do have a scaffold. So we'll come over here and find this auth controller, because remember when we did the dependency loading, we already loaded this one. Let's see. Okay, we have already loaded it. Okay, now if we did, then we can just simply go ahead and find it. So here we do var auth controller. Here we do get.find. Now here we do auth controller. Okay, yeah, that's simply as simple as that one. And after that, what we'll do would be here in this method. So we created the signup object, signup body. Now we do auth controller dot register. Okay, because it has a registration method, we call that one. So that would call a method in our repo, which is this one, and from repo we'll go ahead to our API client post method, okay, which is this one, and then it will talk to the server, get us a response. Response would be here returned, and if it does, then I'll get a response from here, and that response would be returned in a response model. So what I could do over here, so here I would do then, then, and I'll grab the response, okay, and I'll call it status. And now over here I'll do some interesting things. So I'll check this one, if status, okay, if status is success, let's see, if it is success, because status is a response model. Let's see our registration over here, auth controller. Oh yes, we didn't set up the type of it, so it is feature type, and its type is response model. Okay, feature means we need to wait. Now we'll come over here, sign up, and now over here if we hover on it, so now status is the object of response model, and it has is success property, which is this one. Okay, so if it is success, which means it's true, perfect. Okay, all right, so then what we could do, we could do actually print a message, success registration. Okay, all right, else over here we'll do custom message. Let's see here, show custom, so custom snackbar. Now here we could send a message, so here we just simply do status dot message. Okay, so that is the wrong message, the one we get from the server. Okay, all right, so well, with this we are done with the front end, and now we'll go ahead and check how it looks like in backend, and after that we'll check our information in postman, and then we'll check it on our app. Well, now first we'll go ahead and take a look at the backend, and we'll see how it works. Now if you come to the backend over here, and if you open it up, this is what we did last time, and I'll remove that. And last time we are doing up to here actually, Now if you click over here, it will open up new sections, and here we also have more information. So this is another group, and this first group was for products request and things like that. Okay, so let's get products. Okay, now here registration and login. Okay, so here I do have another route group, and it prefixed with auth, and namespace is auth. So that means that inside this folder I have another auth folder, and inside that auth folder I'll have a controller method, customer auth controller method, customer auth controller, and then I'll have over here register endpoint. Now this endpoint would be the endpoint that we created early over here. Let's see, where is it? App constants, and this one. Okay, so this would eventually point to this one over here, and we have added extra namespace over here, and of course we also have prefix. So this namespace is telling you that it should be in the auth folder. Okay, so now anyway I'll save it, and I'll do Command B on Mac to open up my Explorer section. Now over here, HTTP controllers, API, V1, and auth, and inside auth I do have customer auth controller, which is this one, and then I'll find this register method. So I'll open it up, and over here I do see that we have login method, and we'll see that later. Now we have register method, and over here we get the information, a request, which also means that we get over here this information. Okay, over here, so we go through them and we do a validation, and over here after doing validation, if it fails, then we return validation error 403, and if it passes, then we go ahead and create an object, okay, using models create method, and then we create a token, and using this create token method, and then we save it in token variable and we return it, and then just a random string that we'll use later actually. So you can just skip this part, you can put anything over here random, but in future we'll see if we do phone verification or not. Okay, and we are also returning is phone verified 0 because we didn't really verify it. If we verify, we'll verify it here and change it to 1, but for now we are not doing any of this, and and then we return 200. Okay, if you can come up to here, definitely we can return 200. Okay, all right. So now here, few things to know that now if you know what is Laravel and how to create a record in database based on your model, so this is what we are doing. Every model has a create method, so you can create record in database and you have to submit the related fields with the information. Now these are the information coming from here, which is also from Flutter frontend. So we create and then create a token and save it to the database. We also save the token to the database, but here create token method does it automatically for you, so you don't need to worry about it, how it works internally. Now I have created a tutorial before how it works, how to create token using Laravel Passport. Laravel Passport is a package, so you can check out that tutorial. I'll put a link below in the video description. You should definitely check that out, because a lot of time creating token and authentication is a big problem for a lot of beginner developers. So you should really learn that. And over here, well, this just create and gets you the token, and it also saves. Now this is a random string, just it doesn't really matter, but in our case we are saving customer information, so I wrote customer auth, restaurant customer auth, things like that. Okay, Once again, don't forget to check out the video how to create authentication using Laravel password. But for you guys, I've already done it, so you don't need to worry about it, but you should learn it because that's another really long tutorial, like 2 hours, so you should check that out. Yes, so this is what will happen if we can hit this endpoint. Okay, if you do encounter error doing this, you can definitely come over here. This is the link, and during my work I have encountered some issues and I've listed there, and how to solve them I put it there. So the first error I found, that was like JWT, that is used for authentication. Now Laravel Passport, it uses this one internally for creating token, so that could be a problem. And if you do get error like this where it says that client access or access client not found, then you need to run this command to activate Laravel Passport. Okay, so these are the error I found when I was doing it in local test locally in my computer on a different device, because when you change your device, this password doesn't really work. You have to reactivate in every device anyway. So yeah, that's it. So now what we'll do, we'll go ahead and open up our postman over here and we'll create a post request. Okay, now this time we'll create a post request, and here it would be localhost 8000 port and API version 1, and this is inside auth folder and register folder. Okay, now over here we need to send some data. Well, first, what kind of data we are sending, because right now we are doing the test on Laravel postman, and we need to mention our data type. Like here we do that content type is application JSON, so that's what we need to mention. So here we write content type. I think we should go to header, actually, this one, not this content type, and here we'll set it to application JSON, which means we are getting you JSON data. Now over here in the body we'll use raw data, which means pure JSON. So over here we'll send a name to Ahmed, and over here we'll do email, and email say be at just info@thebesttech.com. I think I'm missing one quotation over here. And now over here phone, say 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, and then we can also do our password. Here password is 1 2 3 4 5 6. All right, and let's see. So here we do have headers. Okay, it's not transfer. I think it should be content type, this one. Okay, now it should be colorful, because in postman, if you set the content type to JSON, the body section, the raw data becomes colorful, which tells you that this is correct. Okay, now here if I put it over here, we get a failed validation report, which is a good news and bad news. Good news is that we can hit our endpoint, because this is coming from here, failed validation. Check. If you're not sure that it's coming from here, let's change this message, save it, and hit it one more time. So it says that, yeah, so what we updated we get. So that means first thing that yes, we are able to hit our endpoint. That's working. Saying that means that all these things over here, they're all correct. Okay, all right. So now we get error. Now we don't know what error, so definitely they're coming from here. So actually I have an error method that I created. Let's see. Well, I've created a file for error handling, so I'll put that file over here. So that file, all it does, it has a helper method. It has a method inside this class called helper class error processor. So you send all this information over here and it loops through it. So it's in this class, helper class, and helper class is in app central logic. So if we open it up, we'll see there is a folder central logic, and inside this we have helper, and this helper class has a method which is error processor. It's a static method, so you can access it globally. And over here we send everything what we get, like this whole validation and our object, everything send over here, and we look through it and it finds if we are missing something or not. Okay, so it should be in your package as well. I just didn't use it before, so I'm going to use it now. Now I'll save it, and now I'll hit endpoint again. Here say code, the message f name is not given. Yeah, of course, because here we are sending name, we are not sending f name, because this is the data that would be eventually saved to our database. Now before, we have seen our database, that in our database, if we find the user, say hit ID, f name, and email. Okay, all right, so this is the record I created early, so don't worry about that one. So over here we need to send the correct field. Okay, so that's why it was causing error. So once again, this is a beautiful message method that helps you to go through each of this field for validation. Okay, anyway, so now we know that our problem was over here with this one. So what we'll do, we'll change it and hit it one more time. Okay, so which means that we get a token, and this one and this one. Okay, which means that if we get a token, that means our request has been successful. That also means that we were able to successfully insert our information over here. So if you come over here and refresh it, you should see a new record. Well, let's see. Nope, we don't see that, but we are supposed to see that. So not sure why. Let's refresh it. So let's try to send it one more time and see what happens. So email and phone is taken. Now it could be the problem that this is not getting updated. So I'll close it and I'll open it again one more time. It should work. I think the record is there, but because it might not update immediately my MySQL workbench. So let's open it up. It's not reopening though. So let's see where it is. Where is our guy? MySQL workbench. Well, if it doesn't work, no problem. Actually, I want to finish this thing. So what I'll do, I'll come over here because our database is saved locally in our computer. So over here, I will try to access our database and we'll confirm that it is, the record is there. So in our terminal, we would type in this one and it would ask you to show you the let's see, maybe I typed in the wrong password. Oops, sorry. Okay, so here we can first show databases. So it will show you all the databases, and we want to use shopping shopping db. All right, so now here we can get everything like select everything from users. Okay, all right, so if we did that, now here we do see that we do have this one. Okay, so we created now MySQL workbench. Maybe it's slow, or either I don't know, it just you need to somehow restart it. But if I'm going to restart, I need to shut down my computer, and which I don't want to. Okay, so which means that it's working and our password is saved there. It's also working, we know it from here because it says it's already been used. So here we could do a different thing. So here I will come over here and change the phone number to say random phone number. And now over here, instead of doing this, I would do a@a.com. Okay, now we'll see that it will return us a token, right? And if it does, we'll see it over here, and we would be able to see the user information over here as well. Okay, so let's go ahead and hit the endpoint. Yes, it worked. We get a token. And first I would do clear method. Well, on clear doesn't work here, so it doesn't matter. So here I'll get all the information once again. Now here we would be able to see that, okay, this is the new guy that we have registered. So that means that we can hit our endpoint from Postman. Okay, right, perfect. Now this is the time to hit the endpoint from our app. So here is our app, and first thing we'll do, we'll over here from within this post data over here, we'll print our information. Okay, we'll see what we get from here. So here we do print body dot to string. Okay, so whatever we get, we'll print that. Okay, and at the same time we'll see what response we get from here. So here we do print response dot to string. Okay, so that's what we'll do. Okay, all right, now let's go ahead and first restart our app. Okay, now we'll go ahead and create a new account over here. So over here we'll do email a.a.com, password 123456, name Ahmed. Well, I think we need to change this password thing. Obscure text true, we'll do it later. Phone number 123456. Okay, let's see. We know we already have this phone number in our database, I think, but anyway, so here, yes, this is what we printed over here, and now the instance is this one, which is the response, and then it says registration, success registration. But of course, success registration is let's see, it is where it's coming from. It's coming from here. Now let's check our database. So over here, oh well, just now we created using a@a.com and this phone number, and if we see, we don't have a@a.com, we have a@aa.com, and okay, this phone number is unique, 123456, because this is 1234556. So great. Well, if we did that, that also means that here we can do like this. So this one more time, and we would be able to see what we did just now. Yes, this guy. Perfect. Okay, now let's hit it one more time and see what response we get. Okay, and here this one. Okay, and error forbidden. Okay, so this is the correct one this time. And of course you don't want to show this custom message over here, Actually, you want to show the custom message here. Okay, so well, this is something we got. Okay, so the message is forbidden, which means that you can't really work on this, but that means that user has been taken, but we need to work on that message. But the good news is we are successfully able to register from our app, right? So that's beautiful. Well, few more things to take care. As you hit it, you need to show a message that it's working or loading, okay, things like that. And we also need to work on this obscure button. Okay, ahead and restarted my workbench, and then I see these records, they're all created there. So maybe it was stuck somewhere, it didn't get refreshed, so we'll try it one more time and we'll see how it goes. So over here, this time we do aa.com, and phone number is maybe a bit longer. Sorry, that's the password, and over here just a random phone number. Let's go ahead and sign up. All went perfect, and that's all we get. Okay, now over here, let's go ahead and try to refresh it. Yes, we see that this is what we just created just now. This one, let me make sure, confirm. Yes, so this is the guy, and this is okay. I think this one, yeah, this one, right? So this is the guy. So that's how you work with this MySQL workbench. So either do this one, it'll show you all the records, or refresh. Okay, but just now it was not working. Anyway, so you can also do MySQL query practice over here, and this is what we did just now in the command line. Okay, all right. Well, anyway, so that's great. So it means our recording is our post request is working, and this is our basically first post request, and after that other post request would be pretty easy. I know it took us a lot of time, but now here's the thing: each time you hit it, you need to wait, but a lot of things are happening in the back end. So we need to set up a new variable, which actually we already did. So this one is loading. So whatever it happens, it comes here. Actually, we need to set it to loading false, right? So after this thing. So now we need to get this variable using this field over here in sign up method. So now for this one, actually, first what we'll do, okay, we'll collapse this one. Now the scaffold over here inside this one, okay, so we'll wrap this single child scroll body using auth controller actually. Okay, now if we do that, we need to remove it from here because to restart my computer because I was running out of space. Anyway, so now we'll cut this one over here, and we'll wrap it around Getbuilder. So here, that's what we'll do, Getbuilder, and here we'll use auth controller, and then we'll have builder property, and within it we'll create auth controller instance from this controller. Okay, and after that we'll just simply return and do like this. Okay, all right. And now the purpose of this one is that we become reactive, which means that once we click on this, this would be hidden. Now hidden would be based on this condition, which is loading. When this method gets hit, this becomes true, and if it becomes true, we can show our loading icon. Okay, so that's what we want to do. And when it becomes false, the icon would be gone. So for that reason, right now over here we do auth controller dot is loading. Okay, all right. So if it is false, which is the default state, once again, well, we don't need this. So default, it is false, as you can see. So if it is false, then we show the form. Otherwise, we show circular progress indicator. Okay, all right. Let's see. Okay, now seeing that one, we can actually from here we can remove this and we can pass an auth controller to it. Auth controller. So we'll come to the method over here, the place where it's reporting error. So here we'll pass auth controller. Okay, and after this, actually you can just simply remove this. We don't need this one anymore. Okay, all right, let's save it. Okay, and we did that. Let's go ahead and do a test. Okay, we do a.com password 123456, and here name AAA and phone number 1234567 Doesn't matter. Our point here, we want to see the circular progress indicator, and looks like we don't see this yet. Now let's go ahead and come over here, take a look, or it might be happening too fast because we are in localhost. Okay, all right. So let's see over here. Okay, so we are supposed to see this one, and we can print a log from here actually if we are getting this one or not. So to do that, actually, okay, so here is the thing. Let's do it like this. So we will not put it here. Actually, we want to create a custom loader. Okay, so here we'll create a new class inside this, and we'll call it custom loader. Custom loader.dart. Okay, and over here we'll create a stateless class, and we'll call it custom loader. Okay, over here we'll have container, and a container will have pretty much height say 100 and width say 100. Now of course what we could do, we could go ahead and import our dimensions file, dimensions dot, now we need to import it first. Okay, now dimensions dot height, well 20, so we'll divide it by, so, and we want to get a square like, so we'll use the same width and height. And after that we'll have a decoration, and we do box decoration, and here border radius dot circular. Now here we would use so this one divided by 2, which gets a half. Okay, and then we'll also use color for this, so it is app colors dot main color. Okay, all right, and we want to put everything in the center, so that's why here we do alignment dot center. Okay, all right, now we want to put a child over here, and child would be our circular progress indicator, and now inside it itself should be colors.white. Okay, all right, and let's see what do we have here. Colors.white. Okay, so this should be a child, not color, sorry about that. Okay, now we'll know if this point hits or not, so here just simply we can call print. I'm using the I'm printing loading state, printing loading state. Now here we'll just simply find get.find of the controller, and from here we'll get is loading. Let's see, dot is, well, I think we need to import some packages first. Import get, and now there is loading. Okay, so if it's hit here, we'll see that it's true. We need to convert it to string. Okay, otherwise we no way we can know about it. Okay, now here we'll just simply call custom custom loader, LOADER, custom loader. Let's go ahead and import the class. Yes, we're great now. Okay, now if we hit it, and over here we'll see it's true, okay? Because over here, let's see. So over here, well, so it is true. It will not fall to this condition. It will fall to this condition. Let's add this, and if it falls to this condition, it will print true on the console over here. Okay, so okay, well, now we should go ahead and hit it, and after this we should be able to see if we are able to print this one or not. Okay, let's go ahead and do it, and it looks like we still don't hit our message. Well, now there's a reason why, because you need to call this update actually 2 times. First one right after this. Okay, so right after this one. Okay, so we know immediately that this state changed, because once you return from here, it's already false again. So it always falls to this first condition. So that was the reason why we couldn't see this. So I'll save it one more time. So now let's hear, well, once again the information is gone, and here, and let's say whatever you want. Okay, now let's see. Yes, so we saw that one, and over here we also see that its loading state is true, so that means it's working. So we can remove that one now. Okay, all right, so we want to push it to the center. So here we'll wrap it around center widget. Okay, all right, now save it. Of course, this information is gone from here. Okay, now over here, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Here, this one. Okay, say whatever. All right, so now let's see what happens. Yes, and because this has been already registered in the backend, now if we have, say, D whatever, now try it and see what do we see. So yes, it worked, and registration success. And we can also come to backend, and here we don't have this one yet, at ada.com. so what we'll do, we'll just refresh it, and we'll say at ada.com. okay, so with this we also see this information. Okay, great. Well, now after this we'll go ahead and see how to log in. Okay, so we've come a long way, and definitely we are really doing great. And after that, let's take care of some of the issues from backend that we are facing. Well, first thing, we'll hide these 2 sections over here, which is password and remember token, because we don't need to see them. And for this one, I will come to our user controller and which lives inside app admins, inside controllers, user controller, this one. Okay, all right, so over here definitely we don't need this too, so we'll just remove that. Okay, now if you come over here and refresh it, you'll see it's gone. Okay, now and the issue, this time that is 00Z, we don't need that one. Okay, so now we need to import a different I think what is it, time method, or part of this packages. Now here, well, you can find it in their documentation as well. Okay, but I've already worked on this. So if you come over here, there are a few links that might help you if you work with this backend, this few things. Okay, this and this one. Okay, all right, so over here I do have that I worked before, a date format. So for this one, what we could do, either we could use this option or this option. So this is using a controller or namespace. Okay, so here first we'll import this one. Okay, now this belongs to backend Laravel anyway, so I will come over here and find this user controller, that model. Okay, now let's go ahead over here. Sorry, not this one. Okay, so let's go ahead and find the model. So we know that models, they're in the models directory inside over here. Okay, so user model, which is this one. Okay, now over here we'll simply use this one. Okay, and then we also need to say use date time format over here. Okay, and this should solve the problem. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and check. Yes, now we'll come over here and refresh it. We see the format changed. Okay, now over here, this email verified or not. Okay, now if you see our backend, my MySQL workbench. Okay, so over here we have this table, right, inside the schema. So this is a shopping DB table, and over here we have this user. The user has columns, which is this one. Now if you take a look at timestamp, but for now they're all null because we are not really verifying. So for your information, now we can take care of this a little bit different way. We can send yes, no, like that. Okay, so for this one, we'll come to this user controller over here, and this is the related field. Now, of course, if you watched my other tutorial, which I told you earlier, you know that grid is for showing the information in a grid column based like that. Anyway, so sorry. Now over here, using this eloquent, which is actually an eloquent, but now here we create a model and we pass the model object to this grid. Okay, all right, so this is an eloquent, if you know what is eloquent in Laravel. Okay, now over here, so using this eloquent, we created a model, and use that model we create a grid object, and we use this grid object to access each of the field in our database table. Okay, so these are the fields in our database table exactly. Okay, all of them. All right. Anyway, now of course you can also, instead of doing like this, you can directly access the field if you come over here in their documentation, like over here, like this. Okay, so you can just simply do this. Many different ways, like over here describe is a field in the database table, but over here you can just simply go ahead and use describe instead of column describe. Okay, like released it, created it, these are all the field in the database table, but using this grid object that you could also access them as a method. So let's go ahead and check it. So instead of saying column like this, I could do like this. Let's see, grid, okay, and ID, that's all. So ID becomes a method. Okay, it's more like Laravel. It is Laravel eloquent model, where you have a relationship and you can get to access the methods and fields. So let's save it, and we'll see that if we come over here, the ID is still there, it doesn't change. But if you want to change the name of ID over here, you can also define, I think, user ID. Okay, like that. So let's go ahead and save it. So now here you see user ID, and I think that's more readable. All right, so now we'll come over here, and now why I'm saying this thing, so that means that over here, this email verified, actually we can also access like this. So here we can access it like a method, so email verified at. Okay, now over here it has another method you can access. Every field has a method in this backend, every field in the database, so which is called display, and it takes a function, anonymous function, and it takes a parameter. Okay, now parameter you can call it anything. Okay, now then it returns. So here it means you should return something. Okay, now over here, this verified, this parameter points to the value of this field. Okay, so for a certain row, if we are using this row over here, or if we are pointing at this row, so email verified would point this value over here, which is this one. Okay, so this parameter points to the certain value in a row. Okay, so what happens when you run create grid object, so it goes through a loop for all the records in the database one by one. So for all these records, it goes one by one. Okay, so it runs in a loop, even though yes, we don't see the loop. Okay, so in a loop, it goes row by row. So now for certain method, it points to the value. Okay, if you use display function. So anyway, now over here we would see if verified exists, then we'll say yes, otherwise we'll say no. Now interestingly, this is more like Flutter ternary operator, which we have seen many times. Ternary operator and Laravel, we still have the same thing now. So Laravel is also getting updated as the time does. It's a beautiful framework that I strongly suggest to learn, Laravel. There are a lot of out there. Golang is also beautiful, but not as easy as Laravel. You can also learn Node.js. I think that's also great. Anyway, so now let's go ahead and save it. So if it's null, then no. If it's verified, which means there is a value, then we'll say yes. Okay, and now let's go ahead and run it over here. Refresh it. So here it says no, no, no. Okay, now here's a bit of problem because we have two no's, right? Okay, now that's because let's see, let us come over here because of this one. Okay, so we'll comment this out. We don't need this one now. Now let's go ahead and check it. Verified at no, but of course verified at it refers to a time. So here we can set a name for it. Verified. Okay, so instead of showing this field as a name, now we are showing a custom name. Okay, because over here we are setting default value to null. Null means it doesn't exist. Okay, so in that case we say no. All right, so now over here let's refresh it. I think I didn't save it. I need to save it. Now let's refresh it. Yes, so here they are not verified email. Okay, so in future we'll see verified email. Anyway, so that's how the backend work. But once again, all these solutions actually you can come here for this Laravel admin package. Okay, they are all there. Basic usage column examples. They have tons of examples that you would understand that how it works, and they are all English. But of course, they have a Chinese version. So I strongly suggest to use this one. I do use for a lot of my projects. Anyway, so now let's get over here. Now if you see in our admin panel we are missing name. That's because in our database record the field is fname, and over here this is just name. Okay, so that's why it's pointing, or it can't find, so we'll just simply change to fname. Okay, and it would be able to get it. Okay, all right, so now let's refresh it, and here we go. Okay, all right, so this was my name all the time that I have worked with. Anyway, so now this is getting better and better. Next we'll come to Flutter section over here, and actually I want to make a bit of change because the other day I showed it to my friend, and my friend has a bit of suggestion. My friend was saying that instead of 30, actually I can do 50 and it would look much better, and actually I think it would. So let's go ahead and change them. All right, so all of this turns to 15. Now let's save it, and I think it's better. And as well as over here, instead of that 7, we'll have 1 3 and 1 1. Okay, now let's save it. I think it is better. Okay, it's good looking. If you come over here, it's the same. Okay, because we are using the same app text field both for our sign up page and sign in page. So I think this is much better. So if you're following along, I think you can change it to this one. Okay, now the other thing actually we wanted to change early, like this password field over here. Okay, now it should be obscured, but which is not. Okay, now over here we are using a same custom widget for showing this or all the other text field, right? So there is no way to directly set it, because if you want to set it, you have to set inside this one. So text field has a property which is called obscure text. Now if you put it to true, what will happen, whatever you put, that would be obscured. Okay, like you see, they are all obscured. So that's the problem. So now we need to handle this thing a bit smartly. So we need to set up a boolean over here. Okay, so that's what we'll do. Do final over here we do bool is obscure, obscure. Okay, all right, now it will have a default value. So over here we'll set a default value is this dot is obscure, and here is obscure, so here we'll say false. All right, so this is the default value. Let's see what's going on over here. Okay, now it should solve the problem because we defined as const, but this is not const, so final is more like const. So now over here we have this value. Okay, now we'll check about it. So is obscure, if it's true, then we'll set it to true, otherwise we'll set it to false. Okay, now if it is false, that means we'll show the information. Okay, now let's go ahead and check it. Now here you see yes, so now they are not obscured. Okay, so how does it help us? Yes, it does. So what do we need to do? Once again, here this is the ternary operator, exactly the one we used inside our Laravel. Okay, so if you're familiar with Laravel, Flutter should be easy. If you're familiar with Flutter, Laravel should be easy as well. Okay, so they work pretty much a lot of time. The idea is same actually, but anyway, so now let's get back here. So over here, when we call this text widget, from that place actually we need to send this parameter. Okay, so now let's go ahead and find I think over here we are doing password. Okay, right, so over here we'll just simply send is obscure. Okay, so over here we'll say obscure true. All right, let's see, is obscure. Okay, right, now it would work. Now only for password it is true, that means it will set it to, let's see, AA. Now here AA, yes, it's obscure, but this is not obscure. Okay, so hopefully it makes sense. Now if we come to our the other page, which is let's take a look, pages over here, auth page and sign in page. So over here we also have password, so you do Control F password. I will try to find it. Yes, right over here we'll set is obscure. So here for this one we also set it to true. Now let's come over here, we set email and password, so they're obscured. All right, now it's looking better, I think, with this design. Okay, now, well, just now earlier we did a lot of registration, but it's time to log in. Okay, now for login, actually we use pretty much the same approach, the one we used for this sign up page. Okay, or for that one, first what we need to do, we need to come over here and we'll just copy this one and just change the endpoint. Okay, so registration, So here we would say login URI. Okay, now over here we would say login, and of course in the backend we have a related endpoint, which we'll see later. Now let's come over here, and this is our sign-in page. So over here, just like exactly what we did for sign up page, we'll do over here. Now of course we don't need this too. So what we'll do, we'll come to this, let's find our sign up page. Sign up page is here, and over here we have this method, so which is we call registration. Now we'll copy this one and put it right there, right at the top. Instead of registration, we'll call it login. Okay, now over here we don't need this too, name controller, and I think we need to import the library first as well. So for phone and email, we'll skip name and email, we'll name and phone, we'll skip them. Okay, and everything else stays the same. Okay, it saves us a lot of time. And over here, this is the thing. Okay, so of course we are not sending a sign up body because we just did it for sign up page, but not really for a sign in page. Okay, well, for sign in page we'll do it a bit differently, but definitely we don't need any of this. Okay, so we can get rid of this one, and over here instead of calling authController.registration we would call login. Okay, and over here we'll pass our string, which is string email and string password. Okay, oh sorry, we don't need to initialize it here as an object. We can just directly grab email and password. So these two are coming from here. Now of course in auth repo and auth controller we don't have any of this. So first thing first, I'll find auth repo over here, and I'll create a method that's called registration. Okay, so here we'll call registration, login, I'm sorry. Now here we'll do this, so here we'll need to grab this string email and string password. Okay, so this is what we'll send from auth controller. Okay, now of course here we have a sign up body that converted things to JSON. Now if you take a look at JSON, well, we cannot access that because it doesn't have, but JSON is more like this because we have worked with JSON pretty much many times by this time now, which has string. Most of the time string is key, so in our case we are using email, and then it will have a value. The value is coming from this one. Okay, and actually that makes it a sign up body because over here the post data, if you take a look, post data all at once, over here a body, and body which has a dynamic type. Okay, now it could be map or anything. So anyway, so over here let's come to auth wrap over here. Now here all we need to do, tag the password field. Okay, now we could do here password, the one we're sending. Okay, now of course if you want you can also create a sign in body just like this one and do exactly like that, but it has only 2 fields, so we can skip this one. Anyway, so now with this we are done with this auth repo, and the post method doesn't change. We are going to exactly send the same, we're going to exactly call the same post method, and over here we need to use it to log in URI. Okay, all right, so that's great. Now over here, save user token, and we want to create another field, another method actually, and it would be future type, which actually I think I missed it last time. So future void, which I didn't do. Let's see. So we needed bool because it returns bool at the end. okay, future bool function string, which is the type of set string. Anyway, so now here we do future void. Okay, now we'll create a method, we'll call it save user number and password. Okay, this is what you want to save in your mobile device or in your application, string password. Okay, now this is what we want to save over here. Now let's do try class, okay, because we might be doing a lot. So here, if it goes wrong, we'll catch things, and here we'll have E as an error. Simply we can say throw E, okay, throw error. Now here we'll save it to our local storage. Okay, now for this one we'll simply copy this one first over here. Okay, and we'll copy it twice, but we need to create fields. So here we would say phone, and here we would say password. Now phone would use the number to save, and the password would use the password to save. Now we are using await. Okay, all right, but definitely we need to come over here and create this two keys, just like we did for token. So I'll copy it a few times, 2 times, and over here we'll do phone, and here we'll do password, and for now they are empty, nothing. Okay, so whatever we get, that one will save. So as we do registration, and if we can successfully do as we do login, and if we can successfully do login, then we'll go ahead and save our user information. Okay, now we'll come to auth controller over here, and in auth controller we'll pretty much have the same method. Let's see, we'll come over here and we'll put it there, and in this case we don't need any of this. Let's see, yeah, now it's the body is here. Okay, it should be inside the class. Am I doing something wrong? Let me see. Okay, first we should have this one. This refers to this class, end of this class, and then I should put it here. Okay, now this is the method, and over here I don't need any of this, and over here is the same, we don't need any of this. Okay, we'll just say void, and we just remove this one. Now from here we'll call it, so here we'll call auth repo dot save user number and password, and that's what we send. Okay, now with this from our device, from UI, we'll be able to call this directly when we need that. Okay, anyway, now in our auth controller we also need a method which we'll call the login. Okay, all right, so login method, and over here we'll have a string email and a string password. Okay, and over here the method is login, and over here we'll just simply pass email and password, and this is already we worked. So the login method is over here, if you see carefully. Okay, this one, this is the login method, which takes email and password, and then we convert it to JSON. So this is auto converting to JSON manually. Okay, anyway, so over here we'll pass it, we call it, and that's all we do. So over here nothing else change, only these two things changes. Okay, all right, because once we log in we also need to save the user information. Okay, we save the user information first time, I mean user token, actually that's what I'm talking, when the user sign up for the first time we save it, and after that user may quit, okay, or log out, so we'll remove information. and once the user log in, so we'll also save the token. But now how does it work actually? So when you make a login request, Laravel framework in the backend will try to find the token for this email and password. If it finds, it will send you 200. Okay, that means the token is correct because email is unique for each user, right? So that's how Laravel would know that, okay, for this certain email and password there is a token. I mean, if your registration was successful, then it would send us the token back, and then we can save the token. Just that's what we are doing over here. All right. Okay, so with this over here, login section is pretty much done. Now we need to come over here and the error should be gone. Okay. All right, so just like for our sign up page over here, we need to do the same thing over here. We need to wrap it around Getbuilder. So that's what we'll do. Getbuilder. Over here we'll have Auth controller. Okay. Over here we'll have builder, and we'll create Auth controller object, and we'll just simply return. Okay. Now over here, just like the old time, we need to, okay, let's go ahead and take care of this error first. Let's go to it directly. Over here we have Auth control. Oh, it wants you to do return. Okay, let's see, and error is gone. Okay, but here we do have a method which is called sign into or sign in. Okay, so yes, so over here we need to wrap this one around gesture detector so that we can call login method. Okay, so that's what we'll do. So just go ahead and write gesture detector, and over here we'll do on tap. Okay, now over here we'll call login. As we do, we'll pass the controller object. Okay, all right, great. And let's see, do we have any other error or issues? So over here we need to have this return statement. Okay, well, with this we are great, and so far doing good. Everything else looks great. Okay, now the only thing, if it logs in, if your login is successful, you can go somewhere. Okay, so either go to the front end or go somewhere. So over here, if login is successful, what we'll do get.toNamed. Okay, now over here route to helper. Okay, and I think we need to import the library over here. Let's do that, and then get initial route, which is our home page. Okay, all right, if your login is successful, then you can do that. All right, now let's see, come to our backend over here. Now for backend, looks like we do have some of this email and things like that, but what I'll do, okay, I'll go ahead and remove them. And let me remove this. We don't need this, and you can ignore that as well. Okay, now we'll come to our app over here, and first thing we'll do, let's refresh it. Okay, and we'll sign up with new information. Okay, and okay, now this one we should do the same for sign up page. Okay, all right, so if we are successful, okay, let's go ahead and do it first over here. Let's see how it goes. Okay, a.a.com, password is 1234556, name is ahmed, and phone number 1234556. Okay, let's go ahead and do sign up. Well, it says forbidden. Okay, now we don't know why. Most probably the user information still exists. Now I'll verify it over here that whether it exists or not. Okay, we need to verify it, that why it still exists even after deleting it. Okay, but definitely this is not a problem with our post request. This is a backend problem. Okay, so let's open up our postman. Let's wait for it. And over here, okay, I think this is what we had early. And over here we do for this one, headers, content type, and body. Okay, well, now we'll just do what we did there. Phone number is also 1 2 3 4 5 6. Let's make sure that, yeah, same. Now let's go ahead and make the post request. I think we don't need this. Okay, yeah, now we see that. Okay, so it exists. Now the reason is because over here, if you come over here, I think this is the table. Okay, it's still, if not this one, let's see. Okay, it still stores the user ID, as you can see over here. Okay, so if you refresh your database, you have to refresh for all of them. Okay, so now over here, let's try our app first instead of this postman. Okay, now we'll click on this. Yes, looks like it worked. Okay, but it didn't take us to anywhere, right? But now using the same credential, we should be able to log in. Okay, all right, so we'll come over here. Now we know that after logging in, we have saved user information, because from this auth controller, we know that we have saved this user token and things like that. So that means that if I go ahead and sign up now, I should be able to retrieve this token. Okay, or even before signing up, I should be able to retrieve this token. Let's find a suitable place to retrieve this token. Now over here, once I call this one, actually over here, I'll try to get this token. Okay, now for this one, actually we need to create a method where we can get user token. Okay, so in auth repo over here, we'll create a method. So let's go ahead and create a method, and method the return type should be string, and we'll get user token. Okay, get user token, and over here we'd return from shared preferences dot get string. Now the key is appconst let's see, not phone, it should be token though. All right, now if it doesn't exist, okay, then we'll return none. Okay, all right, now let's see if we can use await and async. Yes, now over here we have this get user. So now what we'll do, because we just want to confirm that we are retrieving the token. Okay, so when you hit the login method over here, now first I want to see in my device I have or not, but this is just for just purely for debugging test. Okay, we'll say get user token, that's all. Okay, now over here I can do print a method string first. We say getting token. Okay, all right, so this is token for our device, and this should be from our backend. Okay, so now here we could also say print backend token. All right, and then we'll over here we'll just simply do print dot to string. Okay, and if we get it, actually we need to print it, so we need to wrap it around the print method. Okay, and make sure that we convert it to string. Okay, now let's go ahead and restart it. So we know that if we restart, the token or local storage is still there, right? So now over here I would do a.com. All right, and the password was 12345 6. And at the same time, if our login is successful, we have seen over here that we go to our home page. Okay, add and tap on this, but you'll see if I click on this, yes, it did print our token, well, this one as an object, and the backend information and the token from backend. Okay, this is the token from our user device and our corresponding information. But now after clicking on it, it didn't move, because if you come over here, main page here, home page is our sign-in page. So over here you are already in sign-in page. Okay, sorry, the home page. So that's why it doesn't have any change. Well, okay, we need to change it. Before that, I think I'm missing another part. Let's come down to this section over here. Now over here, actually, we should do this custom loader, just like we did for our sign up page. So here we do auth controller dot is loading. Okay, if it's false, then we show this page. Otherwise, we go ahead and show our custom loader, the one we created, custom loader. Okay, all right, let's go ahead and import it. Okay, now let's save it and click it one more time over here, and we'll see that our custom loader works as well. Yes, you see that there was this loader. Now, okay, no problem. But definitely the sign-in is working, but this is not how we want to see it. Okay, now what we want to do, we need to move it from our home page, because this is already in home page. So I'll skip this one over here, and I'll just keep this too. Okay, and previously I had this word here, const. If you had it, I think you should remove it, otherwise you will get error, because these are dynamic. This is not const. Const work like this. Okay, so this could be const, but these are variables. Okay, so you can't use const, otherwise you'll get error. Okay, let me remove that, even though it's saying you should use const, but it's not always smart. Anyway, so now let's go ahead and check it. Okay, well, now this is our normal pages that are working, but definitely this is not our sign up page. Okay, now here we could do one thing. Instead of loading this sign up page over here, we can load this sign in page, and for that one we need to come our home page, and here instead of sign up we import sign in. Let's import it. Okay, all right, now let's go ahead and restart it, and you click on this, it takes you sign in page. Now here is the thing, if we now go to our sign in page after logging in, we don't want to go to this home page, because this is already part of home page, so it won't do anything. So here we do cart page. Okay, get cart page. Okay, because cart page is not part of this navigation items, and the tabs are all part of our home page. So here I'll reload it, and now here I'll do a.com, and we'll see that it works, and it will take us to a new page. But here's one thing, we can also do some error like extra password information, and we'll see what happens. So unauthorized. Okay, so it means that it's talking to the server, it's not letting you to go anywhere. Okay, so because you have this wrong password. Now unauthorized is coming from Laravel, not from Flutter. Laravel backend, remember we have used this Laravel passport for maintaining our token. So here let's go ahead with the correct one. Yes, now it means it works. Okay, if the authentication fails, it doesn't go anywhere, otherwise it takes you to the page where you want to go. But once again, this is not the ideal way of doing, so I'll get rid of this one. Okay, so after sign in, yes, we will usually go to initial page, but now this is not how we start. So this logic is so far okay. Okay, and over here, come to our main page. So here we don't want to have any of this, so we'll go back to our usual the black white container. Okay, so child text history page. Okay, all right, now we'll save it. You might need to reload your phone to work it. Okay, so now how to load our sign-in page. Okay, now here's the thing. We do have here, you see, we'll have one cart history page. Now here, if you come over here, you can increase things and add to the cart. Now if you go to cart page over here, before you check out, here is the thing, you have to check whether the user has logged in or not. Okay, so all we need to do, we need to go to our cart page over here. Okay, and in the cart page, well, so let's see, once we tap on this button, we say it's tapped and added to the history, right? This is the section where we do a check whether the user has logged in or not. If the user hasn't logged in, we'll ask the user to go to the sign-in page. Okay, now here we need to do a check. We'll see if user logged in. Okay, if user logged in, if user has logged in. But of course we don't have a method like that. We need to go ahead and create one. Now once again, in general, for simple authentication, you'd use a token to do that. Well, with the token we can do much more complex authentication, but the one we're going to do, it works pretty much for a simple app like ours. So now we are using token, just like we saw the example. If the token is found, we go to the pages or screen we want to go. If the token is not found in the database, then we just say unauthorized. Okay, so token is our friend over here. Now over here we need to come to, let's see, sign up model, we don't need that. Home page, we don't need that. Main page, we don't need that. Sign in page will still keep there. Splash controller, we don't need that. Auth repo, yes, we need. Now let's come to auth repo over here. Now over here we'll create a new method. Okay, well, what I'll do, I'll just go ahead and simply copy this one, and over here we'll return bool. Okay, bool user logged in. Okay, user logged in. Okay, now here we don't want to return a string. Okay, we want to return a token. I mean, token is also a string. Let's see what happens here. So we also don't need this, I guess, or a value of, okay, so not this one. So we also need to change, because get string gets us a string. So over here we need to use contains key. Now this one returns a bool. Okay, now here we create a bool, a method that returns a boolean type, and with whether it's a true or false. Boolean means true or false, right? So now if it can find this token, okay, then we'll say yes, the user has logged in. Okay, contains key in the shared preferences. Now let's get over here to our shared preference, contains key. Now here we do have a token that is a default one, but now in this case we can't use this one because this is also could be found. Okay, and if it is found, it will return true, but this is not the actual token, so we'll just save it. So no, now we'll keep it empty. If there is a token from the database, we saved it, otherwise it would still be empty. Okay, now during login, we remember that from auth controller over here we have saved it, right? So if we can save, it would be there, otherwise it would be null. Anyway, so now let me take out this information. We don't need them, unnecessary. Okay, this way we'll keep clean. All right, great. So now we created this method over here, auth repo. So we need to go ahead to our auth controller and call the similar one. So here we'll just simply go ahead and call this method, and I'll just copy this one and come over here. And then of course we don't call this one, we'll call auth repo dot user logged in. Okay, now from cart page we'll call this one. Okay, now to be able to call this one over here, we'll remove that one now. So okay, I think we can keep that. So here we'll create a conditional statement. Here we do get.find. We're going to find auth controller, and then I think we need to import the library. And now over here we do user logged in. Okay, now we need to do this in if statement. If user has logged in, we do this one. Okay, all right, else we go to somewhere else. And where we go to our home page, right? Now sorry, we go to our initial sign-in page. Now over here we can just simply go ahead and call the sign-in page like get.toSign-in page, right? But we don't want to do it like this because we have a route class and file over here. So over here we'll create a new section, new string. I'll copy it, and now here would say sign in, and here we'll have sign in. Okay, all right, and we'll create over here similar one. So get sign in page. Okay, now we need to create get page method over here. I will do it right over here, right after this. Okay, and over here sign in page. All right, and let's see if we can do a bit of animation, if it works or not. Transition dot fade. Okay, all right, so that's it. Now after this, let's save it. And okay, we also need to change over here because this is the sign-in page, so we want to call sign in. Okay, now let's come to our sign-in page, and over here, that's everything is okay. Cart page. Okay, so this is the place where you want to change. Now if the user logged in, so we'll add to cart history, otherwise we'll go to our initial sign-in page. Okay, so here we'll do get.toNamed. all right, now over here we would do route helper dot get initial. Okay, all right, so no, not initial, that should be sign-in page. Okay, so if the user is logged in, it would go there. All right, and let's come to our okay, for now we don't need app constant, we don't need this one, we don't need well, we don't need this one as well. Let's go ahead and check our main.dart, and let's make sure this is the correct settings. Make sure that you remove const, and we go to splash screen and everything. So what I'll do, I'll save it. Okay, now over here I'll stop the app and I'll restart everything because I have done some tests, so it might have saved some pre-recorded data. So what I will do, I'll go ahead and reinstall everything. Okay, so when you stop the app, hopefully it would reinstall everything. okay, to do a new build. Okay, and we are here on the cart page. All right, so let's load it, and now over here, so user logged in, that's fine. Okay, so we are getting ready there. Yes, fine. Now let's see. Okay, we still have some information. Anyway, so it's added, and now let's see if we are where we are going. Okay, so let's click on this. Wow. So for me, I was logged in because I did some test. So for you, it should take you to the sign in page. Now what I'll do one more time, I'll go ahead and delete the app. Okay, so every information will be gone from here. Well, this is the problem with local storage. A lot of time debugging becomes annoying sometimes, so you need to remove everything, and sometimes you need to remove the app if it doesn't work like that way. So let's reinstall it one more time. Hopefully this time, yes, because the app is removed, so everything would be gone from here. Okay, all right. So let's wait for it. Okay, we are done. Over here, app is loading. So far is good. Okay, cool. Now let's come over here. Now let's add this thing. Now add to the cart. Let's come over here. Now this time I'm sure that I'm not logged in because it's reinstalled, so it'll take me to the sign up page. Okay, sign in page. All right, so that's working. Now from here you can also go to your sign up page if you don't have an account, but I already have an account. So over here I'll use this one, add.a.com. Now here the password was 1 2 3 4 5 6. Now let's sign in. Yes. Okay, now if you go ahead and place this order, the order we had early, okay, it's still saved there. It'll, okay, the cart is empty because you already checked out, right? Okay, cool. Now of course you can do more orders, so let's go ahead and add. Do remember this stage, if it doesn't work, install your app and remove everything. Okay, let's come over here, let's do it. Okay, now let's check out. Okay, perfect. Now if you see our cart history, we have this thing, so it's working. The user has logged in. Okay, now if user has logged in, so here we do have an option. Actually, let's go to our profile page. Over here, account page actually. So we want to change these things. Here we do have our name, this is message, and this is logout. So this is our account page, and over here this one should be messages. Let's save it. Yes, it changed. And over here we should have logout. So here we do logout, and here we can also change the icon, log out. Okay, all right, this one. Okay, so if we click on this button, we should be able to log out, right? But for logging out, first we need to come to our auth repo over here, and here we need to create a new method. Okay, so now this method would clear everything from the storage, the information. Okay, and then we can go ahead and call this. Let's create a new method, and okay, we'll call it over here, we'll call it bool clear shared data. So we want to remove all the data, and after it's done we'll return true. Okay, now over here we'll use the shared preference object, and here we do remove. Okay, remove. Okay, now here we do app constants dot token. So we'll remove the token over here, and we'll repeat the step. So here we do remove once again. Now this time app constants say password, we'll remove that one. Shared preference dot remove, because once user logs out, you shouldn't keep any of this information. Okay, so here we do phone, right? Okay, but I think we need to work on this section, because previously we thought we were going to log in using phone, but right now we are doing email, so we need to change over here, but the logic is almost the same. All right, so you remove and make sure from API client dot token you set it to empty, because that also stores. Now over here there's API client dot update header, because in the header we also set token. So remove all this information and then return. Okay, so now this is in auth repo, while the same one should be in auth controller. So we'll just simply call bool clear data, clear shared data. Now here we do return auth repo dot clear shared data. All right, okay, cool. So now we'll come to our account page over here. So we need to wrap it around, we'll wrap this around gesture detector. So I'll cut this one and do gesture detector, and here we'll do on tap. Okay, and it'll take child. So here I'll just put this one and it'll get called. Okay, now from here you need to call that method. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll come over here and do get.find, and I'll find auth controller, and we'll do, okay, so before that we need to import this libraries and also the Getx package. Let's do it. Important package get. So let's come over here. Yeah, so over here we'd call clear shared data. Okay, that's as simple as that one. Okay, all right, now after clearing it, what it should do, it should take you to home page. Okay, or we can also take you to sign in page, doesn't really matter. So for now, okay, before we clear we need to do a check. Okay, we do if get.find auth controller, okay, dot user logged in. Okay, if user logged in, only in that case we do this, otherwise we don't want to. Okay, only in this case. Okay, so otherwise we do nothing actually, because user didn't log in. Okay, so now here, and then here we do get dot to of named, this one, and here we do route helper get initial. And I also think that we need to clear our cart, because this is just shared data. It's user information like token and password, and for that reason we would come to our cart repo. Well, we do have cart controller, and this is cart repo over here, and here we'll create a method called clear cart history. Okay, all right, now definitely first we'll call this one, and then here we'll create a similar statement like this, but here we'll do cart history list. Okay, all right, save it, and from cart repo here we'll call it void clear cart history. Okay, and we'll call the method from here cart repo dot clear cart history. Okay, all right, and after that we might need to run update to let the UI know that things had been updated. Okay, all right, so yeah, so let's save it, and after that we'll come to account page. So before we go ahead and do it, here we could do find cart controller. Okay, clear, first we'll call this clear method, and then get that find cart controller clear card history. Okay, well, we can do more fancy thing. You can just wait a little bit, like a second, you load animation and things like that, then go to initial page. But of course, right now, let's go ahead and save it. Okay, let's click log out. Well, now I think I'm already logged out. Okay, because the token is null. But here, initial page is still the home page. Because if you see the route helper over here, initial page is home page, and home page has 4 tabs, so you don't see any change at all. But if you do want, after let's come over here, cart page, here you can go to get sign in page. Okay, yeah, you can do that one if you logged out, okay, after logging out. But of course this time we need to let's see, let's do everything. Yes, we do have some garbage from our previous test. Now anyway, let's come over here, and now it'll check if we are logged in or not. Okay, so we are not logged in, so it asks us to do this one, and we do password. Okay, now we'll sign in. Yes, and of course we'll see that our information is still there, but it's okay. Now we can add more data. Okay, and we'll come over here. Let's see if we have anything in our history. We don't have history. Okay, all right, so first we'll come over here and we'll check out. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and check out. Now we'll have history, right? And you can add stuff to it. Now you check out one more time, you come over here and you see you have this. Okay, now we'll go to our center over here, profile center, and now we'll log out, and after logging out we'll see, okay, this would be gone. And even if you add, say right now, these things, you don't need to go to for signing, for checking out, but you see it's still there, right? But now if you go out, this information would be gone, and this information will be gone again after logging out. Okay, so let's do it. All right, so now here, well, that's because if you come to our card history page, which is this one, and over here it gets data from card history, and if you click on this one, this is the method, and here this is what causing problem, because this is a global variable. If you see, so it's still in the memory. Actually, it's gone from our local storage, but we see it from memory. So what we could do, we could come over here, and right after this one we do card history. Okay, it's empty. Let's set it to empty array or empty list. Now let's save it. Okay, now let's restart our app. Okay, and it's gone, but we need to simulate it one more time. Okay, now let's first log out. But if you log out now, you won't see anything. Only thing you could do here, print logged out, you logged out. Okay, all right, so here click on this. Yes, you logged out. Okay, now you come over here. Oops, sorry. Okay, so now let's go ahead and do this thing. And we can add more information. Let's come over here, add this. It works. Okay, now let's go ahead and check out because we logged out. So let's go ahead and log in. We signed in. Okay, now if we go to our cart and let's check out, yes. And then if you see cart history, it's there. We can do one more, check out, yes. So we have 2 images, 2 orders. Okay, great. Now I would come over here. This time I would expect every record would be gone because this would clear everything, and after clearing it would also take me to sign in page. Okay, all right, so I confirm I added, but I don't want to check out. So a lot of information is in the local history and a lot of them are in the local memory, in the memory of this app. So once I come over here, I would see this history and local memory information would be gone. Log out. Okay, perfect. All right, now here is one thing: you can only sign into your account, which you can a.com, then 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, log in. Now if you come here, yes, that's gone. So it's working. And if you see over here, we had the temporary storage, that's also gone. Okay, perfect. Okay, well, with this we are doing pretty good. Next we'll see how to read this information from database. Okay, well, to read this information from database, we need to see our database first and how it looks like. So first we'll go ahead and check our user column, our user table actually. This is our user table, and it is this field: name, phone number, email, status, email verified, password, order count, and things like that. So we're gonna use some of them, but not all of them for now. Okay, all right. So definitely we'll see our name and phone number and email address, and I think for now we'll also do order count, but this will have a default value, and we'll also take care of the ID as well, so we'll put everything there. Well, so now based on this, we first going to create a model. Okay, all right, so I will come over here, and over here, like inside our model, so here we would create a model and we'll call it user model .dart. Okay, so for now we don't need this, so over here we'll create a class and we'll call it user model. Okay, over here we'll have some field: int, id, string. Well, here we'll call it name, even though in the database it's f name, so here we'll call it name, and string email, well, string phone, and int order count. Okay, order count, like that. Okay, now once we have this one, we need to go ahead and create the constructor. So that's what we'll do: user model. Now here we'll use all of this. Let's go ahead and stay organized. Okay, so here I'll copy all of this, and now I'll put it there. Now here we do required. Okay, this dot. Okay, now we'll copy all of this from here, and I'll put this one by one so that it becomes quicker. And I'm running out of time because we can only upload 12 hours each time. Okay, all right, so with this let's see what else we need over here. Oh yes, it's happening because of this one. You can't have this, so we'll remove that, and over here as well, otherwise it would want you to give it a default value. Now it's gone. Now here we'll create another factory model, factory user factory user model, and here we'll create from JSON method. Okay, from JSON. So once again, there's a special type of constructor where you can do a lot of extra thing. Here you can't. Here you can initialize or not initialize, that's all. And here the type is dynamic. Now the object, will call it JSON. Now this one would be using, as we got data from database, because from database we'll have JSON data. I mean JSON will get JSON response from our database, right, from our backend. So that would be in this variable, and the data type would receive, this is the data type. Okay, and this is the method data type, and the variable name is JSON. Okay, and over here you need to do return factory. Okay, now here we do user model. Okay, yeah, and that's all. Now here you need to return. Now why this is special type of constructor? Because you see here it's more like a function. Before you return, you can do whatever you want. Okay, but for now we don't need to. All right, so here we have user model. Now this is the JSON data we'll get, so we need to convert it JSON data to object. Okay, so here will be ID and the JSON ID. So this would be coming from database, and here name JSON f name, because from database we are gonna get f name. Once again, let's see. So this is what we'll get, database. Okay, but in Flutter app inside we'll save it to name variable. Okay, all right. And over here the email is the same thing. Here we'll get email, and here we'll get phone number. So here we'll have phone, and then order count, JSON order count. Okay, now let's check our order count. Order count is, let's see, we'll check that. So this is order count, this is int, and this is order underscore count. So here we need to do count. So when you convert from JSON to object, so for JSON the fields have to match the field in your database. Okay, anyway, so with this we are done working on this user model. Okay, now this is done, but this would be a get request from database. Okay, so we need to create a controller and a repo. So now we'll go ahead and do it. Okay, because after we come to, let's see over here, once we come to this page, once we land to this page over here, we'll check if the user has logged in or not, and if the user logged in, we'll make a get request to the database. Now just like previous you have seen, to make any kind of get request you need you need a repo and a controller, just like we did for our products, like over here popularProduct, that we made a repo and a controller, right? So we would do the same thing. So first here we would create a repository, and here we would call it user repo.dart. So we'll create a class and we'll call it user repo, and here we'll have a variable that will pass from our dependency. So that would be API client, just like other repos. So here we do API client. Okay, now here we'll have a constructor user repo required this dot API client. Okay, now we need to import it. All right, okay, now over here we'll have only one method that we'll call it get user info. Okay, and then over here from API client we'll use API client, we'll use get data. Okay, because it's a get request, so here we'll use get data, and we'll pass the URI. Now the URI would be coming from our app constant class. So let's go ahead and create constant in our app constant class over here. Okay, now let's see. So over here, user and auth endpoint. So over here we'll create static const string user info. Okay, now here our endpoint would be API v1 customer info. Okay, so we'll have an endpoint and we'll see how it works in the backend. Anyway, so now over here, all it wants is app constants dot user info. Okay, that's what it wants. Okay, now over here it will return data. So we do return, and because we are talking with the backend, we need to wait. So we need this one. Then you need async. Okay, now over here, this would be a future response, which also means waiting. So here we do future response, because now over here, the data I want to return, let's see, response, well, I can just simply go ahead and import getx package, get package. All right. Okay, so with this, we are done with the repo, because getx has get data we have seen in our API client, and that return response type. Okay, future response type. So now it's great. So now with this, we are done with our repo. And well, let me see, we'll go ahead and close the cart controller, cart history, cart repo homepage, and also this one. Okay, and auth repo will keep it because we need it soon. Now we'll come over here, and over here we'll create a file, and you'll call it user controller.dart. Okay, now this one, let's see, for convenience, what I'll do, I'll go ahead and I think I'll copy from here. Okay, and I'll come over here, I'll paste it, and I need to put one more bracket. And over here, first thing you want to do, you need to import getx package. Okay, well, that's first thing. And over here, we don't want auth repo, we'll call it user controller. Okay, now here it would be user repo. So here's the same thing, user repo, and over here we'll just go ahead and change it. Okay, now here it would be user repo, and let's go ahead and import the package. This way it saves us time, because I'm really running out of time, and everything else stays the same. Okay, so let's import it. Now here, this wouldn't be a registration method, it would be get user info, and because it's a get request, so we are not passing anything. And let me replace everything else over here, this one, user repo, and user repo has a method get user info. All right, so which would eventually call this one, and it has the URI, right? I think I need to post here URI. Okay, get user info URI. It's same thing over here. Okay, let's come over here. Yeah, the error is gone. Great. All right, now over here, let's use replace auth repo. Well, actually, we don't need this one. We can simply remove this one. And what else? Yeah, so that stays the same pretty much. Let's see. Well, here we are going to get response over here. So that's the response object, and that would have some information. Okay, now that information would be JSON response information, right? So now over here, of course, this time it will not have any token. It will have the information like this information, say username, phone number, email, including even status, things like that, and order count. Okay, so this is the information we'll have. So once we get it from the database, we'll save it. Save where? save this in user model, this one. Okay, so we'll make an object out of it from the JSON data. We'll call this one and we'll return it as an object. Okay, so we'll come over here, and instead of this one over here, we'll first send successful, because we successful. I think I'm doing spelling error. Replace it successfully. Okay, fine. Now, because we remember last time, this takes a string and a boolean. So over here, we are doing this one. And apart from this, over here, we can save it in user model object. Well, for this one, we first need to create a variable, which we'll call user model. Okay. So here we'll come over here, and here we'll do late user model, user model. Okay, now we need to go ahead and import it. All right, so whatever the data we get, we'll save it to the user model, and once we save it, we'll return it user model, so that in our front end we can use it. Okay, so here we do this one, user model, and we know this is a getter, and it would return user model. Okay, all right, so now we'll save information in this variable. So this is what we'll do over here. Okay, now we'll do like this, and here we'll do user model from JSON. Okay, now from server we get JSON data once again. Now the JSON data in the response body. Okay, response dot body. Okay, all right, so we convert it to JSON. From JSON we convert it to an object, and then after that we save it to this variable, and once we do that in front end we can get it like this. Okay, so that's pretty simple as this, and if it is wrong, okay, then we'll see that over here we have this error message or whatever response we get. Okay, so response body will have this all the JSON response. Okay, it is a little bit different than auth controller, because in auth controller we just wanted to take a one field from the JSON response. Okay, that's why it's a token, just accessing one field, but in the controller we get everything from it. Okay, so that's why it makes sense. All right, now before we go ahead, actually we can test that we can get user info from our database. Okay, and we can test it with Postman, but even before that we need to go ahead and check our backend. Okay, now if you come over here, this is our backend, and let's open up the Explorer section. Now over here, backend API. Now in this section, well, we have a lot of information, but the most important one we want this time is this one, prefix, customer, middleware, auth API. And among them, first we'll focus on this one. Okay, so this is the endpoint we want, but do remember that this is guard using a middleware which is called Auth API middleware. That means that once a user logs in, Laravel backend knows what user has logged in. They know the user information. You might have 100 different users. Okay, they're logging in from different devices, and Laravel would know everyone. Okay, so this is using this middleware, and the middleware name is Auth API. So we already guard that because we are going to do some sensitive operation. For example, we want to get user information, update profile, and Firebase token, and a lot of things. Okay, now this is guard using this one. It makes sure that each user is treated differently and uniquely, and information doesn't match up. This also goes with security. Now this tells you that, okay, you need to go ahead and find this endpoint, and we did, which is related to this one over here, our constant. So API v1 customer info. So that's what we have. So if you see API v1 and prefix is this customer and the endpoint is info, which eventually calls a controller, which is called customer controller. Now customer controller, by this time you should know that it should be still inside this API v1. Let's go ahead and find it. So we don't need this section now. Admin section, central logic, so API v1, and here we have this customer controller, which is this one, okay, not customer auth controller. All right, so now over here you have a method which is called info. Now info, come over here and we'll see this method info, and info does make a request to the database for this user. Now which user, it knows based on this object. Now this object somehow connects with Laravel password, which has to do with authentication, and as well as this auth middleware. Okay, so it's a more complex process which we don't need to know. All you know, once a user logs in, when you make subsequent request, and if you make those requests through this middleware, Laravel will make sure that it's just getting those some information or related information to that user. Okay, now actually we don't need any of this. Actually we can return just get the user information and put it in this object and return it. Okay, yes, all right, so that's what we will do, and we'll save it. But do remember that because I'm already logged in, so once you log in to the back end, when you make a request, user token is also sent. Do remember that earlier we have seen that when you in auth repo, auth controller over here, when you log in, your token has been saved. Okay, and now the token has been saved in your header as well. Okay, so next time after saving this token, when you make a request to the database, the token is also sent along with other information, regardless it's a get request or post request. So the header is always sent. Okay, so that's what we have to know. Now here's one thing. So what I'll do, I'll go ahead and simulate this thing first in our well, what we'll do first, we'll go ahead and log out. So what you need to do, you need to log in again. But if we log in, actually we want to get the token. So here, this is login method in auth controller. So here we do my token is. Now here we'll just print what do we get from here, from this response object. Okay, now we'll print it. Now over here we'll save it first. And now here we do a.com, and here 1 2 3 4 5 6. Now we'll sign in. Oops, I think I'm missing this M. Now let's go ahead and do it, and it printed this token. So now this is the token that is valid when user is logged in. Okay, now we'll come to our postman over here, and over here we'll do localhost and 8000, and then API v1, and then here we do customer, and here info. Okay, all right. So now here, first thing we need to do, authorization over here. We need to send the bearer token, and over here we'll save it. Okay, if you don't have it one, just to put the one you copied from here. And at the same time, you need to send this header information. It should be accept type, and here we do application JSON. Okay, and let's see, for body we don't need because it's a get request. So if this is successful, what would happen, would be able to see the information, some of this information in our postman over here. So let's make this request. Yes, and it worked. You see, it gave us some information. Okay, so that means that our endpoint is working, and when the user logged in, this API, it does work. Okay, that it works, and it printed some information. Okay, so that's how it works. Now anyway, so that means that we should be able to make this get user information request from our page where we have this account page. Okay, so from here we'd be able to make that request. Okay, well, first we need to go ahead in our API client over here, and just now we saw that if we make a get request, we sometimes need to send the headers as well as our some other information. Okay, so now what we'll do over here we'll set some more information, but first thing we'll see if we can send the headers. So here we'll send the headers as a string and a string, the type string, and we'll call it headers. Okay, all right, but now this headers could be empty sometimes. Okay, not all the get request will have. Okay, so that's why we set it to empty. Now headers over here, as you see, the value, the key is a string and the value is string as well, and the same over here. Okay, so now as you send the headers, the token would be sent automatically. Okay, now over here you want to update this one. So over here you want to say headers, and here we do headers. If header is empty, it's nothing, we'll send from here. Well, with this, our get data can send headers if necessary. Okay, all right, next thing we need to do, we need to come over here in our account page, and inside this account page actually we need to do a bit more checking. Okay, so we'll come to this account page over here, and first over here we'll create a boolean variable, and we'll call it user logged in, and here we'll do get.find auth controller, and then here do user logged in. Okay, user logged in, and it will return boolean. So we can check this one, user. If user has already logged in, then we can go ahead and do get.find, and over here we do user controller. Okay, now here you do let's see, we need to import it. Okay, and here we do get user info. Okay, that's all. All right, now we'll come over here, and first thing we want to do, okay, anyway, I'll cut this one, and then I'll wrap it around Getbuilder. Okay, and here you do user controller, okay, and builder, and user controller. Okay, now here we'll just simply return whatever it is. Okay, all right, and now over here, well, even inside this we can do more check. Okay, now over here I'll cut this one more time, and here we'll check whether the user has logged in or not. Okay, so I'll use this boolean variable over here, user logged in. If it is true, so then I'll put this one, otherwise I would do container, and here we would do child, and we would do center, then child, then we would do text, and then here we'll say you must log in. Okay, you must log in. All right, for now we'll keep this one, but future we'll change it very soon. Okay, so user has logged in, we'll fall back to this condition. Okay, but we must wait, because if you see user has a loading. Okay, if it is true, that means it has started. If it is false, that means the condition has returned. Okay, now let's check it over here. So I'll come over here, and here we do one more conditional check. Okay, now we do it inside this bracket. Okay, because you already have one question mark, so here you need to do user controller dot is loading. Well, if it is true, then show this one. Okay, otherwise you would show custom loader, OADER. Yes, that's all. That's as simple as this one. Well, so if you want to put more information, I mean more conditional check inside one, so you need to use this brackets. Okay, hopefully it makes sense. Now of course here we can return like this because it's too much. All right, so hopefully it makes sense. Now we are almost ready. Next thing we need to do, we need to go to our dependencies and Let's see what problem we have. Why it's being cranky. Did I delete anything? Just let me do a quick check. User repo is they're all being cranky. Okay, let me go there. Let's see if we have any problem over here or not. Nope, we don't have any problem. Let me open it up one more time. Let's check it. What did it say? Okay, now this is about this get data. So over here it says that right. Okay, well, now it's being cranky because of this reason, because here I put them more parameters, but with this it becomes compulsory, so we can make them optional. So here we'll put it like this, and the error should be gone. Let me remove that, and now if you come over here, yeah, all these errors gone. Okay, so when you wrap things around this curly braces, they become optional. Okay, now what we'll do, we'll come over here in our dependency controller. Let's see where it is, helper class. Okay, now here we need to register two things. One is our user repo. Okay, so just I'll put it right below it. Okay, so actually what I could do, I can just go ahead and copy this one, and over here I'll put it as a user repo, and user repo just taking this API client. Let's go ahead and import the library, and I'll put it right below it as well. Okay, now over here what we'll do, instead of auth controller, here we'll say user controller, and here we do user repo. Okay, now let's import it. Yes, everything should be good. Now, well, after this we could go ahead and run our app, and let's see, everything should work correctly. And we also worked on our, let's see, we don't need this user product controller, we don't need this user controller, auth controller, and constants and things like that. So just focus on this one. Yes, so if the user is here, at the same time, actually we would just simply print a message over here. Say user has logged in. Okay, that's all. Okay, all right, so if user has logged in, we'll fall back to this category. Okay, yes, pretty much like that. Yeah, okay, cool. Well, after everything, now we'll go ahead and save our information here, and let's restart our app so it'll start from scratch. And if we come over here, we know that we are logged in. Now we'll come over here, and it says the user has logged in, so it means working. Well, if it's working, then what we'll do here, we do have some information that we can change. Okay, so I'll remove this one. Now we do have some hard-coded information, so here we'll change them, using this one. Okay, so we'll use this one if the user has logged in, and then here we do user model, and then we can access name. Okay, so I'll copy up to this, and over here we'll do this one dot phone. Okay, and over here this one dot email, and I think well, address is still empty, message is still empty. Yeah, that's all. Go ahead and save it, and we'll do that. And looks like we do have our information over here, and let's go ahead and restart our app one more time, and let's see how it goes. And okay, we do have error. Now this is happening because of this one, because we set it to load too early, which we copied from auth controller, and we also don't need this one over here. We need this one at the bottom. Now over here you need this. So once we have 200, and then you can say is loading equal true. Okay, which means it has loaded successfully. Okay. All right, and of course, even if you save it now, it might react. So let's go ahead and save it, restart it. All right, so I'm restarting my app over here, and after restarting, I do have this thing. Okay, now let's take a look at the log over here. Now, if I am over here, so it says you must log in. So once again, I need to repeat, and here I'll add stuff quickly, and I'll check out, and it asks me to sign in, which I will do a.a.com. Okay, here 1 2 3 4 5 6, sign in. Okay, it takes me to sign in page. Now if you come over here, and it does work. Now if you log out and sign in again, so let's see, 1 2 3 4 5 6, sign in, come over here, and it works as well. Okay, now what if we go and create a new account after logging out? Create one, c@c.com. Over here, password 1 2 3 4 5 6, name Dylan, phone number 2 3 4 5 6. Let's sign up. Yes, well, now after signing up, it doesn't go anywhere though. So for this reason, we need to restart, and we'll fix that soon, don't worry. So now here I am. Now here, if you see, we do have this problem, and it says internal error. And if you look out at the top over here, it says that route is not defined. Now, where is this message coming from? I think this is coming from somewhere. I put a log. Let's see, in our user repo, not API client. This is the get data over here. So this should be in, let's see, almost probably from here, because I put a log for testing. So test, okay, plus, okay, let's check it. Yeah, over here, as you can see. Now, of course, this is purely debugging error message, and it's HTML format, but Flutter can print that. Okay, cool. Now here it's telling you that you don't have this route is not defined, blah blah blah. Now in general, this happens if you have problem with your headers or your post or get requests, especially if your headers has some problem. And but if you go ahead and check it like over here, you'll not get any problem, because here actually we are sending the headers and this key, okay, which is token. But here actually we were not, because you see that over here our user repo uses API client. Okay, now over here API client we do have. Now, previously we have saved the token, but not through this API client, not in the constructor, okay? Because for each of the repo, when they get called, and each time you visit a certain controller or certain page, and if that page has related controller and repo, then from that repo, the API client gets called, and for that repo, API client gets initialized. So here's the problem, this token. If you see there is a token, and this token updates the header, okay, and after updating header, now we are also sending in our get request. You see, well, if it is empty, then it will take it from here, which is also empty. I mean, it is empty, then we'll send it from here. If it is not empty, then we'll send it from here, because that's what the double quotation means. It means that if it is empty, do this. If it is not empty, do this one. Anyway, so over here, when you do get request, which we did just now, that was a get request, and we are supposed to send headers, but no headers send token, right? Which is this one, eventually, which is this one, right? So here it sends token. Now here, this token is null. Okay, as you see, so that's why it gets internal error. Now it does work with when you do this registration first time. It works because at that time, first time registration, we don't need to send any token. That's because when you're registering server, of course, sorry, server, of course, doesn't need any token because you're a new user, so you don't have any token. But for the subsequent request for the same user, we need token. But here we are sending token which is empty. Okay, so here we have to work on the token. All right, so now how to work with this one. Now here, first we need to come over here. In our API client, we need to send share preferences, and here we do get.find. Now if we go over here, which is this one over here, we also need require this dot shared preferences, but of course in that case we need to declare it first. We do here late shared preferences, shared preferences. Okay, now we'll just simply put it there. Okay, now why we are doing shared preferences? Because we know that in our shared preferences, first time when you do a registration or first time when a user logs in, we save a token, right? Now we can get that one, get string. Okay, here we get it, app constants, and here we do token. Okay, so this is a valid token. Why? Because this is coming from get string, which is saved internally. Okay, because just now we had this one, app constants dot token. So but it's not saved internally, which could be saved in the memory, but it gets lost when you walk through the app. Okay, so that's what was causing the problem. Now if you go ahead and rerun it, well, let's restart. Okay, now let's come over here. Yes, the problem solved, and this is the user that we registered just now. Okay, and this is the related information we got from our database. Okay, now let's work on this. If you log out, we want to go to the sign-in page. Okay, because right now we are not going to the sign-in page. Let me check this account page over here, and I think we have this option, Command F, log out. Oh yeah, it does take us to the sign-in page. Let's go there. Yes, it takes us to the sign-in page. But now if you want to create a new account after this, we should also go somewhere, right? Okay, so right now let's go to this sign up page, which is this one over here. So over here, if we can successfully sign up, actually we'll go to a new page here. For now it's a get.auth named over here, route helper get.initial, which will take us to the home page. Okay, all right, now we load it. Now let's go ahead and declare register another user. Okay, and this time everything should work as we expected, and just random numbers. Let's sign up. Yes, it takes us to the home page, which is beautiful. Now if you come over here, this user has no history over here. If you click on this, yes, so this is what we just adjusted. Okay, and registered. So isn't it beautiful? Yes. So let's go ahead and open it with our this one, and 1 2 3 4 5 6. All right, so if we come over here, we see that this is the information. Well, this is what we see now, and let me start it with my other phone. This is my other simulator. This is Pro Max. Now over here I'll go ahead and start this one as well, and it may take a bit of time. And let me find this one. So here it is. So I have two different simulator, but over here I didn't log in, did I? No, I didn't. Now here's one thing that we need to change as well. So for this one, we need to come to our account page over here, and let me collapse this one first, right over here. Okay, so right now it says that over here simply we could go ahead and show a container. Okay, now container would be the child. So let's go ahead and do it. Have this container over here, and inside container we'll have width. So here width we'll do double dot max finite, and here we'll do height. Now for height itself, we'll do dimensions. So we'll call back this file, and here we'll do height. Okay, and we'll multiply it by 5, so we'll get 100, and then we'll give it a margin, bit of margin over here. Okay, so margin, so here we do agencies only. Okay, and here left, so dimensions dot width 20, right, dimensions dot width 20. Okay, all right, and after that we'll have decoration, and we'll do box decoration and image decoration image, and then we'll do image asset image, and now here we'll do the image name is this one, sign in to continue dot png. So here we do assets image sign in to continue dot png. Okay, now that's what we'll have. Let's save it and see the result. Yes, it's way too small. Alright, so now here we could do a bit of different operation. Here we could do fit, we do box fit dot cover. Okay, now in that case the image height, I think we need to do a bit more. Alright, okay. Alright, so that's what we get, and we do have space everywhere. Now here we can also do border radius, so do border radius dot circular dimensions dot radius 20. Okay, alright, now here we want to put this, let's see, this one, okay, inside a column. Okay, so now I'll do control, here I'll cut this one, and here I'll do column and the children. Okay, and the first one is this one, so let's save it. All right, now for column itself, here you could do this one. So let's go ahead and set the property here, main axis alignment dot center, so it's put it in the center. Okay, and as a child we can put here right below it. Now for this one I'll just copy this one. Okay, now here we'll not have any of these things, just we'll remove this one. Okay, everything else would stay the same. Now here we'll do have, say, just 5, and we'll have a child over here. Child would be big text. Here we do text sign in. Okay, sign in. Now here we'll do colors dot white. Okay, now this will have a background color. Now this will have a color. Now the color itself, actually we need to set inside decoration, otherwise we'll get error. You do app colors dot main color. Let's remove this and let's see. All right, now this one we can center inside it. Okay, now here we can also assign the size. So here we want to do dimensions dot font size. Let's see, we do have 20. Okay, all right. Okay, so with this it looks great, but now over here we need to wrap this one around gesture detector. That's what we'll do. So widget over here, gesture detector. Now here we'll have on tap. Okay, now we do get that to named, and here we do route helper dot sign in page. Okay, so that's what we want to do if the user is not logged in. Okay, so if you click over here, it will take you to the sign in page. Okay, so let's click on this. Yes, it did. All right, now over here, if you come this time, let's do at a.home. Here we do 1 2 3 4 5 6. Let's sign in. Okay, we do get sign in. Okay, and everything is fine. If you log out, it takes you to this page. Okay, all right. Okay, now over here we were running this one on this device because they are two different devices. Okay, all right, now let's save it. Okay, now let's see, log out, sign in. Now here I'll do c@c.com. Here password 1 2 3 4 5 6. Sign in. Yes, we did. Okay, all right, so now it does work. Okay, well, now another thing you need to take care, you should come to app client over here, sorry, API client. This one, you need to set it to the correct one, otherwise you'll get error. Okay, if it is not found, then we set it to not empty token. Okay, otherwise you will get crash. But this would be always found once the user registered. Okay, but for a new device it would be empty. So in that case, for any kind of get request, we want to set it to null, and after user logs in, there would be this one. Okay, all right, hopefully it makes sense. Well, with this we're pretty much done in this section, and I think next section will be more exciting, because in next section we'll take a look at Firebase thing and payment, and we'll also do Google Map and much more things to go. So stay tuned.